I've spent just over 100 days turning this lush, untamed land into a place I can comfortably call home. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we go from surviving to thriving in our first year of vintage story here in Eisenholm.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Solstin, and welcome to Eisenholm. Little series I'm going to be doing here, just a gameplay series in between the Temporal Institute episodes, because they're fairly editing intensive, a lot of research based. I don't want to get things wrong. And we're just going to be playing in a world here, making, ruins, making a lot of, honestly, builds that are of the nature of that other block game. I am sorry. Right away, we get an age torch holder. Day one, age torch holder. Let's go. I'm gonna remember this spot right here. I didn't even notice that. So when I spawned in, I did boost me over garden, but so, going to be building a lot of large-scale builds. My plan, as I was hunting through various seeds, trying to find something that was good, I started off with a lot of conglomerate over here, which is kind of what I want to build with predominantly for a very particular plan I have for over yonder. Now, you can't tell me that is not something picturesque. Let's pick up a couple more pieces of flint. We got quartz. That's great for later. Thank you, Rooster. It is breakfast. But over there, we've got ourselves a beautiful area. Some rolling hills, probably going to get flattened out a little bit. And this big old mountain here, a little bit of ice on the top. It wraps around a good way. And there's a little... Yes, chickens, thank you. Little land bridge over there. Ooh, food. And so I'm definitely going to be building a nice big castle. Probably either built partially into the mountain or along around it. And then going to create a kind of like a fantasy medieval town surrounding it. And possibly other things depending on what people like to see. If you have suggestions for other ideas, just, post them. Put them down in them comments down below. I ran past a bunch of bushes that probably will have leaves. And not leaves, sticks. Leafy bushes that will have sticks. I need sticks. So I do have a few mods on with this series here. Because of the scale of building, I have increased the tree growth time to half speed. So instead of the normal 1 times speed, we're going to have ourselves a little bit faster growing trees. And I also put the Plenty of Seeds mod on there. I don't know if I'll keep that on, depending on how overly plentiful our seed production is. But just because of the sheer volume of wood that I'm going to need, I kind of wanted to not have to grind for days off camera. My inventory is almost full. I am not used to not having much inventory space. Let's just fuck these. We don't need those stones. Let's get ourselves some cattails, get some baskets going, and get on over yonder and start setting up our little home. Now, for those of you not familiar with vintage story, gathering cattails, or if you're down in the south, papyrus, is one of the first things you're going to want to do after making a knife. This isn't going to be so much of a tutorial series, that's kind of the domain of the Temporal Institute. But once in a while I'll explain what I'm doing. So we're going to get about 40 cattails here. And these can be woven into little hand baskets, and that's going to be our first little bit of inventory. As wrong button, we have no inventory space. Just the 10 slots on our hotbar here, plus an offhand for like torches. But this is where storage goes down here, and we're going to do it. We're going to have a good time. Now, I am collecting the roots, not for eating, but for replanting when we head over across the pond here. Because having them closer to home and relocating them for easy harvesting later on when we need more, that's just going to save us time in the future. And we'll have a little headache now to save ourselves a headache later. And there we go. 40 of each. Perfect. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to make ourselves some baskets. There we go. Perfect. Now we have ourselves 12 inventory slots. And now storage isn't so big of a deal. But food definitely will be, so let's grab ourselves a few more berries here and go about our day. Got on over to the side of the water that we want to be on. These are empty. I probably harvested them a moment ago. Oh, we had cattails closer anyway. Oh well. Now we'll have more. Several more. So I'm just going to plant these here. Basically fill up the entire little sandy beach with cattails. I should probably be harvesting that grass with a knife. Because we're also going to need some dry grass. So if you're wondering why it's already so late in the day here, I did run around in this world a little bit just to check it out. I was hunting through seeds just to find one that had a cool place that didn't require, a trek halfway across the globe. And this seemed like a pretty good spot. I'm going to pick up a bit more flint while I'm over here. So I was in this world for about 3 minutes before actually playing. So had a little bit of time pass. Maybe cut down a bit on my day one time just to get myself settled, but that's okay. Had myself some berries, so I'm doing all right. This hilly terrain, though, is kind of worrying. I'm probably going to want to clear a lot of this out. Mainly because while there's no trees, so I'm not super worried about wolves or hopefully not bears. That would suck if they lived on my doorstep. I'm mainly not wanting to run into those, but also any pits. Because I'm notorious for falling down pits if I don't see them. Although I suppose anybody would be if they don't see the pit coming. And with all those bushes, it's got a lot of obscurity here. Oh, see? Well, that's... Yeah, oh, yeah, like one of these. That's, is that 2 pits? Oh my god. There's 2 tunnels. Oh, I think I caught the tail end of something crawling around down there. We're going to explore those far later. Not right now. Got cranberry bushes. We got a hole in the ground. Good. And this little... Oh, yeah, blue clay. We're going to need some of that. This is one of the features that I really liked when I was looking at the seed. So here we've got this nice mountain range and a cool little lagoon down in the bottom. I don't know how deep it is. I just saw it from afar, but I just think it's a cool place to start building. So we're probably going to have our little starting hut maybe close to here. We might just sleep out under the stars, although drifters are going to be coming out at night, so I should probably get myself a bit of shelter. Get some walls up before it's too dark. Just clear out this grass so we don't lose out on it. When I start digging up a little bit of dirt here and there. I'm going to want to cut down a couple trees, I think. Which I probably should have done over back where there were trees. Oh boy, we need firewood. I should really be watching for holes, but I'm not. This is not a permadeath series, so I may die several times in progressively silly ways. You never eaten cranberries while swimming before? Perfectly normal. I'm going to want a raft. Oh, we got some mature flax. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to grab some of that. Ooh, there's new textures for them. I forgot about that. That's almost grown. I'm going to check on that after we get some trees chopped down. But wait, there's more. No, okay, this is spelled. And none of it's quite done yet. I'll give that a little bit just to guarantee getting some seeds. I like these new 3D seed models. Oh man, these new animations. I need to get a torch soon because it's getting a little dark, and with YouTube compression, it's not going to be easy to see. There we go. Get ourselves a little bit of wood. And yeah, 3 pine seeds. Okay, so trees are 100% going to be quite sustainable. We've got ourselves a little bit of stick, a little bit of wood. I'm going to, against my better judgment, try and get back there before nightfall, because I want to build a campfire closer to where I found that blue clay deposit, just near the little water bit in there, because I might as well do some clay forming since I can't sleep through the night, and there's not much point just sitting there getting hungry. I should do something productive with my time, because God knows there's a lot that we're going to have to get done. Last thing I want is to fall down a pit when it's dark and I'm scared, and then I'll get hit. And then we're gonna want a fire starter. Let's get some light going here. There we go. I hear it's right there. We have a rift right there. Well, that's not good. That's quite the opposite of good, in fact. That's bad. Uh-oh. Already. Oh, jeez. Oh, I done goofed. Okay, okay. Plan B. Okay. Seems a little quieter out here. No grumbles? No grumbles. Okay. Alright. The initial camp spot has been compromised. You sons of... I may have made a terrible miscalculation. I should have built shelter. I need a hut. I'm living on the run in the darkness now. Alright. We're heading back to our original fire. We're gonna... No. This is gonna be my first death. They're going to kill me before I can even get into a little dirt home. I done diddly goofed. All I can do is... Oh no! Well, this sucks. This is not how I wanted to go. My ankles are broken. And a man just killed me with a rock. So, clearly nothing went according to plan there. Yeah. Let's try again. Nope. So this place is not safe in the slightest. I'm just gonna see if there's a little safe spot in this cave that maybe I can start a little fire, get a little bit of light. I can't build a shelter because I used up most of my dirt. Hey, there's tin here. That's cool. Okay. Maybe I can make myself a little piece of dry land. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. This is my home. 2 pieces of ground. Oh, I have a couple low fertility soil. Alright. There we go. This is the first time. I swear this never happens. As the dawn is breaking over there, I think. It's only 2 in the morning. Well, we're gonna get ourselves a torch, and we're gonna use these torch holders just to get a little bit of permanent light here. I'll probably make a couple extras. There we go. So we've got a little bit of safety. Not a place that I would like to be. The current rift activity, of course, very high. Wonderful for a first day. And honestly, there is a setting where you can put the game to a mode where monsters don't spawn for the first 10 days. Probably would have been a good idea. Probably would have been a good idea. Instead, I'm sitting here on my makeshift island, sad, hungry, and having died twice trying to get my stuff back from that little pit, and using all my dirt, except for what you see here, to pillar my way back up before I was killed. At least there's tin, right? At least there's tin. That'll be useful in 10 to 12 hours from now. Yay. Current rift activity is now calm, so I'm going to take this opportunity to leave my little home, swim on over, realize that this is a very steep re-entry onto dry land. Make ourselves a little staircase back up onto dry and hopefully for the moment safe land. Alright. A nice early 4:30 a.m. start to day 2. Let's clean up this little mess that was made, reclaim some of our dirt, to get ourselves in a situation where that won't happen again. At least not right away. You know what? There's bad memories associated with this spot now, so we're just going to leave that campfire as a reminder of our first terrible night. There is a hot spring just over yonder, and that might be a decent spot, but I'm saving this for, of course, building some form of boiler room. So, not going to use that yet. Here, though, nice little divot. This could be a decent footprint for kind of a sunken-in little earthen hut. And there's blue clay right outside our front door, so let's clean this up a little bit. A little bit more dirt just to finish off the rest of the house here. Probably a roof would be a good idea. That's right, we're going classic dirt hut mode here. Alright, we've got ourselves a little dirt hut now. It's not anything to write home about, but it's cozy. It'll keep us dry. And once I get a door on there, it'll keep us safe after we light it up. I'm probably actually going to go relocate those torch holders. Let's put one over here and one over here. And day one, we have ourselves already 2 permanent light sources, which is fantastic. Well, no, okay, day 2, technically, it's 8:30 in the morning. Day 2, and we've already got 2 permanent light sources. Can't be too mad at that, even if last night was a, you know, it was a challenge. That's it. We're just gonna overcome some challenges here, and that's okay. I'm also going to make myself, I don't have enough wood for beds yet. So we're just gonna put those there as a reminder to make a bed. I thought you were a drifter. You're a mean little bunny. And I don't like it. There we go, we got some berries. Get a little bit of food in our system. We are going to have to start looking out for a bit more food, because once we start doing some clay forming, that's going to take a hit to our satiation for sure. Alright. Got plenty of pools here of hopefully fresh water. That water is, judging by the size of it, very likely going to be salt water or seawater, which we won't be able to use to irrigate any crops. So hopefully these little pools inland here are going to be fresh water. I forgot that I was holding my torch. Tried to scroll away. Doesn't matter when it's in your offhand. Let's go get some wood. Make ourselves some things that we need. I really need to make a raft. Now, I know it's usually better to break all of the leaves, but I'm just going to see how many seeds and sticks I get from this one tree with the leaf mod on. Not the leaf mod. Seed mod. That's it. That's the words. Okay, so we had 3 pine cones before. We got 2 from that. I got a few sticks. It's not terrible. Could be better. Maybe I should break them. Get myself a good old supply of sticks, because even into the end game, sticks are... well, sticks are a constant. You pretty much always need sticks. I don't think there ever really comes a time where sticks stop being useful. While I'm out here, let's make ourselves a little door. So that way when we get home, we can just slap that right on there immediately. Oh! Yeah, that was almost another death down a hole. Let's try to never do that again. That's a very tall tree. I don't want to cut that down yet. I don't have ladders, and I can't check if there's going to be resin up top. Let's just not play around the big hole. It's a dangerous time. Let's go far from the hole into the swamplands here. It's a very swampy area. What do we got? We got some more flint. That's always useful. Conglomerate stones. Those will be useful later when we need an abundance of cobble. But for the moment, I think I'm okay. Mainly just kind of want some sticks, which I guess I can just get from here. There we go. Let's go check out this tree here. See if we've got any pine. We've got some resin. Oh, okay. I'm not going to need this right this moment, but at the very least, I'm going to mark this. Okay. Is that... okay, that's just all conglomerate? Well, no way. Just coming out of the side. No, no, no. No, hold up. Did that generate coming through the wall? Don't jump backwards. Flashbacks of the hole. Is that... Guys, are you seeing this? Are you serious right now? No. I'm speechless. Okay. Where is this? Okay, well, there's the mountain. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. No. Okay, so... I don't know what sylvite is. But, I've never come across sylvite before. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is the first time I've ever come across halite rock in-game. No way. So, halite is the scientific name for salt. So, we just literally stumbled upon an exposed salt mine, basically. This is... You know what? Last night's terrible night makes up for this, in all honesty. Or vice versa. This makes up for everything that went on last night. Like, this honestly, I don't know why I'm holding this unlit torch, but this is an amazing start. I'm going to look up what sylvite is. What is sylvite? Potash. Okay. So that can be good for potassium. That could be good. That could be pretty good. All right, and so with salt, we're going to be able to cure meat, pickle vegetables. We're going to just get a lot more longevity out of food. So this is setting us up for being, you know, the pickle kings. Okay. Okay, we got some little... Is that splethum? Or spellum? I don't know any geologists out there. Please don't decapitate me for not knowing. I can't remember what those are called. Splenum or something? It starts with an S. It's the things that turn into stalagmites and stalactites, right? Okay. Well, after that, it's just right there. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that's beautiful. When we get a pickaxe, we're coming back and we're going to have salt for the rest of our lives. I don't think we're ever going to run through that. Where on this tree could another resin be? I don't want to accidentally cut it down and lose any of that, but I've got that marked as a resin tree. We'll come back when we've got some ladders and such. I think we might want some more inventory space. So let's just get rid of spider webs. Birch seeds. We're not going to need those birch seeds right now. Gonna grab ourselves a few more cattails. Gonna make a basket. Not like the little hand baskets we've got, but like a little reed chest. After my snack. Gave a couple more tails of the cats. A cat tail. Oh. Build a raft when I'm good and ready. I got 11 pine seeds, so I'm gonna start planting some pine trees over here. Now, I'd much rather cut down trees on this side of the water, because over there where trees are naturally growing, that means that could potentially be wolf territory. Especially over there in the little gravel desert. But if I were to plant trees over here where they aren't growing naturally, it shouldn't show up as a forest. Over there is, by the looks of it, an exceedingly dense forest. But over here should be fairly safe, and planting trees shouldn't bring the doggos. So they won't eat my meat. By my meat, I mean like my meat. Okay, now I just need to safely get back without falling into any more pits. And, oh, flint. Okay, almost home. I should probably mark where home is. I'm realizing now I've made it out of grass and dirt. There we go. And we're just gonna pop our door on there. Well, would you look at that? We got ourselves a nice little home. Safe, secure, not protected from the elements, but we don't have to worry about that till winter. We're just gonna carve these up here and make ourselves a little old bed. I didn't need wood for a bed. I'm a fool. There we go. Okay. How do we make a chest? Just in a circle. Alright. I don't have enough. I don't like this little crevasse. I think terraforming is one of the first things we're going to have to do. Because this whole danger lurking around every little hill... Why there, Pete? Is not a safe thing to have to deal with on a daily basis. Now, if my math is correct, a circle of 3 cattails each is going to be 24 in total. So, I was close. Almost had enough. But now, we should be able to just slap these all around, and boom. 8 storage slot chest. Now, I'm going to collect a few more reeds here, and spruce up the house a little bit. By placing down like 2 or 3 chests. So, I'll get back to you then. You saw nothing. We're gonna need to put a neon sign on this thing. I'm going to die so many more times. You can see where the random dirt blocks were placed as I was panic pillaring back up. Oh. Oh, I hate pits. They're just the pits. There we go. We got a little bit of decoration. We're cozying up. We're making it feel like home. I got myself a little bit of meat from a nondescript location. Between the episodes, I did a little bit of clay forming. I went out and fought a few animals. Didn't go so well. I learned I'm terrible at hunting, but we got a little bit of meat, not enough to sustain ourselves, and I found a few copper nuggets while I was traveling around. Not too many, not enough for a first pickaxe, but we're going to rectify that today. So our main focus today is going to be food and copper. Food has proven to be a little bit of a challenge. There were fish in these little ponds here. I swear I saw them during the first episode, but all of the ponds around here, the fish seem to have disappeared. So a quick, easy source of a little bit of protein there does not seem to be viable. And now I'm contemplating if I just saw stones and thought they were fish. But in any case, what I'm going to do, I'm thinking, if we head over to where this shale is here, I believe that's shale. Ooh, there's a trader there too. We got a little bit of bauxite there. If we head over that way, because between episodes, I went and I searched around here, these kinds of areas, found a couple bits of copper. That's where I got these 16 nuggets. Lot of lead. A lot of points of lead, and that's that meteoric iron from the first spot. I can't believe I can't say meteoric. There we go. Second time's the charm. Found a little bit of brown coal there, a little bit of resin out in the kind of swampy area near... I did not mark where the salt is, but we will find that again. We remember where that is. It's near the pine. A little bit of resin over here, and way out to the west, there's bees. So we're going to go get those bees later on when we're ready for it. I did also make a tiny little farm. It's nothing fancy, nothing special. We've got a little bit of onion that I found when I was traveling around, a little bit of flax, and a bit of spelt. I have since found more spelt and more flax, so this is not going to be big enough. I was just mainly using this as a way to hopefully, that's a rock, hopefully lure in some rabbits. I hope we get some rabbits. Anyway, we're going to head off over yonder that way and go see if we can find ourselves enough copper. And I've crafted myself a couple spears, so if we find any deer or anything along the way, we'll take a look at another crack at hunting. My aim is absolutely horrendous, but hey, you know, miracles can happen. The majestic bauxite cliffs. I'm singing the song of my people now. Food's gonna be necessary. Alright. Red currants. Keep the screaming at bay for another minute. Probably those chickens that keep spawning near the house. I might have to build a pen for them. Start collecting some egg. Oh, geez, that could have been dangerous. Start looking for a little bit of copper and hopefully find more berry bushes to keep us from screaming the entire time. The first time I ever played Vintage Story, I don't think I ever crafted a single thing out of flint itself. I spawned in like a peridotite, or peridotite, however you say it. Spawned in an area just full of that. Used that for, hey, we got copper. And I used peridotite for everything. Stone related anyway, all the tools and everything. So I never actually knew that flint was used for much of anything for quite a while. Alright, so we got, what's that? Medium quality, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, there's more there. Nice that it's exposed so I can at least get an idea of exactly where it is, not have to dig. But that is not quite as much as we want. So the reason we want 40 in total is because with 20, sure, we can make a pickaxe. And with 20, yes, we could also make a hammer. Without both, neither is all that useful. To an extent. Because we need the pickaxe to be able to actually gather the copper from the ore veins underground. But we need the hammer to break apart the chunks that we're going to get from those ore veins. And without doing that, we cannot access all that copper. So anything we mine up is useless. And then we end up with a bunch of copper we can't use and a broken pickaxe. And then we have to go look for surface copper once again. Let's take a look at this little trader here. Oh, this is nice. Oh, are there two of them here? This is a lot of trading posts for one person. Hello, Olivia. All right, what do you got? You got clothes. That's good. I'm probably going to be coming back to you at some point because I've got some very specific ideas for what I want to be wearing. I believe some of them can only be purchased from clothing traders. Do we have anyone else in another cart, or is this all... Uh-oh. I stole your cooking pot. I'm so sorry. You have rotten food in there. I might pilfer your firewood at some point. Yeah, I know. That's kind of a rude thing to do. Do you have anything in your chests? Probably not, but at least you are a free-to-use storage spot. It's a nice little place. Weird that I could pick up your cooking pot. I'm sorry about that. Actually, you know what? Let's mark you. Oh, Oliver. My bad. I thought you were Olivia. We're going to need color schemes here for the different traders. I think
For clothing, since I deal with a lot of linen, maybe a tan color? Yeah. We'll probably do something luxurious like purple for a luxuries trader. And survival goods, maybe a red, because, I don't know, you need blood to survive. We'll play it by ear as we find different traders. Excuse me, goat. Excuse me, goat. Are you... There we go. No. No, I'm sorry. Please, get back. Get back. I done diddly goofed. I came from the wrong approach. Gravel is noisy. I don't know if that has any bearing on stealth. It might. Get over here, goat. Come on. Quit running. Quit running. Yeah, come up the hill. Come up the hill. And... oh, man. I'm hesitant. Last time I threw my spear into the bushes, I never found it again. Goat. 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 Dang, nabbit. You see nothing? This is much easier. 6 meat. Horns. Okay. Okay. Now I wonder if I can just get you to stay there. Run to the corner. Die. I need your tasty schmeats. I'm sorry. Oh, 13. I got 13 meat. Let's cut down a little bit of firewood here. Let's get ourselves. Let's no. Idea. Let's go back to Olivia. She's got a cooking pot. But first, what's this? Brown coal. My methods of hunting might be unconventional, but dagnabbit, they work. I don't have any bowl with me. This could be a problem. You wouldn't happen to have a bowl, would you? Okay, well, the fact that you're turning away from me tells me no. For some reason, I can't just eat out of the pot like a gremlin, so let's go back home, soak our food as we swim. But somehow that doesn't make any difference. Is that seeds I see? Is that spelt or is that dwarf fuzz? That's dwarf fuzz. I played myself. Alright. Belly is full. Legs are sore. We still need more copper, so let's drop off some things and get right back out there. Also, I picked some of this up. I found a couple ruins while I was down south. What is this? Parsnips. They're halfway grown. There's a chance I could get a seed from them. Hey, risk it for the biscuit. A single seed. You know? That'll do. Some rye. Alright. Okay, this is turning out to be pretty profitable for seeds anyway. Not too bad. Not too bad. We might be able to get a good harvest of flax in before the winter. Now, there are a lot of trees here. I do have the noisy bears mod, but that doesn't stop the fear that a sneaky little bear is just gonna creep up on behind me. Ooh. More flax, alright. Can't say no to flax. Okay, I think I'm gonna scour this gravelly area because that's going to be a lot better
for actually being able to see the little coppery glint. A lot more open, a lot less shrubbery, so I can inspect the rocks from afar a little bit easier. Not going to be obscured by bushes. See? We found copper. Here we go. Oh, 32. Alright, we're getting close. 8 more copper bits and we should be in business. And we've found a decent number of veins just with small amounts of surface copper. So once we have a pickaxe and a hammer, we should be swimming in copper. Hey, look at that, more copper. Uh-oh, I hear a ghoulie boy. Hopefully that's just in a cave and not out here on the surface. We don't want no ghoulie boys on the surface. You can just drift right on back to the hell with which you spawned. Now it is getting dark, but as long as I don't jump in the water with my torch, I should be fine. Didn't bring my fire starter with me, so I can't relight it super easily, but it's only a medium night, so I am not all that concerned. It's not like that, what was that, very heavy temporal rift activity night on our first night. Not good. Not fun. Plus, we're not trying to sit still. We're sprinting around looking for copper. Trying to find ourselves a good little supply of copper there, eh? Gonna steal ourselves some electrical wiring down by the shipyard. Ooh. More brown coal. Now, I would start... You know what? I will start picking up this brown coal. I was hesitant because I've only got the one inventory slot left, but I think at this point all I really need is copper, and that's about it. What temperature does that burn at? 1100. And then copper burns at 1084. Brown coal is A-okay. Oh, we got the drifty boys. Oh, we got a lot of drifty boys. Okay. Sayonara, chums. Not gonna stick around here and have you pelt me with rocks, see? Just a crumb of copper. Please. Earth, ground, can you spare a crumb of copper? This was a decent supply of food from 2 goats, in all honesty. 3 big old meals of some real filling meat stew. Oh, that's a hole. Ugh. I think my my proficient hunting method appears to be, I guess, axe murder. You know, out of context, that actually sounds pretty bad. Now, I don't know what it is. A lot of these new ruins, they don't seem to be as plentiful or predictable. I don't know if there's new rules about the ground here, because usually once you hit stone, that was kind of it in the previous ruins anyway. Or if you hit stone ground and there was no more dirt that you could just dig it out by hand, there was pretty much no point in pursuing it because there was nothing else below that. Whether that's the case or not still, I'm not entirely certain. I haven't looked that up. Whoop. Hello, Oliver. I have returned. But only for the briefest moments. Checking your shoreline for more copper. Oh, no, no. Oh, goat man. Alright, this is goat territory. I'm gonna come back here when I need to kill a whole bunch of goats. I should probably look up, with all the new animals, I'm not entirely familiar if any of them are domesticatable. Can we get goats? Goat's milk? And goat meat? Or are goat and deer just going to be wild animals that we can only hunt? I'd imagine deer would be, because I believe elk and moose are just variants of deer, and, well, despite what we'll tell you here in the great state of Canada, moose are a danger to society, and they're not really something you want to be damning or feeding there, eh, bud? You can certainly try, but you're probably gonna lose a finger or two. One last little bit of copper. Come on, just a tinge. Just a whiff. I'm only gonna need 6 more little chicken nuggies. I just need a 6-pack of nuggets. Is there a McDonald's nearby? I'd like a 6-pack of nuggets. Ooh, that could have been a bit of a dangerous fall. Oh, I hear rocks being pelted. I see a dead end. Hey, this is where I killed goats. I'm not gonna die in a place where I've committed murder. You know, at least we're getting some seeds. That is still progress. Still going to be helpful. Very useful in the long run for getting our farms up and running. So I can't be too mad. I mean, the hunt for copper, sure, it's, you know, it's playing us for fools right here near the end when we only need a few more pieces, but the other resources that we're finding along the way are going to be invaluable going forward. So I don't believe I ever came over here. To be honest, I should have checked the map a little bit more often. I almost guarantee, because I didn't look over here, there's going to be copper. Or now, because I've said that, maybe there won't be. Well, I'm glad there is an abundance of lead in the world. We've also got some black coal here, and that's going to be good. What should I guess just mark that same? Yeah. Well, I'll come back for that when I need it, because I don't have the room. This might be a meteor impact site. Weird little cross shape. I'm afraid if I touch any of it, it's going to sink in. There might be something below there. Let's mark it for now. Strange cross indent. When we don't have so much stuff on us, we can come back and take a look at what's possibly down there. It could be nothing. Probably nothing. But it's weird enough of a shape to warrant a little bit of investigation at some point. Copper. Ah, a single piece. Alright, well, at least there is a tiny bit here. Where there's one, is there going to be more? Don't tell me there's a single tiny little piece of copper on the surface on this entire little island. That's all there is. I feel robbed, cheated. Never before in my life have I ever felt so insulted. We're in that torturous middle stage right now where copper is so precious until we get 5 more nuggets, and then it'll never be precious again, even in the slightest. Oh, we're saved. Okay. Right near the other... Oh my god, I knew it. I must have run past one. Oh, here we go. Happy day. Please be enough. I think there's enough nuggets that we can't possibly not have enough. 47. Excellent. Okay, so there must be a string of veins here. Whether these are separate veins or just one long one, I don't know, but coming back here, we're gonna have enough copper once we start digging it out. Oh boy. So you never put it past me to overlook the obvious. 2 veins of copper, and there was a third one with a whole bunch of nuggets just right there. Right in front of me the whole time, effectively. Oliver, can you believe this? Oliver, I'm an idiot. Can you believe it? Don't you laugh at me? We've got our surface copper in hand. Let's head on back home, start smelting it up and pour it into molds. And I'm just realizing I don't think I made a hammer mold. So we'll do that. Hello, raccoon. Thank you for walking into my boiling pool. I don't have any room. We're going to need more storage. Hopefully, my storage vessel is done. It is! Ha ha ha. Okay, you know what? This meat's not going to last very long. So, let's take one of these onions and let's just make ourselves a tiny little meal of, you know, meat and onions. Why not? We've got a lot of flax. While we were out, we got ourselves up to 20 flax seeds, 10 rye, 8 spelt, and a single parsnip and turnip. Not terrible. The flax is going to be really good. The single seed of turnips and parsnips, that's going to take us a couple crops to build that up, unless we can find more. Alright, let's grab our clay. We're also going to need a crucible. We may as well make 4. We'll eventually need them when we're mixing together multiple batches of things at some point in the future. There we go. And we'll just pop these little guys in there. There we go. Now we just need to let those burn down. I think while we're waiting for that, now might be a decent time to deal with some of this bony soil. Although we don't have much storage. We've got 1 slot there, but this one, that's food. Let's just keep that with us. Let's see, closest body of water, right over here. Well within distance to get back to our house in case anything bad happens. So, let's just plop down. There we go. I'm hoping we can get at least a few candles, maybe, I don't know, at least 1 or 2. And that's going to get us a little bit more progress towards eventually better light sources. Although I suppose we could make a little oil lamp right now so we wouldn't have to worry about our torch going out in the water. That's going to be a choice to make pretty soon. Getting a lot of bones from this bony soil. Ooh, rough emerald. Low potential, but hey. We got gems. Okay, nothing super exciting. We got ourselves 7 bones, 3 flax fibers. Those are always going to be useful. 4 copper arrowheads. We'll probably need to make a bow for those to be useful, but we could make some arrows out of those. And a rough emerald. So, you know, could have been better. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse, actually. Could have gotten nothing. Now, it wouldn't have been too good. Let's try making some arrows here. Alright, we got 4 copper arrows. 15% chance of breaking if we successfully hit, which means with our aim, they're never going to break. I think for this pine, we're not really going to need it for much else. Firewood's going to be the most useful thing that we could have with it. So let's just get ourselves a nice little pile of firewood right here. Just hide our storage a little bit for some reason. Now, it's not doing a whole lot, the storage vessel, when it's up on the ground here. You can see it's only doing like 0.6 times degradation for vegetables, 0.4 for grain, roughly 0.8 for anything else, which would be like meat or fully cooked meals. So it's not too crazy. We got 44 days for that onion in there, 26 in our inventory, so that's getting us a decent extra bit. But if this were down in a cellar, we'd be getting a lot better, because we'd be getting a cellar bonus. Up in the corner here, we'd have like a little pickle jar, I think it is, for the root cellar. And then if we were in a home, which if our door here was actually a door that sealed us in and not just loose sticks that lets the wind in, we'd have a little house there, which then gives us a little bit better bonus, I guess, for comfort. In essence, it'll help warm us up a little bit. Don't have to worry about that right now. But yeah, heat was retained in a home, so we'd heat up a little bit quicker. We are not at 120 hunger rate, which if we step outside, is that really just... Today I learned that I have misinterpreted the 20% hunger penalty. It's just when you have something in your offhand, has nothing to do with being outside. Good to know. You learn something new every day. Well, I say we sleep through the night, wait for our pits to finish firing, and then we can smelt ourselves some wonderful, wonderful copper. Alright. A nice, wet, rainy morning, as I'm sure many will be here since it rains almost all the time. Our pit kilns are still firing, but let's go check on that tiny little farm that we put together before the episode. Okay, things are coming along. Here's the beautiful thing about it raining all the time. Our crops are at 100% moisture, so they're growing at the maximum rate for the medium fertility soil that we've got here. The onions, I believe they take a little bit longer. I put the seeds away, so I don't actually know. Our spelt is on average at about stage 2. Onions are still at 1, and then the flax is sitting at 2. So we're getting there. It's going to be a little bit before we can actually eat any of this or benefit from the fruits of our very minuscule amount of labor. Oh, it's ready. Ah, okay. Everyone stay calm. Stay calm. There we go. We'll keep them outside. It'll actually, the rain should help to cool them faster once we put them in the molds. And we just gotta wait for these crucibles, which should only be maybe another minute or two. I command thee by the old gods and the new to burn faster. Faster than you've ever burned before, little pit kiln. Burn like the wind in a fire tornado, 'cause that's when wind burns. Come on, I believe in you. You can do it. I could be doing other things. Instead, I'm sitting here getting my cheeks moist. All of them. Every single cheek. Wet with rain. Can you believe this? I can't believe it's not butter. But it's a pit kiln. It's done. Come here, little crucibles. We're going to turn you into something beautiful. That's the wrong slot. There we go. And we're just gonna pop you there, and I suppose you two can just sit there. We're gonna have to do something at some point with these. Maybe a little shelf or something. I don't know. Get them up off the floor. So, let's pop our... well, everything except for 7 of these. Up 40 in there. 200 units of copper. Alright, so... a couple pieces of firewood just to get it up to temp first. Alright, where did I put my coal? There it is. Our first copper smelting of the entire world. Let's see, these go up to 700. Probably one more will get us up to temp, and then we can start using the coal. Going to feed this sparingly, because I don't want to use more coal than I have to until we start getting a whole lot of it. It seems like there's a lot of brown coal veins around. In that one black coal vein that we found down on the shale coasts there. I guess up, it's north. But until we have to start using that quite a bit, I just want to be a little conservative with it. Waste not, want not, and all that. Before I forget, while we're waiting for that to get up to temperature, we're going to want to make tongs. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like it's 6 sticks and a rope. And for a rope, we're going to need, well, 6 cattails, I think. So, 6 sticks. And let's go gather some cattails while that's heating up. There we go. We've got every blacksmith's best friend, a set of tongs here that are totally durable enough to not catch fire with the hot temperatures that we're using. Wood doesn't burn. We saved that last coal. Alright. Pop those tongs in our offhand. We've got some molten copper here. Alright. The first cast. A glorious time. It's a wonderful day in the great state of Canada, and therefore the world. Do we have enough to make a bow to make use of our arrows? So we're gonna need... we have 2, and we have enough flax fibers to make more. Okay. Here we go. A simple bow. Okay. We can keep these arrows just anywhere in our inventory. It should just pull from them automatically. Are these... these are still soft. They're cooling at a semi-decent pace. I think the rain helps. I don't know for sure. You know what? They're not cool, but they're cool enough. Let's do this. Okay. Just kidding. let's grab our tongs. No, not firewood. Tongs. Let's make ourselves our first copper tools. Got ourselves a pickaxe and a hammer. And there we have it. We've got ourselves our first set of copper tools. We're gonna be able to go get so much more copper now. It's going to be great. We're going to have metal tools. We're going to be able to start industry, do things, stuff, have fun, libations. Libations one day with copper, making steels, but that's very far away. We're going to need solder and all that stuff, so that's far later. I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. We have a lot on the docket on this very rainy morning. First off, we're going to make a much larger farm than the tiny little one that we have, because the moat around it has not captured a single little animal. That, and we're going to need far more than this paltry amount of crop. That, and I'm not a huge fan of how close the farm is to my death pit. So right over near the coast here, we have a nice, decently sized body of water, and I'm thinking this would make a prime spot. Bear. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. A prime bear spot, apparently. I thought that was going to be a great spot for a farm. Nope. I don't like that. If we want to build our farm, we're going to have to take care of that bear. Which means I'm going to have to learn how to kill properly. Alright, bear. I don't like you, and you don't like me. Coward. Don't you run from me, bear. Fight me like a man. Oh, your hitbox doesn't raise when you're standing? Come on. Hey, bear. Oh, we got him. We got him. First normal hunting kill. I didn't have to resort to axing. Oh, it's only bushmeat, but we got some hides, which means we can probably start making some things here. All right. Area is secured. Now we can begin plotting out the farm. So first, I am going to fill in the bottom layer of this, just to give ourselves a nice little starting point, and I will not have enough low fertility soil, so I'm just going to use as much as I can. We're going to need more dirt in the end, but that's okay. Alright, with level ground secure, let's figure out our placement for water. So we're going to want a pattern. Let's get the land around here flattened down a little bit, just to clear it out, and also give us dirt to, fill in the farmland. Always make sure to stop to take a lunch break. Tastes like my pockets. There we go. We've cleared out the land, and we got ourselves some change in dirt stacks. So the pattern we're going to be going for is every 2 blocks effectively having a water source. So we'll kind of end up with rows like so, going all the way across. Now this way we will have 8 blocks surrounding water, so every single piece of farmland will be adjacent to a water source, so I guess that doesn't matter too much here where it rains pretty much all the time, especially on this very stormy coastline where there's always a little bit of a crackle of lightning, it seems. But in case there's ever a drought, or I don't even know if that happens, but in case we ever get not a lot of rainfall, we will have these water sources right here to keep our crops at least at 75% hydration. So I'm going to go ahead and fill in the rest of this. We are 1 dirt shy. We're 1 dirt shy. You've been chosen as the next contestant on The Price is Right. Come on down and sit right there. That was the wrong spot. And so, with this, I was hoping to have this other water source right here, but hey, you know, sometimes you done goof. Now, we don't have a perfectly even amount of farmland here, and that's totally okay. It's going to give it a bit more organic shape anyway. Let's start tilling ground here just to see what happens. All right, we got through a little bit. Let's go take a bit of a nap. as we nap a couple more hoes. Boy, we sure do have a whole lot of work ahead of us. Okay, 5 a.m. Let's get on back to hoeing. Or back to tilling. Now, this might be slightly more farmland than we have seeds for currently. And by might, I mean I am 90% sure it is. But the nice thing is, any of the little bits of farmland that we leave to go fallow, or unplanted, they're going to grow things like, well, grass of course, but also horsetail. So we won't have to venture out into the forest over there to go get some to make healing poultices and other things like that. I might have mathed it out right for the amount of hose I was going to need. Huh. So look at that. I can count. Now, the surrounding land right here, that's right up against it, the fences are going to be going around the crops. So, I'm going to want to push this little shelf back. Ooh, I'm going to have to be careful of where I put those birch seeds. I don't want to break that. Kind of leave them right on the edge. That'll help me see where to push back to. I want at least a couple block of gap, just so that when I put fences around, things can't just come up to the edge of this and walk right over the fence into the farm. There we go. That little jut out is okay. And let's just round off this corner a little bit. That's good enough for now. I'll probably end up flattening out most, if not all of this, just to have a little bit more visibility over the ridge. But for now, let's go cut down some trees and make ourselves a few fences. Alright, so we've got our fences, we've got a couple of gates, so let's start fencing this off. Make it nice and safe from all the little critters who want to eat our grain and our crops of any kind. This'll keep them rabbits out. Now, for our gate placement, I'm thinking actually right around here might be a good spot. I'm thinking a farmhouse right along here. Actually, maybe just connected in somewhere here. Built the house in kind of an L shape. And this will probably end up also doubling as our starter home. By starter home, I mean actual home, not the little dirt dugout that we have over there. And probably out here, access to the trees, will have another gate. Probably right about there. And I think about there, probably, for our gate in. Hey, whoa, accidental good math again. We've got 2 gates left, or 2 fence posts left, so why don't we do something like that. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but at least that marks out our entrance. Only thing left here is to go grab our seeds and get to planting. So normally with crops, we'd want to worry about our nutrient requirements on here. We've got 3 crops that require nitrogen, 1 for phosphorus and the other for potassium. Yeah, one day we'll worry about it. This is... I don't think we're going to have to worry about rotation very much. We'll have the room. There we go. A very small percentage of our farm now has some actual crops in there. All that's left is to wait for them to grow, and with all this rain, we don't even have to worry about a watering can, because these are probably going to sit at 100%, and these water pools are probably redundant. So now that we've got a few crops planted, I think the next step is not getting copper, actually. We can do that pretty soon.
But I think getting some of the cobblestone from the ruins that are nearby and building a little bit of a foundation for the farmhouse, that could be good. That could be a good start to getting us out of a little dirt hovel and into something that actually looks like a home.
Especially since I can make a chisel soon. Get that in there, make a chisel, start getting the walls all pretty fancy.
I'm so weird. It's funny. It's always raining right there, and yet here it's always sunny. Don't play the clip. Don't play the clip. That's copyrighted. See, cobblestone, you can just break with your hands. So we don't even need to waste durability on our pickaxe.
Hi everybody, Editing Solstin here. I've got an idea for a fun little segment we can do during times like this where we're going off and gathering a whole slew of resources and not a lot of actions going on. I call it Sol Says What. If there's a line or a miniature monologue that you want to hear me say in a particular character impression or just some kind of voice, pop it down in the comments section below with the hashtag SolSaysWhat. Here's a few samples just to get some ideas going.
Hello there, Piglet. Oh, I could go for a bit of honey.
Kakarot, I said I wanted to fight you, not play duel monsters or whatever this is. What even are these cards?
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
You know, they say it's pretty difficult being a puppet, but the guy with the hand inside of me is doing all the work.
And then we bought Marvel and Star Wars. Did you know we own National Geographic?
Stay a while and the Archangel That's quite a treasure there you've got in that... Diablo, the Lord... Oh, no one ever wants to listen.
There's a few ideas for you, so... If you want to hear anything like that, of course I do reserve the right to pick and choose depending on what's appropriate, so keep it appropriate. So if this sounds like an interesting little segment idea, let me know in the comment section below, and if there is something you want me to say in a voice, hey, hashtag SolSaysWhat. Now let's get back to picking up rocks.
Let's go make it morning, and we'll come back when it's a little bit safer. This medium night might not go so well for us if history is to be learned from. Okay, time to start the day. I think some of these extra bowls, I'm gonna make a couple of oil lamps. Just to put around the edges of our new fenced-off farmland. Have a little bit of jerky breakfast here. It's barely satisfying. Yeah. There we go. Just to light up the entrance there and give us a little bit more visibility on it when we're coming in, you know, on an evening where we've stayed out a little too late and we're wanting to get back home. I have a tiny little beacon of light. The light isn't going to be enough to, say, stop drifters or anything like that. We've already got horsetail growing, haha. But for now, let's head back out. I've cleared my inventory. We've got a little bit of jerky, and I saw a couple berry bushes that I didn't harvest. Let's collect the rest of the cobble from those ruins and see if there's any other vessels we've missed. Aged polished rock. Oh, happy day. Alright, yeah, we're taking this. This is going to be nice for, I don't know, mudroom, doorway, fire pit? And we got some bony soil here too. This is great. It'll give us a little bit more texture variation. Ooh. Got some aged bricks, which they're now calling ashlar blocks. I guess that might be a type of stone brick. Anyone familiar with that? Sound off. You know what, I'm taking this. I'm taking this metal barrel. Yeah, I'll take some wet, dirty gravel, alright. This is no longer reserved for just the Resonance Archive. We can have our very own wet, dirty gravel. Just listen to that crunch. I think we've collected quite a bit. We've got a metal barrel, a stack, and then however much conglomerate cobble we've got back at the house. A couple of aged ashlar blocks. We can use those probably for door frame accents? I don't know, something where we need two of them. Few stairs. and 6 aged polish conglomerate rocks, as well as a little bit of gravel and a couple different variants of wet, dirty gravel. There's stony, cracked, and plain. Decent haul. Not much in the way of other useful things apart from the building materials. Got a little bit of grass from the forage vessel, but that's about it. It actually stopped raining for once. As I see rain clouds coming in on the horizon. Okay. There we go. I have a nice little old barrel right here. Kind of cracked. Not in the best of shape. Maybe it was once used for holding something, fertilizer or whatnot, but keep that there. Get it out of our inventory. Make it a nice little decorative piece. Alright. Shall we build a home? So, I'm thinking for the house, we're going to want to keep it away from this fence a little bit, unless we build the fence into the actual house structure itself. Might not be the worst idea. The main thing is if we were to move these fences, like remove these ones and just attach it to have a bit of a backyard before the farm, that might not be the best idea. We'll probably want to keep the fence here, maybe just add additional fencing to connect into the house. Because, especially if there's any grass here, which for a backyard there probably would be, that's going to leave it open for spawning, you know, rabbits, chickens, anything that might come from the grass to eat our cultivated grasses. Unless anything's changed, as far as I'm aware, the grass there growing on the farmland should be okay. I don't think a fallow field is going to spawn any animals. If it's on grass, that's where it's a problem. So let's just set the house back a couple blocks here. So let's give a 2-block gap. And we're going to raise the whole thing up just a little bit, just so that it has, you know, a built foundation rather than being sunken into the ground. We're going to be able to build a root cellar in here, so that's where we'll get to digging down. There we go. We have a decent footprint for a little home. I'm thinking we'll have a bit of a covered area here just to, say, house, I don't know, firewood or supplies, any sort of outdoor activities. We'll extend the fence here to meet up with the wall, just to have a separate fenced-in backyard. Same with, we'll have a fence go there, and then these 2 blocks here will fill with something, probably like barrels or buckets once we can do those. Maybe chests. I don't know. Some kind of storage or decor. We will have to be careful, however. I'm realizing this is probably a bad idea to have here right now, because it will add elevation and allow something to jump up onto it and over into the field. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a staircase there. So this will really just be a little side bit here. You're right where I want to put, like, the side exit, man. Why you gotta do this? Well, you're not gonna stop me. I'm gonna put the exit here. Why not? Now, I think for this house we should probably fill in the floor with stone. That feels the most appropriate for, I mean, the base floor of a house. Although, the first segment of wall is kind of more important to be stone. We can always make, say, packed dirt or something for the floor, and that'll be just fine. Okay, I actually want to make this slightly larger because I want to incorporate a kitchen design that I've got. Can you not be here? Yeah, I gotta push this wall back, which means those trees are gonna be growing inside, which means I might just have them for sapling decoration. Haha. That wall into there. There we go. Then we'll have kind of the main entryway in here. The kitchen. And a little tiny bedroom, perhaps. We'll just put a little partition wall. The kitchen is going to be the largest portion of the inside of the house, and we'll have a little staircase down to a cellar. I might actually have a staircase that goes down to the cellar and up to a second floor for a bedroom. Yeah, I feel like this farmhouse could have a second floor, at least over maybe part of it. Yeah. For now, I'm just going to fill this with some packed dirt, just so we have a floor to stand on. And that's okay that we don't have quite enough yet. We'll figure that out. The floor likely won't stay as packed dirt, but it's here in the meantime. So I want to have a nice window right here. So whatever awning is covering it, a lot of the stuff that we're going to be putting here shouldn't block that window there. Uh-oh, I'm hungry again. As I was saying, I want a nice little bay window right kind of up here in these 3 blocks. So let's get our walls in place to at least frame that out. And that will be our view when we look out from our kitchen. We're going to have some countertops here, probably a stove here with a couple of cook pots. I have an idea. I'm going to need a chisel for most of the ideas I have for this kitchen area, but I think it's going to look pretty nice. In all likelihood, with how little food I have and how much I need to go forage to get more seeds to fill our farmland and also more crops to fill my belly, this will likely be a multiple episode type of endeavor, especially with all the chiseling work and some of the variety of materials I'm going to want. If there's one thing that's true, it's that beauty has a cost. The cost is time and effort, and sometimes beauty. Ironic. Now, in all likelihood, I'm going to probably take the pickaxe and grab some of the dry stone, just so I can texture up the walls a little bit, make it less samey. For some of the rooms, I may end up chiseling in different textures for the interior walls. I haven't quite decided if 100% yet, but we'll do something. We'll make it look nice. And we'll just finish off the floor here to whatever extent we can. 2 blocks shy, huh? I know how to fix that. So the walls are starting to take shape. You can kind of see the frame and the idea of the house. The kitchen is going to be the predominant feature on the main floor. Basically, this entire area in here is going to be the kitchen. We'll have our little foyer area and just a small, mostly hallway that will lead to the stairs going up and down. Very likely I'll have the stairs here, kind of ascend, and then you come around here, and this will be down to the basement. Other than that, it's pretty much just getting materials, and it'll start to take shape over time. Figure out something here. I do want a chicken coop, so I may set up a couple of traps for chickens, and then we might go out on a hunt.
Sunken beneath the shimmering waves of an idyllic lake, this once prosperous town now lays forgotten. Eroded by the passing of ages, all that remains are sparse reminders of memories long past. Today, we explore the shallow depths of Atlantis.
Hey everybody, how's it going? You just caught me in the middle of a casual swim in some ruins. We have made our way a decent bit down south. So our home and our farm that we started last episode is right over here. And we came all the way down here. I spotted some ruins on the map, so went and checked them out. Grabbed ourselves a little bit more conglomerate cobblestone. And then saw something weird off in the distance. Came down here, and we've got something. It looks almost like there was, I don't know, a tree growing out of this building, or maybe some of it's petrified and turned to stone. I'm not too sure exactly what's gone on here. But there's ancient wood, or aged wood, so I'll take it. We've also got a little vessel down there, and my inventory is getting a little full, but we'll figure it out.
After plundering the sunken ruins and gathering up as many resources as I could carry, I made my way back home, marking another small ruin on the way back. Upon returning home, I expanded the footprint of our little farmhouse a bit to allow room for a small dining area beside a recessed alcove for our future staircase. While building up the walls and putting in some framing, however, we were rudely interrupted by an incoming temporal storm, which we promptly slept through. After preparing a hearty breakfast of porridge with cranberries and going on a weird little tangent.
When was the last time you had a cranberry? When was the last time a cranberry had you?
Yeah, I don't know either. Anyway, I set out to gather a couple more types of tree seeds to expand our wood color options, along with more building material blocks from the surrounding ruins. Storage was becoming an ever-pressing issue, so after another trip back home, I began preparing the things we would need for fully getting into the Copper Age. For all of the materials we're going to need for decoration, we'll need a chest. Well, several, really. With our molds firing, the journey to the mines began, only to promptly fall down a hole. It was a strange blessing in disguise, however, as mere steps into this subterranean cavern laid something that would come in handy in the weeks to come. A lava source. I'll need basalt for some of the chiseling plans I have, and with a lava source this close to home, setting up a basalt making facility to have a readily available source couldn't be more welcome. After marking the location on the map, I was once again on my way. One quick mining expedition later, our first haul of copper was acquired. Not a little, not a lot, but just the right amount for our currently meager storage capacity. Checking out a shallow-looking cavern on the way back, I discovered what appeared to be the ruins of a children's bedroom. Inside were some clothes, a crate with a small amount of poor hematite chunks, and a couple other odds and ends.
Completely useless, only decorative. I just like the way they look.
I mined out the tin deposit we'd found during our first harrowing night and set out to work casting some copper tools and skipping a copper anvil entirely in favor of tin bronze. We won't have to upgrade this baby until we get to steel. And that brings us to today.
Once this pit kiln is finished firing, we're going to have ourselves a couple of ingot molds. We can fill those guys with copper, maybe tin bronze. We still have a little bit left over after the anvil. And we're going to make our very first saw. Then we can have all the chests we'll ever need. We'll have storage. Glorious. Too close. Glorious storage. And once we've got the storage all settled, I have something that I've been saying I'm going to do for several episodes now that we might actually do. Let's see if you can guess what it is before the big reveal. Oh boy, here we go. Let those babies cool. Put our anvil in place in the middle of the house. We gotta heat up our ingots here. So one of these is going to be used to make a saw, and the other is going to be used to make a chisel. I'm just doing copper for now. I'm gonna save the tin just until a little bit later. Ooh, this one's ready. I'm going to have to be careful making chisels because we've got this rough cut chisel from the quarry mod, I believe. But this regular chisel, that's what we're going to want. Are you ready to hear one of the most satisfying sounds in the world? And there we go. Our first saw. Previously we turned the last of our logs into firewood, so I'm going to have to go cut down some trees. And even though it's dark out there,
it's a calm night, so we should be okay. I'll see you in a moment. Alright. Yeah. And a saw. And we've got ourselves some planks. And there we go. 8 chests. That's going to help get us started off. And we still got a half a stack, so we could theoretically make more if we had more nails and strips. But I have a particular spot in mind for where these chests are going to live. At least the first few of them. So in our kitchen here, we're going to have cabinetry along here. A little stove here, a little bit more cabinetry, maybe a sink as well. And underneath each of the cabinets, I'm going to hide storage. Because for some reason, there's nothing that I love more than hidden function to the form. So right along here, under the window, we've got 3 spots. And we're just going to have 3 of our chests under there. This is a corner cabinet, it won't really be accessible, it'll be a little tabletop. These 2 we're going to have little campfires inside of a stove, also with a hidden little slot behind the handle so we can still access to use cooking pots. But right beside it here, and I believe right here, yeah, these 3 other spots as well. These are all going to be hidden storage. Now, the one complication that I see with this is I do want to have the cabinets kind of recessed in by a couple of voxels here. So when I'm chiseling them in, which means there may be a small gap shown here. So we're going to have to figure that out. I don't know if we can reach down by 2. Okay, we still can. So, I think that might be the call then. There we go. And then I can have a little lip on the ground to meet up with the floor that we're going to put in here. And that way, only from behind the handle will we have a tiny little gap to see and interact with the chests. That way, it's almost like the drawers and the cabinets are actually functional. It'll make a lot more sense once we've got everything actually in place. Ooh, those crops are looking like they're coming in. Now, I was able to harvest those turnips, at least the first one that we planted, because they only have 5 growth stages. So that one was done far sooner. Everything else is coming along nicely. We're at stages 4 and 5. This is only medium fertility soil, so we are losing a good bit of speed. Not that one for some reason. That's got good potassium. But some of these are a little low on their nutrients, which means the next ones we will have to rotate over to here. So in the meantime, we're just going to place a couple chests here and get some of this extra stuff out of our inventory. Now you might have noticed I have rope in here. Now whatever could that be for? Well. Let me tell you. You know that thing that every episode I've been saying I need to do? Like that very important thing that every episode I'm like, oh, I should probably do this thing. We're gonna do the thing today. Now, if you guessed that today we're making a raft, you're a winner. And we also are going to need an oar. Beautiful. Because today we're going on a little bit of an excursion out into the wild to go look for a couple different rock types that I'm going to want for chiseling, especially for this kitchen. So we're on the hunt for 2 very important things: claystone and chert. Probably 2 of my favorite rock types in the entire game. I just like the warm tones. It's going to make the kitchen feel nice and inviting. Plus, we're going to have, hopefully, eventually, brown clay brick on the back wall just behind me here that the ore is pointing at, and that's where we're going to put our ovens. So we're going to also need to find some fire clay while we're out.
For our cabinets, I'm thinking stripped pine logs with a hardened blue clay countertop to sort of give a pseudo-granite countertop, but with a cooler blue color rather than just another variation of gray like we're going to have for the walls. Which reminds me, I still need to texture up those walls. We'll get to that when we're doing the whole build. As for what directions we're going to go, I'm thinking we're going to stick to some pretty simple directions here. I'm not going to do any crazy diagonals or anything quite yet. Let's just try starting with north. It goes into shale here, and I see what looks like very likely sandstone over there. So it looks like there's a few variations. So I see the tip of another bit of landmass there. So let's go check that out. And then if we don't find anything good that way, maybe we'll head down south because it does kind of keep going. And the grass changes here. That's something that might be the same as what we already have up here and around where there's the blue clay. Where was, I think somewhere around here. This was the ruins that we uncovered at the beginning of the episode. So we'll do some north and south, and then after that, if we don't find anything there, east and west. Yeah. Now before we head out, we could wait for our onions to finish growing here, make some turnip and onion stew. However, we've got quite a few berries, and they're not going to last that long. Some of these only have, a couple days left. These ones are only good for 14 hours, so I think we're just gonna take our berries and forage for food along the way. Let our crops finish growing. The onions should be ready. Some of the other crops over there might also be ready by the time we come back. So I'm going to wait until morning because it's already 4:30 in the afternoon on this day. And if we set out at first light, we'll have a better chance of being able to see what's around us, especially if we're looking out for different rock types in, say, cliff faces similar to this one. So I'm just going to do a little bit of busy work for the evening, and in the morning, I'll see you all at the shoreline as we set sail. With berries and boat in hand, let's get on with this adventure. I should have built one of these ages ago. This is great. So, our goal once again is whatever the tip of this little continent here is. So, we're going to head probably through this little passage here. Take a quick peek at the northern side of our island. Every time I look at this, I think it's a dinosaur, but now that I'm looking at it, it kind of looks like a Pokemon.
Welcome to Sol Says What, presented by Sol Says What.
Well, most say don't risk it, but I would say risk it for the biscuit, or it ain't worth it. Diablo, you were grown from a seed of evil, while this onion was grown from a seed of onion. I wonder, would I cry if I were to cut you open like this onion? Simon says, but he does not speak.
Anakin, did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
It's not a tumor. Come with me if you want to live. What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
Boy, I sure could go for some Tims there, eh? Oh, sorry, I meant stew. Stay in character, Saul.
Ah, it must have been the wind.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Look on those so much, eh? Well, it just so happens your friend here is only mostly dead. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Please open his mouth.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator.
Here we see the lone survivor making his way across a vast stretch of ocean. Through the ingenuity of the early hominids, he has fashioned himself a raft. Unlike modern humans, this early hominid is comprised of a blocky musculature.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? How very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea?
I'm the trash man. I come out, I throw trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage, and then I pick up the trash can, and I bash the guy on the head.
In order to ensure the security and continued stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire for a safe and secure society.
This has been Sol Says What, presented by Sol Says What. If you would like your submission to be read, comment down below with the hashtag Sol Says What.
First thing we see, fire clay. Awesome, awesome. Good, good, good. And a couple more berries. But we haven't lost as much hunger as I thought we might on the trip here, so we're still okay. Let's go for 2 stacks, just to be on the safe side. Because I can't remember off the top of my head how much it takes per clay oven. Just shy of 2 stacks should be good. We do have it marked. We can always come back if we need it. I'm hoping that almost 2 stacks should be enough for 3 ovens. Let's see, I thought I saw some brown around this side. I was thinking it might just be more dirt, but we do have the tiniest sliver of chert here. We've got chalk, granite, limestone, chert, bauxite, and shale. So let's relieve these rocks. Now, for everybody unfamiliar, relieving rocks is basically just making sure nothing is touching it on any of its faces, and then you just separate it, and that's how you get an actual rock. Otherwise, you just get the little stones. If I could find a large amount, that would make this quite a bit easier. And this is the main reason why I brought a chest along with us. So we can store all of our extra things, including, we'll put the raft in there for the time being. And we're very likely going to pick up a lot of those same rocks if we find any more chert in the area, so I'm not too concerned about that for the moment. Oh, I spot more chert. Oh, this is a decent bit more. Okay. There is more behind here. It's still interspersed with other rocks, but it could be worse. This could take a while. I'll see you when we're done with this vein. Okay. 1 pickaxe and a lot of digging later. There's still a couple pieces here and there. I don't know how much there is in there, but I've got a stack of relieved chert rocks, so I think that's going to be good enough for this little area. But this chest on my back is mighty full, so I think let's sail right on back home, drop it off, and probably head south. Because it seems like this is mostly chert up here, well, apart from a billion different rock types. But let's go see if we can find anything different down south. Ooh, more chert, okay. So there's plenty interspersed throughout this area. And there's cornflowers here. I'm going to mark that for when we need decor. Okay, let's take a look at the haul we got here. accidentally somehow relieved a chalk rock, but we've got that stack of chert rock here and a whole bunch of assorted rocks. We got chalk, shale, more chert. I feel like, yep, there's some limestone, a little bit of bauxite, and some granite. I tried to avoid the granite as much as possible because we're probably not going to need a lot of it. But I'd say that's a fairly good haul. We do have this other chest here, and we can probably bring that along for the journey south. We should grab a little bit more food. We're going to run low on berries here, I think. Our crops are coming along nicely. Everything here is almost done, which means let's go take a look if that farm is ready. Those onions were just about done when we set out. And we've been gone for about a day or so. Ooh, things are looking like they're coming along, and it looks like all the onions are ready. All right. Dropped a couple onions down below. 48 onions from just a few seeds. That is fantastic. And what are we looking at for the spelt? We're looking at 8 and 7s for some of the flax. Okay. So that's going to be ready probably in the next couple days. But 48 onion. Oh, we're doing great. Let's take these 6 onion seeds and let's go plant them in the wrong direction. That direction. Plant them in our proper big old farm. Yes, I am likely going to always say farm as farm. It's the Canadian in me. Let's just plant these little guys right here. There we go. So our onions are good for 28 days in our inventory. And if we pop them in here, 1.3 years. Oh, yeah, we're good. Let's take a little bit of our vegetables here and let's make ourselves a bit of a meal. Alright, came back to the farmhouse just to drop off a couple things here, get rid of those extra loose stones so we can clear out as much inventory space as possible. I am really pale when I get into the sun. Anyway, we've got ourselves a nice meal here of onion and turnip stew. So let's mosey on down south. I think this might involve a little bit more walking than sailing. Let's check the map. A little bit of a sail there that we can do, but for the most part, going down south, we're going to want to skirt around this area. It's very mountainous. So we'll probably... Huh. Wait a minute. Is that... Let's check out that area there. We'll put a little star pin there. Let's give it a nice gold star. That looks like the color of claystone. I'm not 100% certain. But let's go see, because if so, that's far larger of a supply than what we're going to need. But let's get on the road. I guess get on the boat would be a more apt saying. It's a much shorter boat ride across this little lake here than it was the big massive ocean, so we're not going to have quite as long of a segment here. Look out! Almost ran him off the road. Let's just torture ourselves while we have no money and see if he's got any clay bricks, brown ones specifically. He does. And we don't have any money to buy them with. So that ruin of a children's bedroom that I had found earlier, I haven't actually taken anything from it yet. Mainly because when I found it, my inventory was completely full. And I had forgotten to put any sort of storage on my back to increase my storage capacity, otherwise I probably could have taken those clothes. So I think after we check out this area down here... Hello, goat! After we check out this area, see if there's any claystone there, or if that's just something else that shows up as a similar-ish looking color on the map, then we can come back, loot that bedroom for the clothes, and see what kind of outfit we can throw together. I think I remember seeing an alchemist apron. There was some kind of pair of pants. They were tan. I don't know if I'd wear those pants. I kind of like the more, what is this, like, under the apron here. I think it's kind of like overalls or something. They're a little bit more drab color. I don't know. The yellow ones, we'll see how they look. There was also like a cloak or a shawl type of thing, potentially with a hood. That could be neat. Switch things up. I think that takes the same slot as the apron, though, so we'll have to make a few concessions, most likely. What do we have here? Some mature turnip. Don't mind if I do. Do you have any friends here? Or did they not spawn in? Weird. Okay. One lone little patch of turnip. Ooh. Okay. Carrots. Okay, let's risk it. None of them are fully grown. There we go. Got some seeds anyway. Haha. 3 seeds? That should get us off to a good start if they grow anything like onions. Oh boy, were those plentiful. Now, I am getting some frame rate issues down here. I think it's because we've uncovered a decent chunk of the map today. So it's having to load a lot of new areas. Now, that was a known issue. I suppose it hasn't been patched. Where if you're traveling a lot, unlocking a whole bunch of spots on the map, or just playing for a long time in general, sometimes it can impact your performance here. And then you'd have to restart the game. I think I saw a bear through the woods there. It's either that or a King Crimson Maple, which is basically just a maple with red leaves. Which I probably should, as any good Canadian, grab one of those at some point. Claystone gravel. Oh, happy day, we are in claystone territory. I was correct. Oh, there's claystone as far as the eye can see. This is beautiful. Alright, one reload later, and we are good to go. I don't need a huge amount of claystone, and I'm glad there's not a lot of sand here. So I'm just going to create a little area here where we're going to do the checkerboard method and dig a whole bunch of this stuff out. Low rift activity night, this might go bad. Hopefully it doesn't. Don't want to be sad. Drifters, stay away from me before I heck and cry. 'Cause if you all come for me, I surely will then die. Okay, I could keep going, but I'm pretty sure if my math is correct, I only need 20 claystone, so I have 22. That should do for, at least for the kitchen project. Let's make our way back home and try on a few clothes along the way from that ruin. We'll just see if we can find anything else along the way here. Going the eastern side of the mountain, we are definitely finding red currants. And a cave, which I will not be exploring right now. We probably will... Ooh. Okay, this is shallow. Let's take a quick little peek. Just see if there's anything in here worth looking for. Nope, dead end. But after we've done a little bit of building and we've gotten ourselves a little bit better established, I don't like this. Nope. Oh, that's nothing. Well, we found sulfur down there, but also some boys. Oh no. Which way's up? This way's up. Yeah, maybe we don't go exploring caves right now, huh? As I was saying, at some point in the future, we will try to take a look at some of the caves that are around, especially the ones under our house. My big old death pit cave that I died in on that first night, one day we will traverse it. And we will conquer it. We'll see what's down at the bottom and see if it's worth exploring. Ooh, turnips. Is it just one lone turnip once again? No, it's not. It's got turnip friends. They've turned up. Oh, man. More turnips. I think I already have 1 or 2 turnip seeds in the chest on my back, so... This is Turnip Valley over here, okay. And there's more. Oh, I should have come this way at the beginning. I could have been flush with turnips. Would have done great on Sundays in Animal Crossing. More turnips. Let's take a quick peek down in this, see if there is anything a little weirdly eroded. Borax. Okay, okay. I have to mark this, because this is going to be very important. Ah. And we're going to get the heck out of here. Didn't have time to grab the Y coordinate, but I'll know that it was underground. Borax is one of those things that I also, similar to halite, have never actually been able to find in a world. It was very annoying. The server that I played on, we spent, at the very least, a week, maybe more, hunting. Searching every single day for just a hint, a whiff of borax. Even something to come up just on the prospecting pick. Nothing. Nada. We scoured 10,000 blocks in every single direction. Not a hint of borax. So the fact that I found it the way it's supposed to be, you know, existing, is great. I wonder what's down underground here. Is there gonna be a basement? There is. Okay, okay, not a whole lot. Bandages. Alright, I'll take bandages. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess they don't always drop. Okay, so that is the ruined bedroom over there, so let's head on over. I can always plop down a chest once we get down in there and put away some of the extra things that we have in our inventory here. Was it down this way? I don't think it... Oh. Okay. Well, this wasn't the ruin I was looking for. There's dirt right there. There's a nice easy access point. I'm not going to complain about this. This is great. We got a couple empty crates. Those could be handy. Anything in there? Couple of gears. Malachite. All right. Pop away some of our extra stuff here. Yeah, we are 100% taking those gears. Those are going to come in handy. I'm going to mark this right here. You know, we'll do this little teal color for the time being. Kind of one of the closest we can get to a temporal gear. And linen. Collapsed bed. Why can't you be an aged bed? I would very much like an aged wooden bed. Alright, with that located, let's go down to the actual ruins. I don't think that connects. It might, but it's probably a different tunnel. Let's find that original tunnel. It was pretty shallow. Yeah, this looks right. Okay. Let's take a look. So we got a hooded cape. I'll take a copper axe, yeah. Bronze bracelet. Dirty linen trousers and an alchemist apron. Alright. Shall we see... Ooh. There's some more gears. Guess I could have taken the other flax twine, but that's fine. Now... will I get the potsherds? Or will they be lost forever when I break them? Only time will tell. I got my potsherds. I don't know why, I really like them as a decorative piece. Not sure where I'm going to put them. And whenever I find a spot, Going to have to make sure to not break them. Let's see. Uh-oh. So that might be a mod causing that to happen. So I'm just not going to touch that crate. It can stay there. And... okay. The potsherds are back. As are the clothes. Interesting. I'm just going to leave this place alone. This is a cursed bedroom, and I'm not a fan of it. Okay, you know what? Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Do we have the, Give me those gears again. Don't tell anyone that I took the accidentally glitch-duped rusty gears. Got an extra 7. And we are back home. Alright, let's pop that down, take the chest off our backs, pop that on the ground here. So from this run, we got a lot of seeds. And some turnips. I should probably put those down in the basement. And yeah, we packed this for eating on the way. Let's have a celebratory we just got back home bite to eat. So, let's take a look at some of the new items that we got here. We've got a hooded cape. That takes place of our apron, and it's okay. Not a major fan of it. What about these trousers? Definitely not. Bronze bracelet. We got nothing better to do. Let's keep that on. What about this alchemist apron? So this is what Professor Chert McGirt wears in Temporal Institute. I don't think it fits the feel for this character. So I think we'll pop on the bracelet, but I don't think we're gonna really wear any of these. The hooded cape it's okay. It's a little weird. I don't think it goes with like the overalls. That looks pretty okay though. Alright, I think we have most of what we're going to need to get this kitchen underway. Not everything to complete it. Not yet. There'll be a couple more resource runs for that. We're going to need lead, brown clay bricks, quite a few, which we can get some now that we have a few rusty gears. We're going to need to build a quern so that we can grind up some of that chalk and limestone rocks that we've gathered. And then we can plaster the ceiling so we've got a nice bright white roof to bounce off some light. Speaking of light, might have to do some panning for some candles, because I want a couple of lanterns lighting up the kitchen, making it all nice and bright and shiny and fancy. But I am definitely getting ahead of myself. There's a lot to do. We have to do the floors and start doing a little bit of chiseling. So, I think I'm going to get to a little bit of farming between the episodes. And at the start of the next episode, we might just be ready, if I prep right, for a bit of a building montage. And some chiseling. We're going to get into some detail work finally. I fired up another round of molds for metal casting before oiling a hide to begin preparing for colder weather in the months to come. Afterward, I set out on a mission to gather a few of the remaining materials we would need for our kitchen. My first stop was Old Eyes, the building materials trader, where I promptly spent every gear to my name for a stack of brown clay bricks. Then it was off to the mines. I picked up a bit more copper as I made my way to one of the lead veins we had marked on our map earlier. My ore hunt eventually led me to stumble onto some underground ruins with the remnants of, coincidentally enough, a kitchen. Then it was back home to cast a set of bronze tools and put together our clay ovens. 2 stacks was not enough fire clay. Each one of them takes about a stack and a half, and, well, I want 3. After all the ovens were formed, I sifted through all the bony soil I'd collected, netting us a grand total of 2 candles. I would have liked a third, but at least we have enough for the 2 lanterns I want to put in the kitchen. And for lanterns, we need plates. Using some of the lead and copper I'd gathered, I set to work making molybdo chacos plates to give our lanterns a bit of a rustic look. For our kitchen's plaster ceiling, I crushed up some of the chalk and limestone rocks we'd gathered on our chert gathering expedition to cook into some quicklime. I'd also need quicklime for mortar to put together our brown clay bricks, so this made for a nice multi-purpose step. Then it was back to the mines for some quartz to cook up into glass for our window panes.
And since bloomeries don't use the brown coal that we've got, I had to make a little charcoal pit. One quick firing later and the bloomeries were up and running. One last copper mining expedition where I definitely fought off a bear in hand-to-hand combat and didn't cower on top of a pillar later, and I was able to pour another round of tin bronze ingots and tools. And that brings us to today. Hey, how's it going, everybody? My name is Solstin, and we are this close to getting to chiseling. 2 more things on the docket today before we get to that little build montage I've got planned. So I came down here to test if a basalt generator would be viable, and it seems there's been an update where if I try and put anything into the flow of lava to redirect it, well, you can see there, this spot is too hot to put my hands in. So, the little plan I had to make a little basalt creation facility probably won't happen. And I'm just going to very, very, very exceedingly carefully skirt my way around here. Looks like we've got more lava over there. I just want to see if there's any basalt in the area. Let's carve ourselves out a nice little safety path here. Probably want to set up a railing. Now, I'm not seeing anything other than peridotite. Okay. So I think basalt might not be in the cards for this little cave. I don't know when this update to lava happened, but since we can't build anything in the flow of it, that's going to be a bit tricky. Let's see if I can get out of here without roasting myself. Oh, the pain. Note to self, don't touch lava. Before I get too far away, I'm going to look up and see if there's a way around that. And I don't see anything for a workaround there, but I might be able, with some well-placed water, to figure something out. Let's grab our bucket. And maybe some ladders as well might be a good idea. Let's do a little experimentation here. There's enough lava that I'm... Ooh! That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Give ourselves a little bit of a water source here. And we're going to... carve ourselves a little thing there. Basalt. This is good enough for our purposes. Now, with this basalt, I do want it chiseled anyway. Pop our light source down here. And we've got our first piece of basalt rock. So this is fine. This is absolutely all I need. For chiseling purposes, we're good. Okay, 29 should be enough for now. And now those are all chiseled, so they won't be much good for crafting anything, but for our purposes, we're going to be just fine. Now let's get out of here without setting ourselves on fire once again. Get in the lava. Get in the lava. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Let's get back over there and hope all our stuff survived. Ooh. That was too close to the lava for my liking. Please let none of my stuff have fallen in. I suppose that's what I get for going down into a cave with no armor, no shield, and just being caught wholly unprepared. There's the hole, there's the hole. Okay. I don't think we lost anything as far as I can tell. Go down into a lava cave. And lava's not even the most dangerous thing down there, apparently. At least we've got rope ladders now, so we can easily get up and down when we need to. Now, I'm not going to make them just yet, but I do have tin bronze ingots here ready to heat up and turn into more chisels because I can almost guarantee this kitchen's going to take far more than what remains of our copper chisel. But we'll see what happens. Now I have gone and raised the walls here a little bit, also put a little bit of a cobblestone ceiling here over top of where all of our
brown clay bricks are going to go. And shored up this wall here, there was just going to be a weird gap behind it, so on the outside, I've brought the wall in by one. So we're just about ready to get to building. The sun is going down. We're going to want nice lighting for this. Also, our crops have grown. So let's do a little bit of harvesting first. Now, a lot of our second plantings are not quite ready yet. But that's okay. A lot of the turnips, just like before, have finished far earlier than everything else because of only having 5 growth stages. And the carrots are almost there. Not a bad haul at all. Get this food down in the basement here. You know, we've got ourselves a pretty good supply of food now. We are great on turnips. Absolutely. And so much grain, and it's good for years. There's a lot of drifty boys out here. Not a fan of this. Ah. Alright. Let's replant in the morning. And then get on, to our building montage. With a fresh morning in front of us, and a nice 4:45 start. Are our lands clear of interlopers? Huh? No more squatters on our land? Alright. Well, let's take a look. This soil is not going to be good for specific crops quite at the moment. Looks like here where we had all the flax, because flax, I believe, takes K, which is potassium. So K is not good here. However, any other crops, like rye and spelt, we can use on this just fine. This will very likely be the last planting that we can do before it starts to get a little cold. And then we've got flax that requires K. Now, I don't know for certain if this flax is going to be able... 18 days, that's 2 months, that's August, September, October. And it can survive down to -5. So we should be able to get one more growing rotation in. There we go. It's a little disorganized, a little bit scattered, but we should be able to get a decent bit of food in on another haul. Most of this hopefully able to be harvested right before it starts to get into, you know, early November. I don't know in this climate here how long we have until we start seeing sub-zero temperatures, but I'm hoping October is going to be mild. But with that all out of the way, let's get into a little bit of a building montage here. Let's go!
And like so, we're mostly done. There's still a few things left to get done in this kitchen, but I think for the time being, and with the technology that we have access to at the moment, this might be all we get done in here for the moment. Now, there are a few odds and ends I would like to add. I do want a polished chert rock trim around the top here. However, with how small and thin I want it to be, hand chiseling that is going to take quite a long time. And once we get to iron, it's going to be a lot quicker because we'll actually be able to use the Chisel Tools mod to have a pantograph to just copy shapes. Would have been very handy for these cabinets, but they're simple enough. Another thing I want to do is carve this into a sink with a little faucet fixture, which means I'm going to have to bump this out by a couple voxels here, as well as a little corner piece on each of these squares here. Because the water is going to go right up to the edges of this exact box, so I need a little frame around it to jut out so that we don't have water textures Z-fighting out of the edge. Let's take a little bit of wood here, and we can pop this wood into our stoves. So with this, we can access any cook pots or anything through the little slot behind the handle here, and for each of our shelving units here, there we go. We can access the chest hidden underneath, and we kind of don't notice that all that much. It's there when you know what to look for. But otherwise, if we're just walking around, it just looks like a dark space under the cabinets. I've also added a barrel here so that we can store honey or anything in here that might not rot. Or we could put rot in there as well. The sink will be good for washing out any bowls or anything that we forget about food in. And you just let it soak in the water there and the rot flops right off. Store a bunch of extra crocks on here, maybe some cook pots on the shelf. A little facade of elements on the range here. And of course we have our little table in the corner here for making pies. This piece in the center here, much like these other cabinets, also has chests hidden down below. I just took some of the chests we had over here and moved them under the floor. Now, I'm not sure if anything has changed in 1.19, but this block section here, to have our little support beam at the top of the window, because it's recessed in by 2 voxels, this may not count as being an insulated space. So anything connected to this, meaning effectively the entire first floor, is not going to count as being inside. Although if something has changed, because it is saying insulating block face, so we'll find out, I suppose. Now, as for this little painting that we've got above our ovens, it's good for the time being. But, if I'm remembering correctly from reading the patch notes, in the winter, moose and deer will grow their antlers throughout the year and then shed them in the spring. So what I'm thinking is having a mount up here for either deer antlers, or even better moose antlers, right above the ovens, and that'll give a nice little bit of depth to the wall, because otherwise it's fairly flat. There's not as much accessorizing as we have on this back wall here. Now that we've got our kitchen mostly set up, there's a couple other little things I want to take care of. And by little, I mean pretty big things. Number one being that all of our food currently is grain and vegetables. We have a distinct lack of meat. Speaking of grain and vegetables, it looks like some more of our spelt is done growing. Oh, and turnips. The onions are almost ready. Same with, some of the carrots are good. But we have no space. Let's put some things away first. There we go. We've replanted the seeds that we got, and that should fall in line roughly with some of the crops we had planted a little bit earlier. I'd say we have a fairly good supply of grain and vegetables at the moment, and there's more on their way. We also have a pretty good bit of flax. We do have a lot more that's growing. And once this is ready, we should have enough, hopefully, to make ourselves a set of gambeson armor. That little foray down into the lava hole proved that a couple hits from any drifters and we're pretty much going down. So a little bit of armor could go a long way. So since the gambeson is a very passive goal at the moment, since it's taken its time growing, the active one we can do
is going for a bit of a hunt. We've got our spears, we've got our bow, and all of our arrows. It's not a huge amount, but it'll be enough for us to hopefully hunt down a few things. And as I went over in the preamble earlier, we do have the beginnings of our winter clothing ready, but we do need more fat. And I know where some fat is. There's a bear that needs a little bit of revenge brought upon them. That's right, I have no armor, and I'm off in search of a bear on purpose. Hello, bear, we meet again. Not so tough after our first meeting, were you? Barely put up a fight. Hey, there we go, bunch of raw hides. Now, the main reason I'm going after them, it's not for their bushmeat. That's okay. But the hides and the fat. Now, when we get to 1.19.4, after that's in a stable release, raw hides are going to rot. They'll last for about 5 days before they start to spoil. So my goal is to gather a whole bunch of them and get started on the leather making process. You might have noticed that I was running past a bunch of oak trees that I planted during our little intro. That's so I can start making some tannin. Because the sooner we can get to leather, the sooner we can get a few other things that I'm eventually looking to have. Namely, larger storage here, get ourselves some leather backpacks, and there's also a few decorative clothing options that you can make with leather, like bracers and a few other things. Then once we get a nice barrel setup going, we can get dyeing. Now, I have yet to decide what color gambeson I'm going to make, but if you have any suggestions, let me know. So out of all 4 sizes of leather that we can find, we've got small, medium, large, and huge. Only small and huge equally go into a 50-liter barrel of tannin. For some reason, large and medium hides, they leave a little bit of tannin in the barrel at the end of it, so I typically prefer to work with huge hides. They're easier and quicker to obtain once you can, well, take down a few bears here and there. Ah, more rye. We are out of room already. Oh, geez. Ah, I'll come for you next. Having an actually good supply of ranged weaponry now has been a major boon for hunting. My poor accuracy is very much mitigated. That, and we're getting a good amount here. Is that 19 red meat already? Should have started hunting deer more often. Why did I play a clockmaker? I should have been a hunter. You know, my aim is actually getting a little bit better. Nearly a stack of meat, that's not too bad. It's only good for a day and a bit, so let's get it back into our cellar while we still can. And then we can try getting some of those bees. Ah, home at last. I should probably put doors on. Just gonna block up our doorways for the time being. Let's get our first meal in this kitchen going. Let's do a nice red meat stew with onions and carrots. There we go. We just use it right through the little slot in the handle there. Got smoke coming up our little vent here. And there we go. Fully functional oven. Set our bowl down on the counter. And now we wait. We don't have seating just yet, so I'm making like a cat sitting on the counter. Oh, we have friends outside. I think they want our stew. While we're waiting for that to cook, and while we have neighbors trying to get inside. What I'm thinking for this area here, we'll have definitely our little foyer entranceway here. And then in here is going to be kind of a living room slash just hallway, essentially. we will have a staircase starting roughly about here that goes up, has a little bit of a landing, and curves up that way. Meanwhile, we'll have our staircase going downstairs, likely either start going up, down along here or down, which means our current little basement is going to move around a little bit. This little staircase is going to get filled in because we will be going from here and then down, or just here and then maybe straight down. Who knows? Depends how big of a basement we do. Probably similar footprint to the house, so we can have multiple rooms for different purposes. And here, right in front of the window, I'm thinking a nice little table, maybe 3 blocks long, with just a bench along in front of it. Maybe put a nice little flower pot there. Probably have a flower pot somewhere here as well on one of these shelves. Yeah, and then for the floor here, I'm still debating between wood or stone. And because it's the ground floor, I'm thinking probably more stone. Since the walls here are stone. For the upper floor exterior walls, I don't think I'm going to do plaster. But it will be a difference from the stone that we have here. Be a lot more wood and some other material to fill it in, which typically would probably be plaster, but we'll see. I don't want it to be too samey with the roof here. But our food is done, so let's grab a bowl, have ourselves a bite to eat. And that right there, 840 protein saturation, 300 vegetable saturation, that's a hearty meal right there. So that's our first use of the brand new oven. Now while we're serenaded by the carolers outside, let's take a look here. We've got our fur coat already made. We've got that sitting in a chest back in the little dirt dugout. But for the gloves, we need 1 large pelt or 2 mediums. And the same idea for the boots. 2 large or 4 mediums, of which we can really do either. But I think 2 large is going to be easier, so we'll let those cure, and once those are ready, we can make ourselves the rest of our winter gear as we wait for the gambeson to finish growing, or the flax rather, to be turned into gambeson. Let's take a look at that while we've got a moment. I've got the class exclusive recipes turned off, so I can make the tailored gambeson pretty nicely. So we've got just enough bolts of plain cloth to be able to make this pretty much once we can make a sewing kit, which is just going to be 4 flax twine, and I believe we'll need 3 of these in total. But we do have a variety of color options. I'm undecided if I want to dye it or just have it be the regular flax color. Just kind of an off-white. Oh, there's a lot of boys out there. They have come to the yard. Get off my lawn. I'm gonna trample my begonias. Joke's on them, I don't have begonias. Gotcha. This way we can at least get in and out. Eventually. Kind of trapped myself in here, haven't I? Let's try to quickly make a break for it and get back to the dugout. Oh, where's my... Oh, I forgot my light. I forgot my light. They're fighting each other now. Oh boy. Let's let them try for in here and I'll stab them. Get out of my house. Oh, hey, you can actually get out of my house. You're not allowed in here. Sir? It's trespassing and that was self-defense. Okay, most of them are, have dealt with each other on this side, so we're free to run. Oh god. Yeah, oak tree. Get out of my face. Okay. There we go. We've got a good amount of hides there. And we're just going to put our 2 large hides to cure right beside our fur coat. Now what I want to make is a skep. We're going to need a couple bits of clay and a whole bunch of cattails. That's going to be 16 in total by the looks of it. May want to preemptively make another knife. Serenade me with your voices, drifters. Sing me the song of your people. Ah, the red glow. The sun is rising soon. Your time is nigh. What I might do, these lore books, they can go in our kitchen. Along with as much of this as we can carry. This is definitely going to be more the workshop. We're not going to be bringing food back here, I don't think. Is there anything else food related here? Not particularly. Well, I took my torch from here, but I gotta go. One more rock and I'm a goner. Oh, things ain't looking so good for me. Put those books there. It's the beginning of our fake cookbook collection. We might one day make actual cookbooks. Ooh, but for the moment I'm hurting. Ooh, ah. Oh, please don't tell me I left my poultices at the other place. My poultices! My band-aids! Ah. There we go. Nothing a little herbal medicine can't fix. So, let's put our crocks up here. Get our cook pots in there. And we'll just put a spare cook pot to the side. As well as, I believe this is a spare bowl. Now, I could put this meal into crocks, but it's good for 20 days. We're gonna eat it well before that. When we start looking at long haul storage, absolutely, which reminds me, that's good for 20 days. This meat's only good for 4.
Let's cook as much of this as we can. Let's fill up our crocks.
Beautiful view out our kitchen window. We'll spend many a days here cooking. Once we got a bit of clutter on the shelves and the countertops here, it's gonna feel a bit more homey, rather than that we just moved in kind of feeling. Yeah. There we go, that's what I like to see. Alright. So, we'll fill up that crock there. The nice thing is, you can fill it up with 2 servings from one, and another 2 servings from the other. As long as they are identical meals. There we go. So let's take these 3. Let's take these 3 crocks. And just pop them right into here. That's where my light went. Okay. And we are going to need more storage vessels here. So I'll probably have to make more chests, clear out that storage vessel back at the dirt hut, just to have a bit more preserved storage down below. As you can see, these wooden chests here have a 1.07 times food rot, or food perish speed. So they're not going to be good to plop down there to store food. Those clay storage vessels are pretty much our best bet. While that last batch of food is cooking, we've got a good bit of room in our inventory. Let's go grab ourselves some cattails and get to making a skep for bees. And a lot of these cattails have not regrown since we grabbed them for rope ladders. And there we go. That, and get our 2 clays there, and we have an empty skep. Now, with it already being September 1st, it's unlikely we'll get any honey from the bees this year. We may have to wait until spring, but it never hurts to give it a go. Things are looking almost done. Ooh, some of these onions are actually done. I hope we have room to stack them up. Oh. That's a lot of onions. So we're just gonna put these here, and that's where they can live. So let's go bring the skep that we just made over to those bees way off to the southwest, and maybe pick up some flowers along the way just to get them populating a bit quicker.
A beat quicker. That's a buzzword.
These bees are a good way inland, and it's getting dark. This might have been a poor decision. Nah. Hello, fish. Goodbye, fish. Come back for you when I'm hungry for surf and turf. Ah. This might be a good stop to make. Just to pick up a whole bunch of this heather. The more flowers that are around a bee nest, the more likely they are to overpopulate their one little hive and swarm to another one. 29 flowers right in the area. That should be a decent amount. Let's go for an even 30. There we go. Now I do need to be careful because there could be wolves or bears. Where are the bees? There they are. So let's put our skep right here. There we go. It should start to detect the nearby flowers in a moment here. There we go. So swarm in about 8 days. So at the end of September, we'll make our way back here. But for the moment, let's get back to shore and get on out of here. And navigate shallow waters in the dark of night. Oh, many a ship have gone down this way. They don't go in the water. Shark in the water. It is in a shark's eyes. Kind of like those eyes, all black and lifeless. 3 kids go into the water. 4 kids come out of the water. No one knows where the extra kid came from. That's a shark. I think for the moment I'll keep the bees pinned on the map, just so I have a little visual reminder to go back to them, and hopefully I'll remember that that's going to be at the end of September here. It's a weird thought, thinking there's only 9 days per month. Go back to the workshop, drop off these hides, and I think we have enough huge hides. We could make a few barrels and maybe get started on some leather working. We got 14 fat. We're not doing too bad. Let's bring our boards with us here. Let's get on back to the home that is very quickly becoming more home-like by the day. Okay, we've managed to make ourselves 5 barrels here, and those will come in handy right quick.
After a little smelting and logging, I began digging out a footprint for our basement and marking out the walls. Using some of the remaining cobblestone along with a few bricks, I got the walls roughed in. We'll finish texturing them later. With the basement shaped out for the moment, I turned my attention outside, where I started adding oak log pillars around the exterior of the farmhouse. What we had on hand was only the tiniest fraction of what we're going to need, so it was off to chopping, and chopping, and chopping, and you know what? We're going to need an unprecedented amount of oak wood during this series. Let's get more efficient. With some newly smithed tin bronze shears in hand, I made quick work of every single oak tree in the vicinity, and even after replanting more trees than I'd cut down, I still walked away with over a stack of oak seeds. Thank you, Plenty of Tree Seeds mod. At some point, we're going to want to set aside a plot of land somewhere out of the way to grow just miles of trees, because even after cutting down every last oak in the area, it still wasn't enough. So while waiting for some of the earlier planted oak trees to finish growing, I returned to the basement for a short while before it was right back to Lumberjacksville. This logging session netted enough wood to at least finish up to the base of our upper floor, and for safety of course, I filled in the floor with packed dirt for now. And that brings us to today, where we're going to do a lot of beautiful stuff once the rain clears up and these boys leave my yard. Because I need to grab those barrels. Let's see if I can get them right quick. You don't see me. You don't see me. Don't look at me. Oh, did I get them all? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's still a barrel. Ha ha ha. Whoop. Ah, we're just going to bring these barrels down to the basement where they're going to live. There we go. Now we've got our barrels all lined up on walls that, for the most part, just need a bit of texture, but won't have to fully be taken down like this wall will be to
give ourselves a bit of a texture, kind of like what I've got going on here, a mix of conglomerate ashlar and cobblestone. So what's the plan for these barrels, do you ask? We're gonna fill them with water and fill them with oak logs and start making some tannin so we can get to some leather. And perhaps one of them will be a barrel of dye. There were a good few suggestions for what color of gambeson we should make. And you know, there's one that kept coming up over and over again. And I think we might just do it. It's gonna be an easy color to do. Yeah, Definitely not a rare resource that's gonna be super exceedingly hard to find. For you see, today, we're gonna make red gambeson? You'll see. While we're waiting for the sun to fully come up, we'll convert a couple of these into trunks. That is far more storage space than what we had previously. Oh man, yeah, let's compare this. So each chest is 16 slots. A trunk here, we've got our 16 here from the original, 16 here on the other side, and a whole other row right in the middle. And I am going to keep this chest here so we can put it on our back. We might go on a little bit of an adventure and kind of head roughly in the general direction of the bees. We do have to go get a few things. As is tradition, we are running a little bit low on copper again. I keep making stuff. And I did burn through a couple of chisels. We do have some tin bronze ingots at the house, but having a good supply of copper on hand is going to be really nice, because I don't want to just accidentally burn through all of our metal and then not have anything. And we can prospect around while we're out.
Then we're gonna need a lot of stone here, so, you know.
If we're digging around finding some copper, we can relieve some conglomerate stone if we find it in conglomerate, that is. Almost forgot. Can't leave home without a meal. Doesn't really matter which one of these I take, I don't think. And we'll keep the chest in our inventory until we need to take it off to store things into it. Then we'll put it on our back, because it does slow us down a little. And we're off to adventure! I feel like we depleted this copper vein, but let's take another quick little peek. I don't think I've broken ground on this copper site. I think I just picked up nuggets. Let's take a quick little peek down below. Aha, copper. Onward we go. We got a decent sized oak tree here. You know what? Now, I'm not super worried about cutting the branches before chopping it down because I've got over a stack of oak seeds still, so I think we'll be good on seeds. I just don't have enough room to plant them in a reasonable area. We're gonna have to make an arboretum at some point, I think. Taking a... Oh, there we go. Ho, ho, ho. Maybe that one was a little larger than I expected. That's a lot of wood. 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5 stacks of oak. That's pretty good for a single tree, in all honesty, and a single seed. So we'll take that home and add it to our ever-growing abundant collection. Pop that chest on our back. Get back on out into the water here. We're going to sail through. I forgot to take off the marker. This is where I parked the raft when we first went to go place the skep at the bees. And it's okay that I still have my basket on me as long as it's not too full to the point where I can't unequip it. Are these pines or oaks? Those are pines. Tiny little pines. The last couple nights have been medium to high rift activity, so I'm glad that we've got a low activity night. Makes it a little bit safer for this excursion. Oh, there's woad. Wouldn't that be useful for something? Wonder what? Before I go running off too far away in search of adventure, I think checking on the bees is probably a good idea. Our skep's already populated. Okay. Well then, let's just pop that into our inventory. There we go. Control right click. And we have ourselves a populated skep. You can live here, little beehive. I don't need you anymore. So I guess we can make a little trip home to drop that off, and then... Oh my god, you're a chicken. I don't know why you scared me. I thought you were a cookpot. Why did a cookpot scare me? Did I come down this hole before? Yes, we have bees. Yes, we need to get them home safe and sound. But yes, I'm going to take a quick peek inside here. Ooh, brown coal. You know what? I don't hear anything, so... Just going to take a little bit of this. Okay. You know, a half stack is good enough for me for the moment. Let's pick up a few flowers here. We're going to need some for our apiary. And no, that's not where we keep monkeys. Are there any oak trees along the shoreline? You look like an oak tree. You're mine now. I don't like how long this is taking. I don't think we're gonna... Oh, we did manage to cut the whole thing down. Okay. So with the leaves on it, it does just take a good while. It's only 5 pieces of wood. Definitely not worth the time. Hey, it's because we took all the leaves off this big guy. Okay. 7 durability. I don't think that's going to be enough to cut this down. But you know, let's just see how much we get. It's probably going to be 7. I'm going to mark this tree here. Big ol' oak. Be back for you with an empty inventory and a full axe. Well, hopefully with no more distractions, let's get our bees home. There we are. It's a nice, rifty morning, but we've got bees. Let's get them into a little home. Of course, right where I want to put the bees, we do have a rift. So we're just going to be real careful and work around that. Oh boy. So, holding control, we can scroll over to our inventory here. We've got our skep, and place it right on top here. We are going to have to make more skeps, that is for sure. And once we've got each of these posts filled with a skep, then the bees are going to be able to spread out, and we'll have, you know, a whole bunch of honey. I am also going to want to build a straw dummy in a few select locations along here, just to stop the bees from wanting to hurt me. Yeah. Then we'll just fence this area in. This side's going to be a little tricky, because we have to work around this temporal little troublemaker. Yeah, bing bong, I understand. There we go. And what about a gate, you ask? Great question. I forgot. What we can do is repurpose this gate that we have here. Because sure, we might come in once or twice from this side, but we at least have the one entrance there, and then we can just make another little bee entrance. Maybe here. There we go. Yeah. And now we just have to get rid of all the grass and fill this with flowers. So I'll see you in a moment when I grab ourselves a few flowers to populate this area. And after a night of flower gathering and planting, we have ourselves the beginnings of a nice little apiary just right beside the crops. Now, the one populated skep that we do have is going to eventually start to spread out. I don't know if they will quite yet. It is mid-September now, or late September, I suppose. So, we're probably not going to see them swarm quite yet, but they might. Who knows? Depends how cold it gets. At the very least, we can finish populating these skeps kind of throughout the winter, and come spring, this guy should be ready to start spreading around, and then we can get ourselves some honey. Now these crops are getting close to being done. These ones still want to twitch and all that. We do have a little bit beginning. We have one flax that is done. And a lot of these are sitting at 8 out of 9. Some of the spelt is done, so we'll collect that. We're just going to grab everything that's ready to go right now. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. We've got a lot more grain. I don't know if we're going to have room to store it all, but we'll give it a try. Let's go ahead and get this down into our basement. And it's looking a little dark. Oh no, I forgot about the torches. Hello? I'm going to have to make some more torches. And not forget about them this time. So let's collect a little bit of grass. Grab you. There we go. Safety and security has been restored to the basement. Pop you back there so I don't forget. Now that we've got our bees in place, let's take care of a little bit of barrel stuff down below. So, we've got 6 barrels here. The 5 that we made here is along with the one that was sitting outside of the dirt dugout, but I moved it over here. So in here, if we put 5 oak logs in with 50 liters of water that we've put in here, we get 50 liters of weak tannin after a day. So it's not too bad. We're going to do that with pretty well, I'd say all of these. Why not? And there we go. So we'll let these soak in there for about 24 hours, or exactly 24 hours, and we'll come back tomorrow. In the meantime, let's pop up to the top floor here and continue getting a little bit more of that framing in. Now these are the corners of our balcony railings, so we're not going to worry about putting those higher. So we could have a nice window looking out the back here, since we've got a 5 wide space. Now here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Pop another divide in there. So what we'll likely end up doing is the room with the staircase here. We're going to have a wall running along here. I'll figure out what we have to do with this spot here so we don't bump our heads going up the staircase. But that way, we can keep the space from being too large, so we can keep it sealed and counting as a house down below, or at least as an interior space of some kind. Because up here, it's going to... yeah, lightning. Up here is going to be fairly open to an extent. I will try and wall it off and segment sections with doors, just to try and keep it considered inside. But if we have a couple rooms that are not really sealed, as long as they aren't ones we're spending a lot of time in, that's alright. The bedroom, that will be an important room. This will be a very important spot right here, where the bedroom is, to make sure it's nice and sealed so we don't freeze while we're trying to sleep. Of course, depending on if we get this done before winter, we may or may not even have to worry about that. Now this wall here from the outside, we're not going to have to worry about any bracing in the middle, plus it's a 6 block wide, which I'm not a huge fan of, but hey, you know, we take what we get. And here is the same, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is that 5? And that's, oh, that makes sense. And here, we'll also have a nice large window, or maybe a set of 2 smaller ones. So we can look out over the bay from our bedroom. Along here, let's decide how large we want our bedroom to be. So we've got 5 here. Maybe we'll have our bedroom end about here. Maybe a 5 by 5 room. Yeah, that could work. 3, 4, 5. Perfect. That's right in the middle. Now, what are we going to do for the walls up here, you might ask? Well, I had a thought that we could probably use limestone. Maybe chalk, but probably limestone. It's in great abundance just under the surface layer in, well, pretty much this entire region. So we can use that as sort of a not as bright plaster. I think it'll look pretty nice. But that will be after a big mining expedition, so I'm not going to worry about that for the time being. Ooh, we got lightning. Let's just block this back up for now, as we're going to deal with the basement. Speaking of the basement, let's quickly pop down there and grab ourselves another crock of food. because we're getting to be a little bit hungry. Pop on back over to the dirt dugout. Grab ourselves a chisel and hammer. Ooh, the scythe mold is ready. Good. Good. So I picked up some of this conglomerate rock when we were grabbing ourselves some more copper. So we're just gonna chisel this all down. And now we've got a lot of bricks. Pop that in there. 26, not too bad for texturing up the walls. We're just gonna have to probably grab some more at some point. Pop those back there. So I did make a scythe mold. I can't remember if that's from a mod or if that's in the vanilla game, but we've got it. And in here I have some flower pots. So those will be just for some nice decorations. We can get some flowers inside the house. All right, let's get some of this replaced. Now I'm not super worried with the tops of a lot of these walls, because I do want to add another layer of stone to the ceiling. So that way, we don't have to worry about any sort of cellar ceiling problems, because right now it's fine because we've got packed dirt. But if we decide to go with a wood floor, that's not going to seal this as a cellar. Any blocks that will be exposed, we will texture up. So as we come down here, there will be another layer of ceiling that will cover here. We're just going to have to slope down in here. And I think this is going to look pretty nice. So this room I'm not worried about sealing as a cellar. It's just going to be considered part of the house. But in each of these rooms, I do want to maintain the little cellar bonus that we have here, so that when we put things, especially in this room, after we build up the ceiling a bit, they will stay well preserved, like our little cupboard. We can honestly fill in most of this wall with whatever we want. Let's fill in this roof just with some dirt. I'm realizing now, not all of these have been converted into trunks, so I will leave those spots open so I remember which one is which. We should probably do that before filling in the rest of the ceiling here. So out of all of them, that one is going to remain a little chest, because for maximum efficiency, we can get a trunk filling that space and trunk filling that space. Never mind, we can have it be a trunk facing this way. It doesn't matter which direction it's facing. Alright, they're all gonna be trunks. I don't know if that came through on the microphone, but the cats are parkouring upstairs. Anyway, these outer walls here, I am going to texture them up as well, which I guess with the cobblestone we have, we can get started on some of that. And with our little hut here, there's not a huge amount more we can reach. So we'll just add a couple other pieces in here. And finish the rest of it when we have, well, the ceiling in place first. And we'll go from there. Now let's take our chest here. And we do have a few things, to gather from the dirt dugout. Oh God, stop! That we're going to need a little bit later on here. In about 13 hours or so. Plop our chest down there. And let's transfer all of our hides over. Don't think we have much else. You know what? Let's move our flax as well. And our sewing kit. And let's turn as much of this into spools as we can. We've got a few threads left. Because let's see, for Gambeson in total, we're going to need 10 for the main body and a sewing kit, 2 for a total of 12, along with 2 spools and a sewing kit, and another 4 for 16 in total with spools. I shouldn't have converted those into that. We would have had just enough. Okay, so we need 2 more sewing kits and 3 more spools by the looks of it. But what about mordanted cloth, you say, for the red
All will be revealed in time, my young Padawan.
Worry not, you should.
Oh boy. Why are there so many of you if it's a low rift activity night? Huh? Oh, do not lose my light. Huh. Let's duck and weave around these guys and get back to the dugout to make use of that mold that just finished firing. Just kidding, I'm a silly Billy and I forgot all the copper back at the house. I can't remember where I put all my copper. Oh, I know exactly where I put it. It's here. I already put it in a crucible. Alright. Oh boy, okay. There we go. We've got a use for all that aged wood. It's pretty much only good for fire pits. You can't put it on a pit kiln. And I have not tested if I can put that into an oven yet. Maybe I'll bring some back with me and test that out. I think we might have to make some bread. Bees, barrels, and bread? I think that's the title of the episode. While we're here, let's get ourselves a little bit more copper melted here. We'll grab ourselves some nails and strips. That's almost done. That is done. Okay. Tongs. Tin bronze is done as well. Now I'm thinking, for safety's sake, we may want to move this probably to there. Scythe. Let's make ourselves another pickaxe as well. You can never have too many of those. And we'll just fill up the rest into ingot molds for later use. While we're waiting for that to cool, this lead ingot I cast earlier, as we avoid this temporal rift, I'm going to turn into a couple more windows. Maybe get one here. Just have a little bit more light coming in, especially if we're going down into a dark staircase. One last look at the sun, I feel like would be a nice way to enter and exit the basement. Little corner window on the inside, doesn't look too bad, and it's centered on the outside because of our kind of jutting out support pillars. I'm okay with that. I don't think I need another one here because that's just going to get blocked by the staircase, because that's going to be wood there. It'll be right in the corner, which, yeah, we'd only be able to get a half one under the stairs, so asymmetry it is. Yeah, just adding that one little window does make this area feel a lot more bright and open. I'm a fan of that. I like it. Up top here, we're definitely going to have a couple windows as well. At the very least, I'll just plop those there temporarily. You know we're going to have windows here. They are a little bit funny, floating for the time being, but that's okay with me. Still debating if I want this to go to be a 2x3 or just a 1x3 or just two little single windows. Or maybe have them go to the floor. That might not be a bad idea. But once we start getting the walls in, then we can make those kinds of decisions. Let's head on back to the dugout. Once again, we're doing a lot of back and forth, because I think those flower pots were done. And possibly our metal has cooled. Flower pots. Ah, yes, everything is looking good. Let's pop these away. Make ourselves a scythe. Now, I haven't used a scythe very often, but they are exceedingly useful for collecting large swaths of grass, which I feel eventually we're going to need a lot of dry grass. So just having this, and also using it for collecting cattails and such, is going to be very beneficial going forward. There we go. And for the time being, we can just start to stack this up here. There we go. Nice little collection of hay to keep us, well, for the moment, just to kind of have it. Eventually, we could use it as some lower nutrient feed for the animals, though we have a ton of grain, and I don't know how much bread we can really reasonably make in a short amount of time. Speaking of bread, some more of this is ready to be harvested. We're going to be doing this in piecemeal, I think. Mature flax. Good, good, good. And we got the shaky grass here. I see you shaking. Everything over here is still in the middle of growing. So it's just some of the flax. Which is not bad. We got ourselves 10 flax twine out of that. So I think with that we might actually have everything we need. For Gambeson. Oh, not quite. Not quite. So we need, if my math is correct and if my memory is good, we need one more flax fiber. Just a single flax fiber to turn this into another piece of twine. Then we should have everything for a full set of tailored gambeson. So once even one more of those little pieces of flax finish growing, we're off to the races. We're good. Let's make some more chests here. So, any of these that we break are pretty well going to shower us with goods, and guess it's just a matter of deciding which ones. So let's do these two to start. There we go. So that leaves only one chest left to be turned into a trunk, and then we'll be ready to pretty much board up the ceiling, or stone it up, I suppose. There we go. Our tannin is ready. So let's just grab, while we can from underneath here, a little bit more oak. So some of these we're going to want to leave as weak tannin for putting our leather into, and some of these we're going to want to put 5 more oak logs in there to turn it into strong tannin after another day. Now I hear you. I know what you're saying. But Solstin, once again, if you're using all of these barrels for tannin, what about the dye? What about the gambeson? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm getting to that. We'll get there eventually. By the end of the episode, you'll see. Don't be scared. So we're going to take this weak tannin, plop in our 5 hides, and there we go. What? There may have been a step that I forgot, but I was testing you. Yep, 100%. That's all that was. Yep. As you see, as everyone knows, and of course I knew, I was just waiting for you to say it, you have to put lime into the water and make lime water, and then place your hides in there for 20 hours to turn them into soaked hides before you can put them in the tannin. Jeez, guys, everybody knows that. I gotta go. Make one more trip through the dark of night, as we often tend to do, back to the dirt dugout, because there's always things that I need that are in the exact opposite spot that I already am. This little guy that we made a little while ago, I have a plan. My initial thought for this little corner here was going to be to have a nice decorative storage vessel. There's a particular one here, the harvest vessel, that I was hoping to find eventually at, I believe, an artisan trader, yeah. But it wouldn't really do us much good because we're going to want to store any of the grain down in the basement, and having it here isn't really going to save us much time. However, having a quern to grind our grain into flour right beside where we're going to bake it, that actually makes a lot more sense. That, and with it being peridotite, we actually have that same little splash of kind of a greenish tint that I was hoping for in the corner there, though it is a little duller, but I think it works out pretty well. We may change it out for basalt if we get some polished basalt and swap out the color on here, which I won't
be rebuilding it. That would be most likely with the paintbrush, once we can use the chisel tools mod. So I think while we're waiting for everything down in the basement to finish soaking and diluting and all that good stuff, let's make ourselves a little bit of bread. What are we thinking here? We got spelt, flax, rye, and more spelt. We have a lot of spelt. Let's use spelt. And in go the grain. And on go the grind. And the nice thing is we won't have to go down to the basement. That temporary water source down there, I might make it into something a bit more permanent. But once we do have the sink in place, it'll actually be a water source, so we can always just grab a bucket, fill up from the sink to make our dough. Let's pop in the flour, pop in the water. There we go, and we just need a little bit more water. That's 1 liter per flour. Now let's test out here. Can I? Oh, I can. So we can use the aged firewood just like regular firewood for our ovens. So that's perfect. We'll probably relocate that big old stack over here, although it might be useful over there for smelting a little bit. Is that a rift right outside our window? I'm not a fan of that, but okay. And now we just place our bread inside the preheated ovens and watch them bake. We watch them rise. And if you look close, you can actually see them slowly leavening as the carolers outside are, once again, singing the songs of their people. And it will tell you here on the tooltip when it's dough, when it's part baked, when it's just bread, and then when it's overcooked bread, which lasts a little bit longer but has a little bit less satiation or saturation. Oh, there we go. Ah, that's so beautiful. Ah, our first baking. There we are. We have ourselves a dozen. Now, they'll last 8 days in our inventory, but if we pop on down into the basement here, I placed a few. Oh. That room is forfeit. But if we place them down here on some shelves, they're good for 30 days. Let's just eat one here. Not bad, not bad. An entire loaf of bread. Keep a couple of those on us just to keep our nutrition levels a little bit more aligned. We need a bit more grain. We've also been slacking on fruit recently. We're good on protein, good on vegetables. Perhaps 1 torch down in the large room there is not quite enough. There we go. We are eventually going to have to make a lot more crocks because I do want to fill this shelf and this shelf full of crocks. Cookpots, we can only really do 2 at a time here, so I'm not too worried. We have enough spares as it is. I think I pilfered a couple from a ruin at some point. I don't remember making this many. I thought I only made 4. Good sirs, I get that it's apocalyptic, but please, cease and desist. Go back to your homes. There's nothing to see here. Can you believe this? Look at that. You'd think Taylor Swift was here or something. I wonder if I can get them to start hitting each other. Yes, throw your rocks. Hurt each other.
Like the fools you are. That's right, start brawling amongst yourselves. Turn upon your own countrymen.
See, got a little bit of flax. And with that 1 flax fiber we've collected, now we have the 4 flax twine we want. So thank you, Drifters. The gambeson is complete thanks to your not-so-noble sacrifice. This is how we burn through several knives, everybody. And it's how we learn if RNG is on our side. Because there's very low drop chances from these. Especially, well, there's a couple here that I might have taken down, but a lot of these are going to have reduced drop rates because
of the infighting. So I'm expecting to maybe get a couple of flax, and that's about it. A temporal gear would just be, beautiful icing on the cake. Exceedingly unlikely, far less than a 1% chance. I think we'd have to, with the odds we've got, maybe 1 in 1,000 might have one. Rough estimate. Looks like 1 flax fiber is all that's in the cards for us. Except for you boys, what do you have? Nothing. What about you? Also nothing. Okay. Now I noticed that oak tree has grown, and a few others that I planted have as well. But I'm going to place down a few of these flower pots beforehand. I don't have the table that I plan to put it on here built quite yet, but we'll just plop it down there to get it out of our inventory. I probably will want a planter in the corner here, just to have a nice little bit of foliage by the window. But we'll just kind of place it down for the time being. Why not? Just one here. I don't plan on keeping one here. This is going to be like a prep table, or where we can put down crocks full of food. There we go. Nice little splash of color for the kitchen. Maybe for this one here we could put the woad in there. It's a little tall. I'm not a huge fan of it, but we can just pretend, until I remove it anyway, that it's some kind of herb or something. I don't know what kind of herb would have yellow tips like that. I don't know. Maybe it's some green onion that's starting to go. Now, we still do have 7 more hours until these are done. So we're going to be looking at like 5 p.m. by the time these are ready. So, let's take a quick little peek at a mod that I just installed. So, recommended by the ever-wonderful Kurazar is the extended workbench. So we just need, by the looks of it, 9 boards. Now, for the time being, we don't really have a workshop, per se, to put it in. So we're just going to have it near the house here. We'll plop that down just right here for the time being. We will eventually move it when we build a proper workshop, or even move it to the dirt dugout, or build another one, who knows. But with this, we can actually, before even getting to iron, we can make the trim here. And it'll be not as quick, but a whole heck of a lot quicker than it otherwise would have been. So I've got a polished chert rock. There's 2 different types we're going to need. We'll need corner pieces and flat pieces, and then we can just rotate them with the regular chisel. There we have it, 1x4 voxel sections, and these are going to go like so. Just a nice trim up around the top, and it'll kind of break up the conglomerate from the plaster a little bit. Give us a nice little deeper color border around here. And there we go. Oh, this is nice. I like this. That somehow we didn't entirely burn through that chisel. Thank you, Workbench, and thank you, Kurazar, for that recommendation. Let's get our trim in place here. And there we go. That actually only took maybe 5 minutes. And that's far less time than it would have taken to chisel all that by hand. Look at that. That's a nice trim. I like that. The kitchen is very warm tone centric, but I feel the little bit of a blue from the countertops helps to kind of keep it from being too overly warm. And the evening sun doesn't help all that much. Speaking of the evening sun, though, we have 5 minutes left until our leather's ready to process to the next stage. So we're going to take our 5 soaked hides, pop them in here, give them a little scrapey scrape, and then we're just going to take it into this barrel of weak tannin and pop those in. And we got 3 days, so that's going to take a little bit of time, but that's okay. Meanwhile, our strong tannin is almost ready to go. And what did I say about asking about the Gambison? Don't worry about the Gambison. The Gambison's coming. It's coming.
Don't worry, it's gonna be red. It's gonna be glorious. It's coming.
There we go. And our strong tannin is just starting to finish. So we've got our weak tannin here, our strong tannin here. Don't worry about the barrel at the end. Nothing's going on there. Nothing at all. Now we should be able to... Our plain cloth is gone. Wherever could it have gone? I don't know how many of these little weird bits I'm keeping out. I mean, anybody who's paying attention knows I'm making
Red.
Gambison, but, you know, we're going to disregard the linen for the time being, and we're just going to grab a whole bunch of this aged firewood and put a regular firewood there. And you know what? I only need 3 stacks, so we can keep that here. That'll be fine. And I'm going to drop off our chiseling stuff here while we're in the neighborhood. And now that we know that aged firewood can be used for the ovens, I think we're just going to stock up here with some of the aged firewood. That way we don't start cutting into using up some of these oak logs that we're definitely going to need to finish the framing. And I'm thinking of using birch for the floor up there. I don't know if that'll be the ceiling down here as well, or if we're going to have a bit of a multi-block chiseling to give ourselves a different bit of a ceiling. I don't want to do more plaster over here. I feel like that's going to be too much plaster. Over here for our entrance, I probably will have oak boards going across here, just because the deck up above is going to be oak planks, and so just keeping it consistent there. Plus, it'll give us a bit more of a rough look in the entrance area here. I am going to do something with this little entryway. I have a plan. I just need a couple rock types, and I know where one of them is that I need. Actually, I know where all of the rock types I want are. And then we'll have a nice little decorative, not super fancy, but kind of fancy entryway. It's not going to be these aged, polished conglomerate blocks. I will keep them here for the threshold where the doors are, but in here, we're going to have a little bit of a splash of color. And the trim that we have above the window clearly is not breaking our insulation. I did test it out on the other side, which does break the insulation. So as long as one side is flat, I guess we're okay. But with our wood framing sticking out an entire block, I might add a little bit of a kind of half block of more stone just to thicken up the walls a little bit. And that'll give us some room to then be able to extend that out. Have the wood go the whole way out to the edge of that block and then a little bit into the next one. So we can keep it recessed, but it's actually more than a whole block. And I'll probably copy this little support beam framing type of idea into the tops of all of the other windows on the bottom floor here, as well as I'll probably make window frames around any windows we have up top. Ones up top might have a little bit less depth to them just because I don't think I'll be double thickening the walls up there like I will be for the stone down here. For a stone foundation, it makes a bit more sense. So, a little drifter told me something. Apparently, our cloth is ready, and we can make our red gambison. Obviously, the cloth fairy must have come in the night and gifted us with, well, something special. Now, clearly, nothing is off about this situation in the slightest, and this is definitely, your eyes are just deceiving you. This is red, 100%. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. Why are you worried about it? That's right, we've got right here our totally red gambison. Let's put these on. What is brown apart from just a dark rusty red? Kind of like my beard. You see, it goes with my shoes. And my shoes, clearly, as anyone can see, are red. Ooh, we walk around all clinky clunky now. That certainly won't get annoying. But we are armored up now, so we're a little bit more defended. And regardless of what shade of red our armor is, we can still just pretend it's red. Because we know in our hearts that it is. Now, I do have a mod on in place where I believe I can make it disappear. It's the invisible armor mod, and that way, when we're just milling about, we can still be defended while looking casual. So whether we're out on the farm or down in the depths, we'll be nice and padded and hopefully this will keep us alive, and we won't have to worry too much about a couple hits taking us down. I do also like that the trim kind of almost matches my eyes. We've got a little bit of that cyan in there.
I started the day with some neuron activation, counting out just how much limestone we'll need to get our upper floor walls in place. Afterward, I set to work forming a falx blade mold and popped it into a pit kiln to fire. While I waited, the forge called to me. Hammering out a tin bronze boss and hoop felt like the right move since we've been long overdue for a shield. Once I got going on the anvil, I decided our mold would have to be for later blades, and I hammered out our first proper sword blade. 1 stick and 3 maple boards later, and we had ourselves kitted out for some proper sword and board action. Which brings us to the very next morning, where I've noticed the bee skeps have populated. I wasn't expecting them to do this so far into October, but we don't have any of those straw dummies I was talking about in place, so I'm going to hold off for the moment. I'll wait until we've got more than one to collect from, which is fine because we have a lot of work to do today. For you see, that upper floor is looking a little sparse. Since I've counted out how much we're going to need, we're going to want at least 3 stacks of limestone just to get that upper floor done. And the nice thing is, they can all be chiseled because I want to recess them all in a little bit just to give a bit of depth upstairs. So let's get on the road. Get around the gate first. We've got ourselves a beautiful sunny morning, and I'm going to head down across the water to our salt mine. Now, I could bring the raft, but I want to save as much inventory space as possible. We're already taking up a bit of space having the hammer and chisel so that we can chisel out blocks instead of having to break them and get little stones. Got the last bit of our meat with us, so eventually we'll have to do another hunting trip. But for now, we've got ourselves a whole bunch of porridge and vegetables back at the house, so I'm not worried for the moment. Before it gets too far into winter, though, we probably will go and hunt down some more animals, get a whole bunch of meat stocked up, and that's partially why I'm collecting rocks down by the salt mine. Now, the reason I'm bringing along our brand new sword and shield with us while I'm going on a bit of a mining expedition is just in case, as we're going around looking for rocks, I might pop my head down into a cave here and there. But also, just in case we come across some drifty boys, we can actually defend ourselves. Now, I was debating between chalk and limestone, and if this wasn't just a farmhouse, which I feel the little bit dirtier, dingier look of limestone could look better as a kind of a plaster that's been left to the elements. The chalk might be a little too bright and clean. So while we're here, let's collect ourselves probably at least a stack of salt, and then we can start relieving a bunch of limestone. We've barely made a dent in this. This is more than a lifetime supply of salt. It goes up so high. Let's just pop that back in the bag. I did bring a chest so we can start to store things when we are running low on inventory space. But for the moment, let's start chiseling up some of these. It might take a little bit, but we can save on our pickaxe durability just a little bit if we want to be inefficient with time, and just break these blocks by hand. I'll very likely start using the pickaxe after a little bit since we do have a couple more ingots left over and another pickaxe head waiting in a mold back home. But, I think this would be a good time, as I'm going to be spending a lot of time collecting multiple stacks of limestone, to do another Sol Says What segment. So I'll be here toiling away in the mines, and you listen to the dulcet tones, or crazed ramblings, of Sol Says What. Welcome to Sol Says What, presented by Sol Says What.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same coat as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. But I'm just getting warmed up.
Oh, I own all of the Empire now, Palpatine. Take that, you old man. Oh.
Scarabs are a quadrupedal mining platform that are part of a larger class of constructs known... my apologies, that's the wrong scarab. Scarabs are actually stout-bodied beetles. Scavengers by nature, the scarab beetle recycles dung, carrion, or decaying plant matter.
Things around us aren't always what they seem. In the everyday world, we use a simple scale, ourselves, to know what is small and what is large. But what about the worlds that lie beyond? What is truly large and truly small?
My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe. When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Orcs is never defeated in battle. If we win, we win. If we die fighting, so it don't count.
Horus was weak. Horus was a fool. He had the whole galaxy within his grasp, and he let it slip away.
Where'd you go? Come on out and fight me!
Come out to the coast, get together, have a few laughs. Now I know what a TV dinner feels like.
When I was a young'un, we only had onions to play with. Onions and one turnip. Ah, yes, those were the days of fragrant, innocent fun. Words of courage, block man. Whatever ancient technology you find, protect it with your life. Don't let it fall into the wrong hands.
Freedom is democracy.
Hello and good morning. I hope you're enjoying this preview of the back-breaking labor you will have to endure upon waking from the great sleep. This proud seraph... Wait a minute. Larry? Why is his skin not blue or green? Is that just a lanky human? Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us.
I see now why you picked this camp. A delicious-looking limestone rock.
Oh, not again. I accidentally spilt tea on my apron again. Oh, hopefully it'll come out in the wash. Okay, now, back to testing out these strange doohickeys.
You know, it would have been nice if Ziggy set the coordinates for a little farther forward. Now I'm stuck in 1945, and Sam says Sweet and Low hasn't even been invented yet, so now I gotta make up lies that it's something Uncle Sam came up with. My powers are beyond your mortal imagination. For instance, my eyes can see through your armor. All right, that's it. Dishonor. Dishonor on your whole family. Make a note of this. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow.
Stay a while and listen to a passage from my favorite tome, 50 Shades of Grey. I hate the smell of so much dirt and not enough herbs. I'm all out of herbs.
This has been Sol Says What. If you would like your submission read, please be sure to include the dialogue, character, and hashtag in the comment section below. Alright, so we've made it back home safe and sound with a lot of limestone. Got ourselves here just shy of 3 stacks, but we have 7 cracked limestone, and this one might have been relieved by accident. I'm not entirely sure how with the patterning I was doing, but it does not want to stack with those ones, so we'll let that do as it wants to do. Now, I'm not entirely certain if the workbench we have outside will function with already chiseled blocks. It just says to input materials for crafting, so I'm going to give this a little try. Let's plop this down on the counter here. So we've got our already pre-chiseled limestone rock.
And we're just going to try to chisel it down here and see what we can do with that workbench. See if we can get this to copy over. So this side here that I'm trimming down is going to be our outer facing edge. And all of the other ones, if we can copy them over in the workbench, then, whoops, we can just rotate them as we need. And that would be the ideal scenario. I think we'll be safe outside here on a low rift activity night. So, let's pop our block there. Need a chisel to copy a chiseled block. Pop our chisel in there. And it will not allow us to copy it over to a pre-chiseled block. Okay. This is a slight bit unfortunate. Looks like we may have to chisel these down by hand. Oh boy. Might have been a good idea for me to have looked that up before absolutely chiseling all of the blocks. Mainly did it so I wouldn't be cluttering up my inventory with a bunch of other rock types that I don't quite need at the moment. But hey, you know, it's a little bit of give and take, I suppose. So I think I'm going to cut down a few of those oak trees that have started to grow, get a little bit more wood for the upper framing over the limestone walls, and we're going to do a little bit of a building time lapse, I think, to get these walls in place. Commence the time lapse. Ah. And so, we have the walls up for the second floor. Now I have blocked in where the other windows are going to go, just with some packed dirt for now, because we need to go gather more lead if we want to make more glass panes. And it is all showing up as the inside of a house, which is perfect. So I think I might not worry about making this more enclosed. I might turn this into a closet or a cupboard of some sort, possibly. But we've got a little balcony. I may add an entrance here. I'm not too sure if this will be the door that stays. But we've got our balcony. Need to add a railing, of course, for safety. But I've just filled in the entire ceiling with packed dirt for the time being, just because we're going to need a lot of either shale rocks or blue clay shingles. I'm leaning a bit more towards shale rocks. I like the slight darker look. And here we have our staircase. And I don't need to worry about covering it up anymore. I probably should just add a torch up here, though. Yeah, I'm going to make a few torches. Just to light up the entire inside. Haha. There we go. Now, if you look behind me outside, we've got hail coming down. And if we look at the temperature outside, we are hitting 0 degrees right at this very moment. So it's getting a little chilly. I had to put on my winter clothes. So I've got a little... Oh. That is kind of weird. Okay. We're just going to keep the helmet on for the time being. But yeah, I've got my fur coat, my fur gloves, and my fur boots on. So I'm all cozy. I started to freeze in the middle of chiseling the bedroom wall here. So what do we do now that we have our walls up and we've got ourselves a little bit of salt? Well, first of all, we clear out our inventory a bit because that's a lot of stuff we got in here. So if we pop it in the corner here, we can start to grind this rock salt up, basically, into actual salt. So I'm going to be here a while doing some grinding. Now I came down here to put some salt in a barrel, and I guess we're going to have exactly 2 barrels free here. There we go. We have 2 salt barrels ready to go. And coincidentally, we also have our prepared hides, which are now ready to go into the strong tannin. So let's pop those into there, and we're going to get 25 leather after another 4.5 days. So with our leather getting ready for the final stages, we're going to have a bit of time to just let it do its thing. And I think this might be a good opportunity while we're waiting. Since we need to do a little bit of exploring anyway at some point in the near future, why not find an excuse to take our new shield and sword out for a bit of a test drive. Now let's start with the hole that's given us the most trouble in this entire playthrough so far. Hello, my old nemesis. This one's a twofer. We got a couple choices. Well, this one looks far more shallow. Let's clear away a little bit of this foliage here so we can actually see a bit better down there. And, oh yeah, this was my original dirt pillar, so I'm actually just going to reclaim this. But yeah, we're going to do a little bit of cave diving. See if we can't find some more ruins and hopefully some more aged torch holders, because we have a lot of torches going around. Oh, there's a whole other direction here. That leads to absolutely nothing. Good. But I definitely would like to find more aged torch holders so we don't have to worry about re-upping the torches every day. At least until we can get ourselves to lanterns. Oh, we got bricks. Ah, ooh. Alright, we got ourselves a translocator under here. That's convenient. Okay. What do we got? We got some crates. We got some chests here. A Rotwalker mask. Okay. Let's try that on in a second here. These aged crates, they're empty. They could really come in handy, in all honesty. So let's start breaking down some of this, and actually let's mark this on the map first. Okay, invisible stone rubble, we got that going on here. You go there. Okay, let's put a few things down here. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of these sticks. Put our light down so we can see, and let's get our chest off our back so we can start storing some things in here. Get these crates in there. Keep that Rotwalker mask on. Let's see, what does this look like? Oh, that's terrifying.
Hello. Do you have any rusted spoons? I like it when the red water comes out. May I caress this rusted kettle?
I don't think we're gonna wear it. It does weird things to me. Just pop it in the chest there. That's where it's gonna live. What did I get? I picked up a ruined drill. Why not? We'll keep that. Could be useful for workshop decoration at some point. Now, we've got that repaired. Now we just need a couple of gears. And because we're a clockmaker, we only need 2 temporal gears to fix this. But that's still 2 more than what we have or have ever really seen up until this point. Okay, well that was a pretty successful little path down this cave here. And this is the side I fell down when I almost died. It's a good thing I fell down this side and not the other, because the other one is a bit more deadly. Oh, that's lava down there. Okay. Ooh, I'm already losing stability as I go. Ooh. Don't have to go down too far. We got a ruin right here. Ooh, okay, we got more barrel. Oh, we've got a couple little bits of clothing here. Okay. Peasant shirt. It's heavily tattered, but okay. And a hunter poncho. That's not going to show up under our armor. But it does show up over our fur coat, which is kind of nice. Well, you know what? It's an extra 0.1 degrees even in its terrible state, so we're just gonna wear it because it's gonna be a little bit more than what we have. And you know what? We won't be able to see it, but right now our original shirt is pretty much it's scraps. It's rags down at 0 degrees that it's helping keep us warm. Whereas this peasant shirt, at least it's going to give us 0.4 degrees. So it's a little better than the practically nothing that we've got. Please drop. I would love a ruined small crate, please. Yes! Dang it. Oh, now this old fire pit is actually probably going to come in handy for our fireplace. If we don't want it to be usable, we can at least have it be decorative. Looks like we've got ourselves more dry stone. I was hoping that was going to go up to something, but nope. These are aged short beds, which I do not believe we can use. Okay, we've already found a couple ruins, but no torch holders yet. Now I'm just going to take a quick peek on down this way toward the lava. Yeah, I'm going to be as exceedingly careful as I can, and that is just going right on down to... honestly, that's probably going down to our other lava pit? There's a bit of a distance, but I wouldn't be surprised if they connect up somehow. So we're just going to leave that be, because that's a very narrow descent down a very slim tunnel, and a very slim tunnel with a lot of lava flowing down it, and I don't want to have any part of that. Oh, I see we're up at medium now. All right. We've finally got boys. Well, that one big old cave sorted out. The secrets of my nemesis have been sorted. Just for curiosity's sake, though, I am going to check the lava hole here to see if it connects to that lava funnel. Or river, or whatever we want to call it, that we saw in the other cave. This is going north. Don't think it actually connects. Hey, stop it. We gotta be careful here. Ooh, more gear. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, we got... It looks like we got some saltpeter down here. Is there anything good or just big ol' hole? Might just be a big ol' hole. Uh-oh, locusts. Okay. Haha, I don't know if I'm prepared to deal with that quite yet. Okay, that just keeps going down. I'm just gonna grab my torch.
It was at that moment when I realized I'm a builder, not a fighter. And I get exceedingly quiet when I'm focusing on not dying.
Do you have anything good? Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Okay, let's get up out of here. Good, good. The safety of the lava. Never thought I'd say that, but it brings light. And with light comes safety. We're just gonna be the carefulest little boys here. Alright? No, no, no. You... That's right. Oh, he's dead, dead. Oh, boy, okay. Nope, nope, nope. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, no how. No, no, no. Ha ha ha. Ooh, let's at least get up onto the surface. Ha ha. No, no siree. A man nearly pushed me into lava, and no, sir. I don't like it. Okay, back in the safety of the house. Let's check and see what our spoils are. A few things. We've got some metal barrels. Could put those around the house. The Rotwalker mask that's going to make us start acting a little crazy, I think. But I don't know. There's something weird that happens with it. Like, I take it and I put it on.
And suddenly I talk like this.
And I really don't understand it. Do any of you have this problem where you put on a mask?
And suddenly you want to caress a rusted spoon.
So we're just going to keep that off for maybe ever. Yeah. So we've changed our clothes a little bit. Got ourselves 8 gears. Not too bad. 6 metal parts. So that'll help for repairing other things. Translocators. We got a lot of good things. The tuning cylinder is not going to come in handy for quite a while, probably. But these crates, oh boy, especially if we want to go collect a bunch of slate to make our roofs, we're going to definitely want a whole bunch of crates. I mean, this is basically like 8 chests. It's great. It's perfect. In fact, you know what? Let's set them up in the basement right now. Not in that room. Let's do this room. Don't ask why there's a bed in here. We've got a nice little decorative wall of crates, and each one's going to be very handy. We can just store a bunch of stones in there. Now, the aged ones, they do only have 16 slots, so they're pretty much the exact same as a chest. But if I were to make crates, they have 20 storage slots, so they're a little bit better. So I think before the next time we get into those tunnels, we're going to want to make some horsetail poultices, which means we're going to have to collect a bit more horsetail and definitely more reeds. Definitely would have liked to get some aged torch holders, so I wouldn't have to worry about doing this every couple of days. But hey, you know, one day, once we get our poultices, then we'll be okay.
The hunt for more copper continued while waiting for our leather to finish. Should I have taken prospecting pick readings while I was out? Yes. Did I remember to? No. Returning home, I fired up a few splitter plug molds to eventually take advantage of the quarry mod. I then made a few flint axes and got back to Lumberjacksville once again on the oak trees until the leather was finally ready. I fashioned 3 leather backpacks, but we'll have to wait for the second batch to finish before making a 4th. With the splitter plug molds finishing soon after, I used some of our newly acquired copper to smelt a bunch of tin bronze splitter plugs. They'll come in handy when we're ready to start collecting massive amounts of conglomerate rock for our eventual castle. With the need for storage on the brain, I gathered some more of the blue clay outside the dirt dugout and got to forming 3 more storage vessels. Come spring, we'll need
much more food storage since I don't anticipate us eating through what we currently have before then. Once those were cooking, I cleared out the last of the spelt stragglers from the farmland so it could start replenishing nutrients over the rest of the winter. Then, it was off to explore in search of slate. Heading east, I came across some ruins, and more than one cave lured me in with promises of potential aged torch holders. I may have lost sight of my original goal, nearly filling my inventory along with the chest on my back. I had to leave an aged wooden chest behind with some lore books inside, but I marked it on the map to return later on. By the time I came across some slate, my inventory was nearly full. I gathered what I could and dubbed this outing a successful scouting mission before making the long journey home by sea to clear out my inventory and put up the painting we had found in a ruin. And that brings us to today, where we've got that little bit of iron that we picked up on our little expedition cooking away in a bloomery, and soon, very soon, we will have ourselves our very first iron bloom. Then we can hammer it down on our anvil to get our very first iron ingot, and that is about all we need, I hope, I think, to make a pantograph. Now with one of these, we can copy the shape of a chiseled block onto any other block, chiseled or otherwise, so the fact that we chiseled all of those limestone rocks for the wall will not actually matter. We're going to be able to get those walls done once our iron is ready, but we do have a little bit of time before that's done cooking, so we'll give that a few minutes. And while we're waiting, let's take these Molybdo Chacos ingots that we found on our little trip, and we're just going to hammer these guys down into a plate. Random bone, soil. Now that we have a pantograph in hand, we can get that little recessed aspect of that one singular wall copied over to every other wall on the top floor. And by the power of movie magic teleportation, we are suddenly on the balcony. Let's give a little demonstration of how this works, and then I'm just going to run around and copy this onto every single wall up here. So if we look at a chisel block and we press F, we're going to have all these options here. Now some of these we're not going to need to worry about, like doors. We're probably going to touch on those at some point, but I don't think we're doing any custom doors until we get to some of the fancier builds. This is a new feature, copy protected blocks so other people can't copy it. Good for servers, useless for us here. But what we're looking at is replace shape mode. So if we left click on a chisel block here, that'll take a little snapshot of it. And now if we just right click, that pastes that shape right there onto another block. And see how much quicker that is. Now there is a good chance that that could cause some lighting issues. So if I take that off, we're actually not seeing any, probably because we're not taking off too much of the block itself. But there is a chance to create lighting issues, which then you just take a chisel, remove a voxel, add a voxel, and you're all good. So I'm just going to run around and copy that to all the exterior walls, rotating them as necessary, and I'll see you in just a moment. And with that, all of the upper walls have that little bit of a recessed aspect just to give a bit more 3-dimension to the wood. Now I did leave this particular back wall here untouched just for the moment because we are going to be building a big old chimney coming out the back of here, but I haven't quite settled on a design for it. So I don't know which of these is going to have to be shaved down and which of them might just be getting replaced entirely. So we'll play that one by ear. So now that we've gotten a small taste of iron, I kind of want more, in all honesty. Only problem is I got that from a ruin, and I forgot to take readings of the rock and the ore deposits. That's okay though, because we need a lot of slate. So, I think before it gets to be too far into the dead of winter and gets unbearably cold, it's -8 right now, so it's already not good, but it's only going to get worse as the winter goes on. So I think if we make that trip out now, collect as much slate as we possibly can, with as empty of an inventory as possible, and I don't fill it up with everything I can find this time, we can build up enough of a supply of slate that hopefully we can maybe finish the roof without having to make another trip. So, let's clear out the rest of this, which I believe a good bit of that should probably go to the dugout. However, I don't want to make more chests right now, so I'm just going to dump a lot of this extra stuff. Don't think we'll need the... I'll bring the low fertility soil, but we'll get rid of it if we don't need it. Extra pickaxes. I did pick up a Jonas part, which is kind of cool. I don't know when I'm going to be making any sort of Jonas assembly bits because there's so many parts. So let's take a little bit of an inventory before we head out. We've got our prospecting pick. We're going to need that so we can get some readings when we're out, if I remember to. A few pickaxes because I don't know how much slate we're going to find out there. Sticks, I guess we can use as fuel if we need to make a fire for a little bit to warm up, because it is a little chilly. This shovel I found in a ruin on the first trip, it'll be useful, because there's a lot of gravel on top of the rocks we want. So we have a long ways to go. We're way down here. Now we have to go all the way up. Up. And we could probably just cut over here. We have to go right to these mountains right here. A little bit of a trek. Could go around. Probably might just to save on hunger. But we'll see. Maybe we'll cut across, but these are pretty hilly, mountainous areas, and they're a little tricky to traverse. So my frosty self will see you after a very exceedingly long and icy ocean voyage. Now, one other thing I'm hunting for while we're out. I didn't notice anything on the first trip, but there's a lot of forest here, and there's a part of me that wants to believe it can't possibly all just be oak and maple and nothing else. There's plenty of other tree types that grow in this region of the world. Hoping that we can come across maybe larch, bald cypress, walnut would be great too. If I'm remembering correctly, I think larch and bald cypress are usually up on mountains. I'm seeing a lot of pine. So these mountains might not be high enough. Those way off in the distance, they look like pine. They might be something different, but I'm not entirely certain. It's not a main goal for this particular outing, but it definitely will become a priority as we continue to build, and I want a little bit more color palettes for the wood. One day, we will also make a trip down south to get ourselves a little bit of ebony and purple heart wood. The crops themselves from down south, I'm not entirely certain we're going to need to care about, because a lot of them won't really grow up here too easily, apart from maybe one rotation in the summer. Could be an excuse to build a greenhouse, though. Hello, big old oak. I thought this was a giant oak tree, but it turns out, nope, we got ourselves a little bit of walnut here. And we already got a walnut seed from the very first bit of bush that we broke. Okay, let's collect, I mean, even just one is going to be enough for us to get a good bit. I'm going to mark this here so we can come back a little later on. Perfect. One more tree type to add to our collection. We can grow a few of those back home. Of course, they probably won't sprout until the spring, so we might want to just cut that guy down for a little bit of wood right now. And by right now, I mean after we go collect as much slate as we can humanly carry. Come back for you, my books. There'll be pretend cookbooks in the kitchen before you know it. Of course, I get here just as darkness is falling. Where? Why did I not mark it down? I did, I'm just blind. Is there anything more abundant and less gravel covered over here? Hello, sheep. What's your weight? Low. Welcome to winter. Let's get rid of a lot of this gravel here. I'm hoping, because that first bit of slate that I found was a single layer of rock, I'm hoping we find one that's more than just one layer. Seems like it's just a thin sheet on top of peridotite, which is going to make our job a little bit trickier here. I'm gonna keep looking around the area, because if that's the rock strata pattern, there's hopefully going to be something where we've got a layer that's thicker than just one rock deep. Get back over to where the slate was. So my exploratory endeavors to try and find better slate deposits has not gone well, and now I'm freezing. Where were my original markers? One might say this has gone the opposite of swimmingly. I'm just gonna hole up right here. So while we're warming ourselves by the fire here, let's take a little look at the maps. We've got 2 different spots that have slate. Didn't see any in the surrounding areas, so the sun should hopefully be up soon, and then we'll be able to see from these vantage points if there's any around, because hunting around in the dark has not proven very productive. Out in the dark of the wilderness, surrounded only by a campfire to guide the way, we sit and ponder as we freeze our toes off. -17 outside. It feels like Canada. We'll leave our little fire pit here as a reminder of warmer times. The sun is coming up, but it's not super useful. And now, on this December 1st evening, we have finally collected, I hope, enough slate to make the roof. I didn't do the math.
So we might be short. We're not short. We're 2 voxels shy of 2 meters tall. Aha.
So how about we use a lot of these materials we've gathered to start getting a little bit of building going on? I have filled up a good chunk of crate here. We've got ourselves just shy of 1,900 stones. So hopefully this will be enough slate. We do have a lot of gravel, 272, as well as 24 slate rocks. That is for a secret project. So we're going to need a lot of roof pieces. Let's get to crafting some of these. Now, the unfortunate thing is that this takes so very much stone. But at least we can get ourselves 2 stacks per stack of clay. So clay is, if it's efficient for clay, so we have ourselves nearly 3 stacks of slanted slate roof. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but I suppose we're going to find out in just a moment here. To the roof! And the trapdoor at the top there actually still keeps this area down here sealed. So that's perfect. We have a lot of snow buildup on the roof. At least we have our general shape still. So, apart from the corner pieces, which we're not going to worry about for the moment, we're just going to get a trim around the edge. We'll add one on either end here as a little bit of an overhang. There we go. And it's a little tough to see because we're in the dead of night and the dead of winter, but we've got the framing of where the roof is going to be kind of laid out. So we've got our long roof going here. We'll probably add a dormer window here, maybe one out the back. I'm not too concerned about being able to see out from the inside here, just what aesthetically is going to look good on the outside. Here we change up the roof a little bit and have it go this way. Now the tricky thing is because this is going to be slightly more narrow than over here where we've got it out one more block. So the roof is going to change a little bit right in the middle, somewhere here probably. That will be interesting, and I'm thinking I can blend it in at the T-junction for the roof here, but we shall see. In the meantime, I'm going to grab a few more rocks, and I'm going to put our corners in. So I'll be right back. Now, I normally would do this in the form of a time lapse, but with the amount of days that have elapsed, you can see in the corner here, we have a storm on the horizon. But also this might not be the most beautiful attic. We will see, but it's going to be dingy. We're going to have use for some of those cobwebs we picked up. I'm going to make it look very abandoned in the attic. It'll just be a forgotten little out-of-the-way storage. Hopefully not forgotten. I already misplaced my copper. I've done it twice. I just put them places and I forget. I'm just going to keep putting tiles in until we're not allowed to do it anymore. I'm also shivering something fierce because it's mighty cold out. Ooh. I should probably get inside before I get too hypothermic. Warm ourselves up by a nice cozy fire. Ah, perfectly safe, toasting our buns on the stovetop. You see, heated seats are not a modern invention of current-day vehicles. We could do it all back then. So I'm going to try and place as many more little roof tiles as I can before the temporal storm hits, and I will see you all after we have slept through it, because it's a heavy storm. I will not survive. We haven't built a boiler room or whatever the new version of it is that's going to account for all the new drifters being able to spawn on rocks and all that. So I'll see you on the other side of this storm, where I'm going to sleep down here amongst my crates. And we awake in our little shelter safe and sound. And I believe if time is flowing at a rate that I believe it is, yes, our second batch of leather is all ready to go. We're going to be able to get rid of this little hand basket. Oh, it's beautiful. So much more room for activities and things. We'll find a nice use for these hand baskets, I'd imagine. They're nice. They're very charming. So I'm sure we can find a nice little spot to put them for just decoration, since mechanically they're not super useful to us anymore. Why don't I set down one of these on the counter? Isn't that nice? Yeah, that'll probably get moved, but at least we've got it. I can't remember if I walked over here at some point, but during the montage, or something between the episodes, I built a sieve. Now, it's useful for pulp, I believe. So these guys here are ingredients for parchment. So by parchment, you gotta make linen fiber pulp, and you run that through a sieve, and then you've got yourself some parchment. I don't know if we're gonna do that, but it's fitting to have that right below where our books are going to go. And it just kind of looks like a nice sifter for flour and things like that, which sure would make a bit more sense over there, but it adds a little bit more wood and just decoration really for the corner.
I have any more of those limestone rocks that I was using? Where are those chiseled limestones? There's a little bit of conglomerate. Where'd I put my limestone? There you are. My pantograph.
Now, let's get ourselves a bit of framing up in here. I didn't bring my chisel up. Come here, you. Now, this is the difficult one because it is more open than the rest. Now, here's the dilemma. This end here, odd amount. This wall here, also odd amount. This one here, even amount. Me no like. So this is going to be a little different, and I think we're probably going to have a window in place. So let's see, at the very least, we will have a 2-block window there, very likely. We could custom chisel a little circular window here, which we might end up doing at some point. I might just put 2 window panes in there and then some framing around it. I'm not entirely sure. I do feel like having the corner here be separated from the window a little bit might look better. So we might have just one of those creepy little windows that you see in old haunted house attics. Maybe we'll put a straw dummy there, so if we look from outside, we'll have just a weird little face staring at us out the window. Yeah. Like the creepy little ghost girl thing. That's not descriptive. There's like hundreds of those in media. With the size of this attic, it's not exactly sealed. Now, I don't know if all of the roof blocks here now count as something to seal in for temperature. Nice thing is, it doesn't matter if we got snow coming in here. If it's drafty in the attic, that's okay. This isn't the real world where you're going to want an adequate amount of insulation here to keep the heat from coming out from down below, because once we come down here, everything's fine. It's a sealed house. We're good. The attic being drafty kind of just makes sense.
Have a little bit more wood. That's what we've got it for. Making pillars and things with the wood. Oak wood. Versatile oak wood.
Yeah, we will, even if we don't care about it being drafty, I will still divide this up a little bit, just so that way we've got a bit more interest up here. That is... yeah, you know what? There we go, we have a little alcove here. It's kind of mirrored, actually. That's good. That's very good. So I think for these walls in here, any sort of little dividers, we can just use a little bit of limestone that is not really chiseled in. They may be chiseled blocks, but we'll just use them as dividers. We might separate the rooms a bit. This could be a nice little separated area. And if we do that, it would maybe seal in some of it. This, I feel, will not. No matter what, this is going to be drafty in here. But that's not the worst. Let's do a little test. If we were to wall this off, this is actually sealed. Interesting. Okay. Oh, actually seals this as well. Okay, maybe we'll just put a set of double doors in there or something. These dividing walls I may actually replace. There we are, and these I could grab my pickaxe, but I won't. These I'm going to make as vertical planks. Yeah. Do the same on this side as well. Part of me is tempted to chisel in the inner half of the limestone blocks here to also be wood, just to give a bit more, wood look in here. See how that looks, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing that. That just makes it a lot cozier. Compared to something like this. Yeah. For the attic, I think it fits super well. Of course, once we get the floor in, which I haven't decided what type of wood or what type of ceiling we're going to have down below. But I'm going to go ahead and replace the inner half of all these limestone blocks with more oak planks. And there we have it. We've replaced all of the interior limestone up in the attic with oak planks. I think that just looks more attic-y. For some reason, just wood planks. Vertical planks specifically just evoke this attic feeling for me. I don't know if I will add a layer of anything to cover up the shingles. It might make it feel a bit too cramped. We're already a little lacking on space in here. Not that we're going to need a whole lot of space for a little farmhouse, but I don't want to make it any smaller than it has to be. Also, was thinking of running oak logs along the edge as sort of a top support. It's just going to get a little weird on this stretch where it won't be centered anymore after a certain point, and I don't think filling it in with 2 layers from here out is going to make a whole lot of sense. Let's see. Okay. So I do like it along in here. In here, it feels a little low. It's really low. Although I suppose it's an attic, it's just kind of storage space. I'm not a huge fan of this. It's way too low for my personal preference, but... Oh, I just figured out how I'm going to do it. Okay. Done. This part does not need wood. There we go. There we go. Everything is good. And we can just add more planks here to create another room divide. Awesome. All right. Beautiful. More walls. It's nice. I like this. I like this. We're getting cozy. We're dividing it up in a way that feels semi-natural, to me at least. And now we have ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4 distinct areas within our attic. This short area here, I don't know what I'll do with it. It's honestly probably just going to get filled with crates and cobwebs and things like that, because we can bump our head on this. Well, we just barely skirt under, so eventually a lot of those crates down below are probably going to get brought up here, but we'll wait until we have the floor and everything in place for that. And these doors can just stay open all the time. They're mainly here just to seal it off. Oh, and this is a nice cellar, apparently. Cool. Oh, are these all cellars now? This is a house. So these two sections actually count as cellars. So we could store things up here as well that are food. Well, that's interesting. Okay. I might play around with some ideas here. This might not be the worst idea I've ever had. But for now, we're going to leave that place. I have one more tiny outing before we can get another little segment of the house completed today. For you see, in this little entryway, I shall need rock types 3. I have 2 of the 3 stone types that I'm going to want for my little idea at the front entrance here. So I just need to go grab the 3rd. I'm about to head back out into the cold. Before I do that, I do actually want to make something else with this leather. Nothing super beneficial. Just cool looking. Got myself some leather bracers. And when we put the clockmaker's wrist guard back on, when we don't need the extra warmth for winter, it will actually cover up one of them, I believe the left arm. Give us a nice little bit of asymmetry. We'll just pop this bronze bracelet in a random trunk for the moment. We won't need it where we're going. I'm gonna need a pickaxe. Where did I put my pickaxe? Did I put it at the dirt dugout? Probably. Let me guess, it was in the chest right in front of the kitchen and I was 2 feet from it the entire time.
Very likely.
The whole time. They were by the front door. The whole time. See what I mean about, I lose everything.
I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached to my body.
We're gonna go out and grab ourselves just a touch of sandstone. It'll be a long way to go for how little we're going to need, so I'll probably just grab more than what I want. Just to have some extra. Oh no, why are my arms... Why am I standing? I guess I guess I will stand for this. Okay, getting off and back on again fixed it. But there is a deer somewhere over there. And it's got full antlers. So we're getting very close to that time where we can grab ourselves either some moose antlers or deer antlers. I guess if that deer is close by, we can probably let them grow out to their maximum stage, and either we harvest him in the spring. I think there might be some natural shedding. This is a new mechanic, so we're gonna see how this plays out. And we've reached shore. What's that light back there? Oh, it's a trader. I don't know why I was so confused of like, why is there a lit structure over here? This is far less suspicious than I anticipated. Hello? Who are you? A building materials trader. Hello, Humbert. Do not stab a man. Okay. I'll keep you in mind. Though I do have a closer building materials trader. Over yonder by spawn. Right there. Oh, this place is not temporally stable. I'm just gonna mark you real quick. Gonna get away from your cart, because, sir, you should be going a little nutso here, I think. Oh, I hope this whole area isn't... Okay, good. We're better here. An ore vessel. We got wolves. Swim to safety. Sail away from the wolves. It's okay. They will bite. They are mean. They don't play. And we've got ourselves... Ooh, hoo, hoo. Oh, there is so much sandstone here. Just under the surface. I can hear drifty boys, so that... I was gonna say, so there's a cave nearby. A little more nearby than I would have liked. We're just gonna close ourselves in here. Haha. We don't want any business with you, good sirs. Not on this fine night. Ouch. Oh, oh. Ooh, tunnel's been compromised. The structural integrity has been fouled. Come on, what are you gonna do? Run from me? Where are you gonna run? The water's gonna push you right back in. Come on. Come around the corner. You're not long for this world, boy. We're just going to ignore the mournful wails of the drifters, and well, we're gonna do us, okay? We're gonna do as we do. Take our lunch break. Our 3 a.m. lunch break. 16. I'm good with this. You know, this is actually it's not as much as I had hoped, but it's more than I expected. I'm sorry, is this a set of ruins? This is an interesting structure. These are indeed ruins. That is not my hole. That is a, you know what? We're gonna risk it. Aha. Oh. Alright. Yep, this is worth it. Good. We have found ourselves a nice little underground shack here. Whoops. Alright, we got a little pottery crate. Let's see if we get that. We do. Haha. Beautiful. You know what? I actually want these cobwebs this time, because they might do well for our attic. What do we have in here? Another Jonas part. Okay, some tin, coal, lead. We're gonna need that for windows. Yeah. We're just gonna take everything from here. You know what? We have not much durability left on this flint axe. We're actually gonna take some of the boards. I should... Oh, you boys, you're cheeky, aren't you? I see how this is. I see how this is. No more ancient wood for us, huh? Because you're making these all chiseled. How are we supposed to build in these conditions, good sirs?
Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest.
I am gonna take this pottery then. I don't know if I need these cook pots. I'm gonna take this forge as well. You know, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna take it. I'm taking everything. What do we got in there? Crucible? Nah. We got my crucible now. What you guys got down below there, huh? Huh? What's going on down there? You partying? Yeah, that's right. You hit each other. Anything else interesting down there? Oh. All right. Well, that's it. I'm gonna take my my happy little self home then. I'm gonna take this resin here. Mark this tree. You know what? I might actually take this opportunity to check some of these other pine trees. Just gather maybe a couple pieces of resin if there's any more. Oh, this is a massive pine forest. There's bound to be tons of resin here. What I'll likely do at some point, probably the next time I come around gathering resin, is any of the trees that I find that do have resin, I'll cut them off from one log above. Honestly, chop down the rest. Just clear it out so only trees with resin are remaining. Make it a little easier to see the resin through the trees. Well, there's a lot of trees here to look through. I found 6 resin. Oh, there's number 7. So I think I'm going to come back here at some point with a whole set of axes And probably some ladders just to get to the higher bits of resin a little bit easier. Oh. Seed vessel. What kind of seeds? Soybean seeds. You are, not what I want. I would like a cabbage. I see. I picked the exact spot where the wolves live. Let's just get ourselves in the water. Get right on out of here. Bye, dogs. Cutting through there might be a quicker way home instead of sailing all the way around. I'm going to try cutting through the forest there, and I will see you all back at the house. And here we are, safe and sound back at home. So let's prepare the materials we gathered and get to a little bit of home decor. So what's the plan that we have here for this front entrance? But first, let's get this table out of the way. Sit there for the time being. So here, we're going to have a mix of 3 different colors. A here, and a here. So slate, chert, and sandstone. We're going to mix these together into some multi-chisel blocks, fill in this space here, and make it just a little bit decorative. And now that we have one of them that has been built into a multi-chisel block, we can actually take them out to our workbench and do what it was intended to do. So we just need to pop these here in order, and we can have it just put these all together for us. I think this is going to eat our chisel. It ate our chisel. New chisel, you're up. This may not be the most durability efficient way to do it, but I haven't done the math, so I don't know. And now let's just clear out the floor space here. Pop these back up there. And then I realize I want to cut halfway into the wood here. So you're all going to have to move, arrows. I'm screaming in hunger. That's not good. Oh, my arm is stuck in the chiseling position. Am I out of food? Am I out of crocks of food? I keep hearing drifters. And I realize I did not light up the attic. Whoopsies. We're not going in there for a while then. We're just going to keep screaming out of hunger. Except for the food being ready. Oh. So, now that we're back to this, let's get our wood back out. So we're just going to have a small trim of wood. And there we go. So we've got our wood trim here just to separate our entryway from the rest of the first floor here. So I have been trying out different designs for the floor, and I've got a few different ideas. We probably won't be touching on it this episode, but I'll probably end up doing the floor and the ceiling here, which consequently will then become the floor on the second floor here. Probably do that next episode. Yeah, but for now, let's get this entryway prettied up. We might even do a couple other little projects around the house here. So let's get into a little bit of a time lapse.
And here we are. We've got ourselves a nice little dining table here with a couple of benches. And we've got our little entryway here. Now, what I am going to do with this area is once we've got a little bit more iron, I'm going to make a hand planer and use that to give a little bit more depth to the floor here. So sink down a few of the bricks here and there, probably more in the middle. That'll give us a nice raised outline here. This will be kind of flush with the floor, and then the inner bricks there. I'm just going to start sinking down into the floor a little bit, probably by 1 voxel, maybe 2 in the center. And I think that'll give us a nice little bit of interest to that area. Of course, on the left side there, where the chests are and the arrows currently, that will just remain flat, because we're going to have things covering that. That's where our tools and various accessories that we might need as we go out are going to sit. I lived! Fueled by gallons of soup and a whole bunch of orange juice, I made a surprising amount of progress between fever dream naps as I battled with having the flu for well over a week. Huge thank you to everyone for the well wishes. Deciding it was high time we got a taste of iron in order to get the rest of our chiseling tools made, I took a trip down to where I'd found a decent hematite reading near the salt mine. Following incrementally higher readings, I settled on a spot in the middle of the swamp area with a very high hematite propic reading. Not only was the iron bountiful, but so were the amounts of drifters that really didn't like me being down there. In between trips to the iron mine, I decided to get started on collecting fire clay for all of the bloomeries we'd soon need. And of course, with it being the dead of winter, I had to occasionally toast my buns using the traditional Eisenholm method. After a few rounds of this, I think we might have enough fire clay bricks for a bit. Once they're all fired, of course. I should really expand my pit kiln area. With the first set of iron blooms fresh out of the oven, I fashioned myself an iron pickaxe, a blackguard sword, a hand planer, and a hand wedge. I kept processing ingots for a while, crafting a few other tools while I was at it before the fever dreams came calling once more.
You are powerless before my beautiful rod.
Remembering that I had made a few storage vessels a little while back, I popped them down into our basement, and using a few of the lead ingots we had left, started replacing some of the placeholder blocks upstairs with proper window panes. With all the chisel tools we'd need to start prettying up the rest of the farmhouse, it was time to go on a massive resource collection spree. Our first stop? Lead. Not just for the remainder of our window panes, but for more Molybdo Chaco's lanterns down the line. A quick trip north to the Shale Island where we had gathered our initial copper bits, and the lead was soon in hand. While I was out that way, I swung by that large walnut tree to the northeast to test out our new iron axe. Then it was back home to cast some lead ingots. While they cooled, I cut down most of the birch trees in the area to saw into boards for our dining room ceiling and second-story flooring. Using a few of the leftover boards, I made some extra chests and finally upgraded that last remaining kitchen cabinet chest into a trunk. Now nothing was stopping us from finishing the basement. Except for a lack of conglomerate. At least I could put in some oak pillars for now. By this point, the lead ingots had long cooled, so I gathered them up and put together some more window panes. And this must have been the day my fever was at its highest, because I didn't notice that I had made them out of birch rather than oak for a few real-life days. That's alright though. I still think they blend in well enough. Luckily, when making the railings for our balcony, I caught that I was using birch planks before making too many fences, and quickly switched to oak. With that sorted, it was time to clear out my inventory and get to the next gathering mission. Rocks. I wanted to finally test out the quarry mod, which ended up being far simpler than I thought it would be. Before I knew it, I had a few big ol' slabs of rock. I quickly made a set of iron tools from the quarry mod so I could get to processing the slabs. And never before has so much stone been so manageable. With various shapes of rock blocks in hand, it was time to get the basement sorted. Starting with the cellar, I got the ceiling and walls filled in with a mix of conglomerate ashlar blocks, cobblestone, and dry stone. Getting the shelves in place, our cellar is now ready to go. We'll fill the bottom row in with more storage as we build up our food stores. Next up was getting the rest of the basement walls textured up and ceilings filled in with the same mix of conglomerate blocks. I'm holding off on decorating these other 2 rooms for the moment since their purposes will very likely change as we build up more of the eventual town. Heading upstairs, I used oak logs to create a trim to transition from our stone walls into the wood that will make up the floor, creating a nice 45-degree join in the corner by mixing 2 different orientations of chiseled oak logs. With the upper landing sorted, it was time the stairs got some attention. I wanted to make them look nice without going too fancy. This is a cozy farmhouse and not a noble's manor after all. I played with a few different designs before settling on pine steps over top of a birch frame and made liberal use of the pantograph to copy the shape onto each step. Continuing with the upper floor, it was finally time to take out all that packed dirt in favor for some more birch. I contemplated a lighter wood like larch or bald cypress, but birch just felt cozier, like the right blend of bright, but not too bright. And while I was at it, I also filled in the rest of the oak planks for our balcony. I still have an internal debate going on whether I want to add a chirp trim around the edges of the ceiling for the rest of the ground floor, or if that should remain in the kitchen to give it a bit more of a focus. The kitchen is the main focal point for this small homestead after all. Now, I'm going to give my voice a break for a moment so you can enjoy this little time-lapse of the outer walls being given the depth and texture that they deserve. Now, I didn't want to finish the window trim for all of the windows just yet, since I might want to modify a few of them. Taking a break from building for a brief moment, I set sail to purchase more brown clay bricks. Our building materials trader to the south didn't have any, so I took a looping path around the north side of the mountain over to the trader we had found in the sandstone area. Luckily, they had some. so I bought out their entire stock. The trip back was tense as I was both freezing and starving. Thankfully, putting on a couple pots of porridge would remedy both of those ailments. If only it were that easy in real life. Bricks in hand, I set to work putting together a fireplace upstairs, throwing some debarked pine into the mix for a nice mantel. Jumping between tasks a bit, I blame my fever for that, I trimmed down the windowsills a bit and finished off the remaining window trims before putting a couple of candles on the fireplace mantel. Until we harvest some honeycomb in the spring, these candles may get commandeered at some point to make some more lanterns. Now, since we've got almost everything but the kitchen sink done, it was time to get the kitchen sink done. I popped a wooden bed into the upstairs bedroom before coming across a safety concern. Having the hay bales up against our newly chiseled outer walls was somehow causing drifters to spawn in just the right way in order to phase through onto the kitchen counter. Yeah, that couldn't be left as is. We'll have to find a new home for our hay bales, but for now, they'll sit in a chest. After putting it off long enough and going through several designs trying to find the right mix of nice but not too nice for our farmhouse, it was finally time to get the ground floor put in. Starting with a ring of granite ashlar blocks, I filled in the middle of the floor with some simple oak planks. I then chiseled the edges of the ashlar blocks to make everything a little less uniform. The oak portions of the floor sit recessed in by one voxel just to add a bit of depth, and I added little feet to the table and bench legs with slate rocks so they wouldn't be floating. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, and I'll likely be using some of the more intricate test designs later on in the series when we get to building fancier structures. With a bit of quick cleanup around the staircase down to the basement, I once again made my way upstairs to continue replacing the packed dirt with more permanent materials. I opted for oak slabs, both to raise the ceiling slightly and to tie it in with the oak-heavy attic space. Strangely, slabs can insulate a space as being indoors, while full blocks chiseled down to the size of a slab don't. It's likely something to do with what percentage of the block is left after chiseling. I'm not too sure, but I'm not gonna question it. It just works. Now, out of all the surprises I could have come across, I didn't expect a Blair Witch Project reference. You get out of my home! Inside was getting a little spooky, so outside it was to finish the balcony. I went with layers of sticks for an overhang to have a nice visual distinction from the slate roofing. The beauty of using stick layers is that while they have a nice open and airy feel, they still block snow and rain, so I can have a nice outdoor cookout without having to worry about my fire being put out. I did have to stop partway through just to gather more sticks, since I had run through my entire supply between burning them for warmth and using 9 sticks per layer to put together the awning. A bit of hedge trimming and a couple of chiseled supports later, and our balcony was looking mighty fine. After sorting out the balcony, I had just 2 more tiny modifications to get to. I changed the front-facing window in our bedroom to a 2x3 so we could more easily look out upon our fields and take in the oceanfront view. Then, heading up to the attic, I popped in that dormer window I'd originally planned on having. And then, as luck would have it, my fever finally broke. My throat eased up on feeling like sandpaper, and after what felt like an eternity in the grips of sickness, we come to today, where my voice is mostly back after being sick for a while. Still have a little bit of a rasp to it, but otherwise, I'm doing pretty okay. Between gathering, fever dreams, and building, it's been a bit of a wild ride. So, we got our basement mostly finished up, we just need some more storage vessels. Our living room floor all nice and tidy in place with a bit of a recessed wood look and stone framing. I might blend it a little bit into the staircase, just so it's not as abrupt of a change. Speaking of staircases, we can't forget we got these stairs going up to the second floor all prettied up. Some slightly fancy window trims. Now, some of the windows up top are birch, but I think they blend in well enough to the oak that we can't really tell the difference. And we've got the beginnings of our fireplace ready to go. I'll probably line the bottom with polished chert rock or something like that. Now, for the top mantle, I do want probably a couple more candles, a lantern on the other side, and in the center, one of those small chests, like an owl chest or something like that. Now, I'm quite pleased with how the balcony turned out here. The layers of sticks really give a nice kind of patio covering without being too enclosed kind of feel. You have a decent view with a little bit of light coming in our attic up top. Good old view of the lake that's kind of half frozen over at the moment. And I'm really liking how the thicker walls outside have turned out. It gives a little bit of a bulk to them. And I've had them come out by one voxel every block it goes down. So we start with basically a half slab up top and then just come out one voxel at a time. Didn't turn out half bad if I say so myself. With a lot of work done on the house, I think we should probably take a step back from the house and start prepping for spring. And what is it exactly that we're going to need for spring? We gotta start marking out where other buildings might go. I think our first focus, apart from not going snowblind, get in the shade. I think one of our first focuses is going to be getting a barn in place. We definitely want to know where that's going to go, and we're going to need a few different stables, shall we say. Pigs will probably be my first priority because they have a lot of babies all at once, and a lot of meat and a lot of fat, and that's kind of our main want from them. Dairy is going to be a secondary. Secondary.
Milk jokes.
But I think in total we're going to end up having 3 separate stables. One for pigs, one for sheep and goats, and then a hutch for chickens. A coop. A coop is for chickens. A hutch is rabbits. Which we might do. Maybe. I don't think they're quite as useful as the others. They're just going to be like tiny pigs. But I'm thinking, around the back here, yeah, I still haven't worked on the chimney there. There's work to be done still on the house, but that's okay. We'll get to that when we get to that. We've done a lot of progress. We'll give a little bit of distance from the house here. For location, the one that matters the most will eventually be the chicken coop. That might be the easiest for me to populate, actually, because I think there's chickens somewhere over those hills. But before we get to marking out exactly where these are going to go, let's grab ourselves a bit of food and grab the shears. Alright, with food's in our bellies, back out in the backyard here. Let's clear away these bushes and see what we're working with for terrain. Plus, while we're at it, we can replenish our stick supply. Okay, so we've got things cleared out. We have lost our daylight, but that's okay. We've got this nice bit of open, rolling valley, and that is actually a bit of a pond. And that's a rift. But I think... what is this? Also a tiny pond. I think if we smooth out this hill a little bit, we might have ourselves a nice workable area for our various stables. So I think I'll make myself a few shovels during the night here and wait for those drifters to despawn at first light. So I'll see you in the morning for a little bit of, terraforming that I said I probably wouldn't do until after the snow melted, but doing a little bit now won't be too bad. I'm just not going to terraform the entire area until the snow's gone. And that's when we plot out the rest of all the big builds. Kind of get a general idea of the shape of the area. And good morning, we're back outside, and I have a pretty full inventory of shovels. They're only flint, but we're going to end up going through them mighty quick. Now my first step, I'm going to smooth down this hill a little bit here. Probably taking off a good few layers, trying to smooth out this area as much as possible. The slight elevation change is fine, but I want it to be a nice, stable, workable land just to make some easy builds around. Starting to think most of the soil right along the side of the house here might be peat. There's a good chunk of it in this area, so I'll hold off on digging that. Let's just pile it up a little higher here. It's a good chunk of peat so far, and it's not even done being dug. Well, I'll keep digging that peat out in between the episodes most likely, but this flat area here, not too far from the house, but enough of a distance where when we're just roaming around in there, the animals aren't going to be aggressive or startled or even detect that we're there. We're going to have a good bit of distance. Plus, it'll give us room to maybe put some crops out here if we fill in the valley. You know, expand the farm. This is another little lake here. I might keep that as is. I'm not entirely certain. But we'll start a little closer over here for the barn, and we'll go from there. Let's get a little bit of that sunlight back and warm up first, though. Okay, so we're just going to mark out the footprint with a bit of packed dirt here. Now I'm thinking the front corner, I want to have a bit of a gap between the house and a bit of distance away, so this corner here, and probably this elevation, in all honesty, will probably be a good spot. So from this corner here, we're going to end up going 9 blocks deep and 19 blocks long, which is probably actually going to cover up that bit of a lake that we've got over here. So we'll probably end up filling this in, but that's okay. Put this at 17. Let's see, actually. 16. 15. Walk away, 15. Yeah. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where is that having us sit in relation to the house? Not too bad. So this corner of the barn here, animals may detect us from inside the house, but that's okay. This is mainly going to be the pig section, and then I'll have other animals kind of over in here. There'll be a bit of a different shape to it. This is just a large rectangular area for the bulk of the building. Let's get that depth in there. So we got 1, 2, 3, 9. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Just gonna dig out the rest of this so I can finish marking the edge of the perimeter. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I did 20, okay.
My mistake, actually counted out 20. I want uneven numbers, so that's better. It pulls us one back from the house. There we go. So much in the same way that we'd use wool in that other block game, we're just going to use packed dirt to mark out the footprints for a lot of these builds. And for this end here, we might have another 5. That doesn't come out enough. No, let's come out another 2. Yeah. I'll probably end up filling in this little valley bit here. I think I've got a couple of oak trees planted in there that once it warms up they might grow, but I'll probably end up just relocating them and filling in the ground. But this area here, once the land's been filled back in, this will probably be a lot of covered outdoor storage for all of our hay bales and piles of firewood and peat and everything like that. Just a good spot near the animals, so we keep the, we keep a lot of the supplies for outside. The more that I'm looking out back here, if we're going to have a lot going on out here, I may end up at some point in the future adding a small balcony out the back here, probably turning where this window is just into a door. Just having a nice little veranda to look out upon whatever kind of barnyard area and probably other fields and crops. Or, honestly, the roads to the rest of the town as well. Now, somewhere over there, where I believe I had started to dig in a quarry, hello Rift, this area going into the mountain, right near our tunnel down to the lava hole, is probably going to end up being our eventual workshop. I want to build it into the actual mountain itself. I've got some interesting plans for having sort of a reclaimed ancient technology kind of place. Give myself an excuse to have a little bit more modern-ish, or at least getting into some kind of steampunk fantasy designs. Oh, here's our hot spring. I'm going to have to do something with this soon as well, because we have yet to get a single temporal gear, and I want to figure out some kind of design here with all of the new spawn mechanic changes, just to take advantage of it and get ourselves a good source of profit from the boys that come out of these guys. So once we've got temporal gears, not only can we set our spawn inside the house, but we can get ourselves working on those translocators and teleport around. Alright. Still have dirt in the walls up there. I'll sort that out, but this will take priority. But this will also be our big project for next episode. Getting this barn all up and underway, and maybe, hopefully, actually successfully catching some animals in some traps. We'll head out and lay the traps and hope for the best.
With bacon on the brain and our palate primed for pork, I set out to gather materials for our swine sanctuary. What resource could I possibly be gathering, you ask? Why, none other than every Canadian's favorite, maple wood. With copious cuts of majestic maple secured, there's no way our copper saw could be up to the task in its current state. So it was off to the forge to process one of our iron blooms into a shiny new iron saw. Wood processing was secure, so the only other matter left to attend to was the foundation. We're going with sandstone on this one for a splash of brightness. And that brings us to today, where we're going to get as much of this barn done as seriously possible.
And if we're lucky, we might even grab ourselves a piggy or two.
But we'll see how that plays out. So first of all, let's get some of this dirt out of the way, as I've got these sandstone cobblestone blocks that we're going to use for the base foundation of everything here. So let's just start with getting some of the corners all ready. I think this section here we're going to bring out a little bit just to give
a slightly larger footprint, especially if we're going to have an entirely different animal type in here. This little area is a bit small. A couple extra blocks will give us just a bit more space.
Oh, there goes that shovel. Let's grab the other one.
Right, tool racks. I've been using them. So let's just get a small segment of this in place to give you a taste of what the plan is here. And there we go. That's as simple. That's all we're doing. Nah. We're gonna chisel this up, make it fancy, and I figured out the issue I was having with support beams. There's been a number of people in the comments that have been asking why I haven't been using support beams for any of the buildings so far, and I was having a little crazy issue where every time I was testing it out in creative, I would have a little lack of hitboxes on any of the beams. If I misplaced one, there would be no hitbox in order to get rid of it. And if I switched to breaking the block in hopes of getting rid of it, that also would not get rid of it, and then it had no hitbox still, and I could never delete that floating beam from the world. I don't know what fixed it, or if I'm doing something different now, but I tested it out in a creative world, and I seem to be able to get rid of them. As long as I don't have a beam in my hand, then the beams I've placed have hitboxes. And also seem to break when I break the blocks that they're connected to. So we're gonna do a little bit of fancification here. And of course, we're gonna have pigs in here, and pigs mean bacon. What's better than just bacon? Maple bacon. We're just gonna give ourselves a good old Canadian maple bacon farm here, eh? Oh, for sure, eh there, bud. So I think for getting this old shindig all put together, let's get ourselves into a good old time lapse there, eh? Just sit yourself back right there with a slice of Canadian bacon and a double-double from Tim's, and we'll get right on this, eh? Ah. And here we have the beginnings all set in place. So this part here, just to my right but screen left, isn't going to have the stone foundation, because it's going to be a little bit of a build-out, almost looking like a bit of an extension that was put on after the fact. Now we are going to have to get ourselves a door in place. And I've been planning on having 3 high doors here, so we are going to have to make a couple of nails and strips, as well as just a set of regular double doors right here. So I've adapted this design from Odd Ape's Pig Sorter, made it a little bit smaller of a footprint, and taken a couple of the other steps out of it. So we'll have a couple of troughs in here to feed the pigs. And now the fully grown pigs are going to be a little too big to fall down these holes, but the babies will fall right in, and then they'll kind of grow up down here. We'll get a bit different of a floor in here. Maybe something that looks softer for their landing, but I'm not too concerned about the inside. And so once they're grown, they'll be allowed to come up the stairs, and after we've removed the previous generation, should there be both a boar and a sow in that litter down there, we'll bring them on up here after processing the parents. That's what we'll go with. We'll call it processing. Yeah. Surely nothing else is going on with these pigs. Just processing. Like, paperwork and stuff. But they'll be drawn up the stairs to the troughs for feeding, and the cycle begins again. Now, why did we build this so long if we're only using this section for pigs? Well, this side here, once I get it a little bit more prettied up and get the floor in, is going to be our sections here for goats and sheep. One will be for one, the other will be for the other. I haven't quite decided which one will be which just yet. And did I accidentally make that line up perfectly? I did. Aha. So that way we'll have one solid building for both our sheep, goats, and pigs. And we'll pretty up the rest of the exterior here. I just wanted to get at least a sample of what this will all look like when it's done. Slate roofing, we will go up to a peak, but the very tip of the peak we might actually use some stripped maple logs. Depends on how I'm feeling when that's all done and dusted up there. Now, one other thing I'm realizing is I've built this one block higher than I initially intended, which isn't the biggest problem. It's just a little taller than I had planned for. Now, with using these beams, as we can see, we've got a little 2 voxel thick kind of facing for the sandstone here. And that's the exact depth that we see of this exposed beam. But here we can see the beam is actually 4 voxels. So these support beams are 4x4, well, beams. And they always attach to the outer edge of a block. So here it has half of it recessed in, and it's giving us this really nice trim look. A little bit of Z-fighting going on, but that's okay. And these hitboxes are the things I wasn't seeing before. Do I have any more? I do. Because when you're holding one, you can't see the hitboxes while you're holding a support beam, but the second you hold something else, then they appear. And that's where I was going wrong in all of my testing. So, we're getting some weird shadows on the wall there. Ugh. There we go. Let's get rid of those. So I'm going to get these doors put together and maybe finish the back wall right here just to enclose the pig area so that we'll be ready, after we put a couple troughs in as well, to get some little piggies in here. So I'll see you in a moment when that's all done and dusted. There we go. Got them back in place now, and now we have ourselves a little room for the troughs here. And what I can do is on the side wall out here, I can chisel in something to be able to access the troughs from outside.
because when there's little babies in the area, even if they do fall down here, the adult pigs up here are going to become a little aggressive. So I might turn a couple of these into little access panels, either by having just a slit in the block, or maybe even just a full trapdoor or something like that. So, the more I look at this, the more I think it is a little too tall. I did want this door to pretty much take up the entire height of the building, at least up until the edge of the roof, so I think I might actually lower this down by a block, which does mean I have to replace every beam, but luckily I only did this front side here, so we're not having to redo too much. Give me just the briefest of moments, and I'm just going to lower this. There we go. Now I think that's looking a lot better at this height. Gives it a lot more of a cozy feel. When we come in, we'll have our roof. Well, we'll probably see into the ceiling itself, so we might make some rafters, maybe some diagonal wood blocks. I'm not too concerned about the interior look in here, though. We're mainly going to see the outside, apart from when we come in just to slaughter pigs. So, I mean, process. We're processing the pigs. Yeah. So, we're just going to set up our roof peak here, just so we've got a good guideline for it. And then, up top here on the peak, instead of a slate roof ridge, we're just going to have a stripped maple beam. Well, stripped maple log, not the beams we've been using down there, but an actual log, just going across. And we might have that section there have a slightly different roof, maybe a custom chiseled one. Ow, my ankles. Okay. Let's get a little bit more fleshed out land here. We'll probably add some steps just to slope up to it a little bit more smoothly. And while we're at it, the little basin that I said we were going to fill in, let's just fill that in right now, just to get that over and done with. Okay. Starting to look pretty good. A little bit flatter landscape back here. That's nice. All right. Now this segment of the barn here, I think we're just going to cut it off here. As much as I said I wanted it to be a little bit longer, if we're going to have it kind of connected into here, I don't think we're going to have to worry about it being that one extra block long, because we might knock out most of this wall and probably just have this be either one big open area or an area with a pass-through between them. I'm not too sure yet. And that's not looking too bad for maple, if I do say so myself. Now, what I might do with this roof ridge here, as I begin to shiver ever so slightly, is if I were to place a block here. So let's get rid of this top one here. If I place one along here, and say these are debarked maple logs, for example, have them facing, running along horizontally like so. If I put it here and then chisel away most of it, I could create a nice wooden trim right along the edge of the roof tiles, and then just use more support beams going diagonally up the sides. And that way we give ourselves a nice little bit of wood trim around the slate, without it being, an entire block or having to chisel something to try and match the roof tiles. I think it'll look pretty nice. But for the time being, the main thing of import is that we have our interior pretty much at the bare minimum of ready to go, along with our little baby catch basin. And now that we have the interior there all in place, the roof we can get on when we get it on, but it's not going to be absolutely necessary before we get our animals in. So I think once again we're just going to have to toast our buns a little bit on the fire before we go on a little bit of an exploration mission. One last bun toast for the road. Okay. We are now on a little bit of a mission. Let's go check on those cattails down by the, well, frozen water. What am I doing using a knife when we got a scythe? Oh. Come here, you beautiful scythe. We're gonna use you for what nature intended. Oh, this is so much quicker. Oh, look at that. Now, the fact that our big bundle of cattails is not quite a full stack, I feel like we need to rectify that at some point. I think once we have a chance, we're gonna have to amalgamate more of our cattails all into one spot. But now, we have ourselves 3 basket traps. So I think it's time to try to capture ourselves some piggies. Gonna grab some of the flax grain that we've got in the house over here because we are not gonna be eating that. That is going to be pig food. But first it'll be pig bait. Pop that scythe back down. We don't need that where we're going. Look at that. 3 trap, 3 flax. Now we may need more flax at some point. Speaking of needing more flax, we're going to need more food in general right now because we are going a little hungry. That's a lot of flax grain. You know what? I'll bring extra just in case. Because those pigs might be crafty. Let's add some soybeans into our food. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know. Oh boy, do I know. I waited too long. I'm screaming in hunger. Ah.
I can scream all I want. It won't make it cook any faster. Come now. A watched pot never boils.
This is your friendly PSA to remember to eat before you're starving. And don't mind what the sink's doing in the background there. Pay no attention to it. Just listen to my cries of anguish. The sooner we catch some pigs, the sooner we can get ourselves a little bit more sustainable food than these veggies. I long for the days where a single bowl can fill a man's belly. You know, we might be staking it out a little bit. Let's bring a couple of these crocs with us. They're gonna be good. Well, we'll find out how long they'll be good for. So we will want to pack light for this journey. Oh boy, lighter than we are. So the reason I took off a couple of backpacks here is because each of these reed basket traps, right now they sit in our inventory. But if there's an animal inside, they take up an inventory expansion slot. Pretty much like a populated skep. So we're gonna head out off into the world. Where did I leave the raft? Is that back at the workshop? Uh-oh. Dude, where's my boat? Raft? Raft? I hid it inside of a box. Well, let's rectify that situation. There we go. Now, with it being a nice, calm night, we're gonna head off in search of some pigs and hopefully come across them by sunrise. Once we've located them, we'll lay our traps and hope for the best. I don't know if staking out the area is going to be an effective method or not, but we're going to find out. Because once the little baby piggies are trapped, they're only going to survive for a stay inside of our traps before they, just stop. Yeah. We're doing the standing thing again? So, we like to live dangerously. Now, if I remember correctly, I think I recall seeing some pigs somewhere over where we found slate. So we're gonna try over there. It's a bit of a trek, but we'll be okay. We're just gonna skirt the coastline and see if we can hear any pigs. Ah, and the night has just become medium. Haha. Safety is no longer guaranteed. Though was it ever really?
The answer is no.
This is a weird perspective. You know, I've heard the saying, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, but I think, the saying that my eyes are in my stomach is not a common colloquialism. But it is indeed what we're experiencing. Hello, raccoon. Let's, pop ourselves onto the land here and just see if we can fix... Yeah, there we go. Fix our seating situation. Now we're properly aligned. Ooh. Oh boy, alright, here we go. Hey, get. Bad dog. That's right, you better run. Probably not gonna be many pigs around here if we got dogs. Okay, we have a live rabbit. That's a good sign that maybe it's a little safer out here. Ah, I've explored this ruin. Alright. What is that? Is that a... What are these? Ah, deer. Okay. Well, while deer are a source of red meat, they are not what we're looking for right now. So you're safe for another... Oh, that was in the game. You do sound like just somebody screaming. Okay. Spooky. Spooky sounding. I ignored it when I first heard it, because I thought it was just somebody sneezing or making a sound elsewhere in the house, but the fact that that's a type of deer... not gonna lie, I'd be terrified if I heard that in the middle of the night. Out in the woods. This exact scenario that I'm in. Ooh. Copper. It's not what we're looking for right now, but we'll mark it anyway. Let's maybe try and stick a little closer to the coast and hope for the best here. I'd like to hopefully find pigs somewhere we can easily access again and, you know, get to and from with some sort of relative swiftness. Especially since we'll be on the clock once we've captured one. I'm just waiting for that all familiar little squealing. Piggies? Yeah, Peggy.
Hey, little pigs. Where you at? Nah, I thought you were a piglet. You're just a raccoon. You rhyme with doom.
Oh, don't be tempted. I'm being tempted. Okay. Yep, we're going in a cave. Nothing about this is a good idea. Also, I think I saw a green glow. There's probably locusts. Oh, boy. Ooh, is that a... Nope, leave me alone, good sir. This isn't the way I came in. Here we go. Oh boy. I'll mark the entrance of this, but yeah, no, we're busy. We're trying to find pigs. Gotta stop getting distracted. Going down in a cave on a medium night when I'm on a pig hunting mission. Come on, get your head in the game, man. Yeah, let's get out of here. Back towards the shoreline a little bit. It's another cave. Don't go down there. You know better. Not having much luck coming across pigs. And I'm getting a little farther away than I would prefer. So I think, instead of trying around here, what if we take a look in the forested area and around here, a little bit closer and connected to home, so we can just kind of walk. Or even what about around here? Just on the other side of the mountain. At least when we start looking for goats, I remember on our shale island over there, that's where we found copper. That is probably where we're gonna go to find some goats. If they still spawn over there. However, I took out a few of them. Maybe we'll go take a look-see. See if something else has spawned in their place. Because I don't think it's relegated to it being a particular goat spawning area. I think it's just all based on climate, what animals will and won't spawn. Ah. I moistened my toes. Parkour! Parkour! There's only one spot on the entire shale island that I remember seeing any animals, and it's that exact little cliffy type area where I saw the goats. So we're gonna give that a little look-see here, and with the sun coming up, we have a little bit better visibility. We're starting to shiver a little bit, but I can just head back into where Oliver is to warm up a little bit, using the campfire there. But this is where I took out some goats before. Not seeing hide nor hair of anything. It's looking a little devoid of life out here. Pigs? Goats? Anybody? Hey Oliver, you wouldn't happen to have like a torch just kind of sitting out somewhere, would you? No? Haven't had to make one of these in a while. One piece of grass, 2 sticks. I got that. Yeah, we're going old school today. Oh. Oh. Warm me. Warm me fire. Ah, beautiful. We've warmed up, we've staved off hypothermia, and we live another day. So, while we've got a little bit more warmth here, let's just check the map here. So, I don't think this entire island is going to be much use at all to us, considering the only area where we'd seen animals was goats earlier, in this forested area. Thank you, Oliver. But there's nothing there now. So I think checking the forest to the west of our homestead is probably going to be for the best. We could maybe check... No, we started over there, so there's nothing there. Yeah. Let's pop our way over there, just see if we can find any pigs. And it's daytime, so we won't need our lantern, so we can save ourselves a little bit of hunger. Maybe, grab a little bite to eat once we hit land again. I think we'll skirt around the northern side, just check the coastline along here for any signs of pigs, and then dip into the forest in here. And with any luck, hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, maybe we'll find our Canadian maple bacon there, eh? Oh, let's hope. A man can only survive for so long on just grain and vegetables, eh? We got no fruit here in the dead of winter, so we're gonna have to find ourselves a good old source of protein. Oh, I could go for a poutine right now. But just while we're skirting around the northern side, I'm fairly certain that grotto, or little inlet in there, maybe cuts all the way through to our little reservoir there. You know what? If it doesn't, I think we should make it do it. One day. That's not a project for today. But eventually, when we're working on the castle, we can have this be like a back dock to just head out straight to the north. Make a little canal under the mountain. Going on this little hunt in the winter might not be the most productive time. Spring would probably be the smarter time to do this, but we press on. in search of bacon. Did I see movement there, or do my eyes deceive me? Very likely my eyes deceived me, and it was probably just the trunk of a tree or a bit of a change of lighting. But we shall find out. With me, Raft. Uh-oh. We're on a bit of a time crunch now. I'm gonna get back and sleep through that temporal storm. We got a big old oak tree there, that's kinda nice. Got some more little raccoons here, but still no sign of my bacon. Let's start making our way back home here in preparation for the storm. And we'll take another crack at finding pigs afterward. Just keeping my eyes peeled on the coastline. Now if I miss it, if you spot any pigs that I have missed, please let me know. There's our rooster. Get out of the water. I want to capture you later. And we're back into very familiar territory. So I don't think we're going to find any pigs here. If one just spawned right on our doorstep, that would be exceedingly unlikely. But it would save us so much time. So I'm just going to take my raft here into bed and sleep through this temporal storm. What do you mean that's weird to sleep with a boat? Do you not have a teddy raft? A rafty bear? Bunch of logs and rope to cuddle through the night? Just me? Okay. Well, suit yourself. They provide great lumber support. Yeah, I'll see myself out. He did not find pigs to nor fro. He did not find pigs above nor below. He did not find pigs anywhere. There was no sign, not hide nor hair. Let's check down in Turnip Valley. That might be a good place to look. Looking for any little bits of movement. Chickens. I found so many chickens. And no pigs. Oh, not even a single pig. I did not find them on the plains. He did not find them by the grains. Oh, that's more rabbit. One of these days I'll find something that's not another rabbit. Ah, dogs. They're going to chase me in order to consume the giblets of meat that comprise my body.
Crimson maple seed. We're gonna get ourselves a red maple leaf tree here.
Oh, it's gonna be beautiful, eh? Gonna get ourselves a good old Canadian maple right there. Oh, it is getting a little bit of lag. There's a part of me that wants to give up on the pigs and just grab one of the plethora of chickens that we have come across. But what kind of Canadian would I be if I gave up on the bacon? I like how I've come out here in search of renewable meat, and all I'm finding is grain and veggies. I don't want that spelt. I'll take it. I'll take it anyway. Honestly, if I wanted to just take some chickens home, I very much could. I've come across enough chickens to pretty much make an industrial-sized chicken farm. The open plains. There's gotta be at least one pig around here somewhere. One would hope. A ruin. Ooh. What have we here? Just gonna take your foundation here, sir. Your aged blocks. I'm desecrating your gravesite here. I'm looking for pigs, man. You seen any little piglets running around? No? All right. Well, let's put the food in there. So we're just gonna take this storage vessel, pop it on our back there. Now we got ourselves a nice, neat little storage vessel right on our back. Okay, let's get out of here. Hello, sir. You live very far out here. Rigby the luxuries trader. I'm a luxurious boy. What do you have? Resonator. A silver Phelps. Very fancy, very fancy. Very fancy shields. Nice, nice. Aristocrat shirt. A gold lantern. These are very fancy things, my good sir. If I ever find fancy things, I shall bring them to you. Yeah, you have fun living all by your lonesome out here with no pigs in sight. All right. Well, start trekking home. You know, when I'm looking at it like this, it doesn't look like we've actually gone all that far. We could probably get back home pretty quick. Should we make another little stop? Maybe check over here. Okay, we're gonna do like a meandering path back. And if there's no pigs, we'll shift priorities. But otherwise, if there's even a hint of pig, ooh, suey, I say. I wonder if I start taking out every rabbit I find, will other things spawn in their place? Truly, spring is on the way.
Butterfly in the sky, I could go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, reading rainbow. I can do anything except find pigs. I found them. Oh my god, I finally found pigs. Okay, do you have babies? Or is it just the two of you? You're not immediately aggressive. You guys don't have babies yet. Can I trap you two? Alright, little pigs. I'm gonna build you guys a little bungalow. Okay? Can you go into this little bungalow I've built for you? It's, No, come on. Come on. Be a bro. Just go on in there. It's a free house. I got the keys right here. It's ready and waiting. It's free real estate. Come on. Come on. Not gonna hold these keys all day, man. Come on. Come on. It's a free house. Thank you. Okay, little Sal. Little Sal. Your husband. All right. Haha. There we go. This could be a slightly longer term project. Did not bring anything to make stuff with, but we have a trader right there. This is perfect. I'm just gonna remove that waypoint, and right here, yeah, I get it. Drifters, I understand you're here. Yes. Do not knock me in there. No, no, you're not allowed. Sir. All right. But in any case, they are in there. So, I can make them have little babies. And then,
Once they've had their little babies, and Uncle Drifty is done roaming around there. Ow. He likes to play baseball. Once they've had their kids, I can then put the... Step away a little bit more. I can put a trap down there to take some of their piglets. They've had their piglets. Okay. Uncle Drifty is gonna have to go away now because he is out after curfew. This requires precision. I cannot hit the baby. There we go. Uncle Drifty has been taken care of. I understand you're not gonna be happy with my existence, little baby pig. Or Mummy and Daddy Pig. Okay. Okay. The trap is in place. Let's go hang out with old Dooter McDooderson here. Hello, survival goods trader. I might need to use your basket here just to place a few of my things. Anyway, let's grab a little snack. And we will see if a little baby pig has found its way into our trap. That doesn't sound like it. Ah. We're gonna rinse and repeat this process until I run out of grain or until this little piglet gets into a crate. Think little piglets.
Our mom and dad aren't happy.
But piglets, I think, have a higher chance of not being trapped in the little reed basket traps because they're slightly stronger than chickens. Now, it's only the one naturally spawned little baby, so there's no real chance that we're going to have enough pigs just from this one instance. So I probably will still have to occasionally come back here, breed up those pigs, and take some from the new batch. It's our, the Adam and Eve of bacon, one might say. Contains a frightened piglet. Oh, 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 oh. All right. We've got it. It's going to be alive for 23.72 more hours. All right. Mom pig and dad pig, we're going to need some names for these ones. Post your name suggestions as I kidnap their child in the comments section below. Let's get this little guy home. Hello, chickens. We can come back here to steal some chickens, too. What do we got? There's more carrots. We'll get those on the way back. We are on a time crunch now. And how far do we have to go? So we've just got to go just a straight shot across the land there and right to home. Ah, the sweet taste of salty, porky victory. Tastes good. Like bacon. So unless I can find more pigs at some point, I can keep trying elsewhere over by where we found those two. Those might be... Oh, that's deep down. Those might be the only two pigs that we're going to find. For a little while, anyway. So, the plan is going to be to basically just use them as the progenitors of our entire pig population. So I'll have to make frequent trips over there, bring a trough, and once the first litter comes out, which is going to take like 25 days, so unless I find another piglet to abscond with that happens to be a boar or a sow or the opposite of whatever this one is, this could be a little bit of a time-consuming process. What I will very likely do is, in the meantime, capture at least a rooster and a hen from one of the various chicken populations that we've come across. Build ourselves a little bit of a chicken coop, slightly earlier than I expected to. However, probably just about when we're gonna need it. We gotta get our protein in somehow, and, you know, eggs and maybe the occasional bit of poultry might not be the worst thing. There are a lot of rabbits and raccoons, though. So I might hunt a lot of these rabbits down between the episodes just to see if that frees up the spawn cap Because if that works the way I expect it to, then we might have a better chance of finding pigs a little closer to home. Hey, we got a chicken right there. Let's scare you more inland. Can we chase you to the house? I'm just going to try and chase this chicken right into the farmhouse. Go. Go, go, go. Yeah. Go to my house. It's warm in there. You'll be happy. You'll be fed. I'll just eat your eggs, but I won't eat you. Yet.
Ha 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 ha! Yes, chicken. You're mine now. You live in my house. You're my dog.
All right, well, we have a house chicken now. Okay, this went well. So we won't even have to go out for half of our chicken supply. If I can find a rooster and chase them here, then we'll be all good. Yeah. All right, let's get this pig into the barn before it suffocates.
Okay, little piggy boy or girl or whatever you are, you're just a baby. Let's get you in here. Let's close the door. You got snow in here. I hope you like snow.
There you go, little baby. Are you gonna fall down a hole? You're not falling down it. There you go. So that's kind of how the mechanic works, where basically the big pigs are a little too big to fall down there, and then the little baby pigs are going to fall down the hole. And eventually, I'll lure them back upstairs with promises of food. I think for now, since we don't have a chicken coop, we're just going to let this chicken lay eggs in the kitchen. You know, it's a house chicken. Everything will be okay. So, we'll probably just... How about just there? Huh? Do you like that? Yeah? When we're out and about, you'll lay some eggs for us, maybe? Yeah? Thank you. There should be enough light in here to keep the chicken alive. There you go. Here's some grain for you. Chicken's just roaming around, making herself at home. Hey, eating from the trough. We're gonna have ourselves some eggs. Perfect. So, one last order of business here. If we're going to have the main stable here, which I'll finish putting together the backside of, where is our coop gonna be? Now, if we have it here, and there's a small valley, if we level out this little hill here, which is not actually as little as I expected it to be, if we level this part out here, we could build it here, or should we build it right there? Decisions. Maybe about here. Kind of encircle everything, and then have something else here, maybe the road coming in or out. Yeah. Once everything starts to melt, we'll get a better idea of how this will look with our little pond here as well. But right about here, might have to push this back a bit, but we're going to have ourselves a little chicken coop. By little, I mean like, probably will end up being about a 7x7 technically with a 5x5 interior? Or maybe a 3x5. So it'll become a 5x7 exterior. You know what? Let's get this in place. Alright, let's get just at least the pegs for the footprint of this in. So I'm going to want at least a couple spaces of flat ground here. So I'd say maybe starting around here. Yeah. And then we'll give it a little bit of space there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. That's going to sit right there. Then we'll probably want to just fill out the ground a little bit around it. Okay, and what we'll want to do is just break it in a little bit, just to have the feet slightly recessed. This is going to be a raised coop. I don't know if there's a particular technical name for it. There probably is. Gonna make a few slabs. And what I'll do is add a slab into each one. There we are, and then we'll have a little staircase that goes up to it, and I might have to fill in the ground ever so slightly right here. But then the chickens will have a nice little ramp to get up into there, and we'll have just tiny slots around the edges to be able to basically pull out any of their eggs. So, that'll be about the footprint for it. I might thin down the platform a little bit, just to maybe like 2 voxels, just to have it look a little bit more like it's a sheet of planks, and then we can technically get underneath of it and maybe have a little hatch to go up there and sneakily take the eggs. But who knows? I'll play around with a couple designs. This is a little sooner than I was expecting to have to make it. I was hoping and banking on the pigs going very smoothly, and, well, they weren't the smoothest thing in the world. But we've got one, and we've got a chicken. So life is going pretty good on the food front, or at least the beginnings of it, and hopefully by spring we'll have a few eggs in our pockets and a dream in our heart. So let's mosey on back into the house before we start to freeze our little toes off. We got our first egg. We're gonna pop you down in the cellar. How long are you good for, egg? We got 5 days in our inventory. 41 days in the basement. Excellent. All right. Well, with that, I think we've chased chickens and pigs long enough today. So I think I'm going to end the episode here. Between the episodes, I'll get to work on finishing up the stable's exterior as well as putting the little chicken coop together. And then, after we've prepped those pigs to start making a few more babies for us to abscond with, we're going to be well underway at getting back into spring, which means lots of terraforming, planning out where all the other builds are going to go, maybe getting some roads in place. We do have a decent bit of stone. We might have to go quarry out some more just to make a bunch of paths. But, very productive episode, I think. I continued work on the chicken coop, adding a little ramp for chasing chickens up. Getting some of the recessed walls put in, I used pretty well all of the hay bales to make a thatched roof to keep that pesky snow out. The whole while, I'd been occasionally absconding with Miss Cluck's eggs. Yoink. You're gonna be breakfast one day. Then it was on to adding beams for some extra detail when this happened. Whoops. Let's just... Oh no. Well... Looks like I couldn't hold off updating any longer. After going through and updating every mod on the list and adding the zoom button mod to the mix, we were back in action. I went heavy on the support beams to add some depth and detail to the exterior. After that, in went the hen boxes and feed troughs, as well as some chiseled slots in the bottom so I can access them without opening the door and accidentally letting the chickens explode out in a feathery panic. Using some of the leftover materials, I did a bit more work on the outside of the main stables. Then, remembering that animals will die if left in the dark for too long, I cut a glass block in half to add a couple of little skylights to the roof of the coop before taking in the finished build. I'll likely use a similar skylight method for the stables to cut down on light sources once the roof is in place. With domestic animal housing mostly prepped for the moment, I took a trip down south to the pigs I had left in a pit. Not wanting them to be attacked by wolves or bears, I built a little covering over top while drifters argued with me, demanding I add safety rails or caution tape or some such nonsense to comply with workplace safety standards. I didn't find their demands to be acceptable. I filled a trough and waited for confirmation that Cutlet's brothers and sisters would soon be on the way. But then something unexpected happened. Hearing about the pregnancy, the extended family started showing up.
Not wanting to be rude to the in-laws, I courteously invited them in and dug out a guest wing for this lavish pig pit. According to the wiki, we'll have to wait 25 days until the piglets arrive, which puts us at June 6th for the due date. So with a rumbly in our tummy, it was time to set sail for home. Our food stores, apart from grains, were starting to get a bit low, so with temperatures finally hitting above freezing, it was probably safe to get our first crop rotation of the year started. Most of the crops we have are good until -5 Celsius, so I took my chances. And with that, I delved down into the lava hole to start collecting a whole bunch of relieved basalt rock until I had burnt through my iron pickaxe and had to make another. Then it was straight back to the lava hole. After a while of this monotonous activity, my mind wandered and my legs followed. These shallow cave tunnels always intrigued me, so I followed it to see where it might lead, and I was quickly rewarded with a ruin containing, among other things, a broken blackguard chest plate and an aged torch holder. To get anything more from this ruin, I'd have to decide if I want to deal with the new glue mechanics, or just set clutter to always drop. But that would be a later decision, as it was back to basalt collection for now. Emerging from the darkness to a world now rapidly freeing itself from winter's icy blanket, I knew what I had to do. I made several stacks of stone path blocks and used an iron bloom to craft one of the most unlikely things imaginable for me: an iron shovel. I've never been one for using anything more valuable than stone to make shovels, but what we're about to undertake, we might just need it. Because that brings us to today, where we're going to get ourselves ready for spring here, because spring has sprung. The snow is melting, the ice is receding, the green lush grass is here, and the trees will soon sprout. Which means we can start terraforming and getting some paths in place without dealing with all that pesky snow, doubling our shovel usage. We just gotta wait for the sun to come up. It's currently just shy of 3 in the morning here. But with this wonderful, lush, pale green grass that's just beginning to come back to life after the spring thaw, we're going to start getting some roads in place here and making our way over and toward the hilly area around the side of the hill, and start getting this place planned out. Filling in everything will be a monumental task because of the amount of divots and uneven terrain. That's just typical vintage story. But the main focus, the main thing we are going to be working on today is this right here. I've been working on designs for the Boiler Room version 3, and I think I've come up with something that is simple, compact, elegant, and most importantly, it works. And that's what a lot of the basalt from the lava area is going to be used on. So I should probably grab some of that and start getting things marked out before we get the roads in place, because that's going to be kind of a little plaza area. Slammed a door in my own face. The sky is starting to lighten up just ever so slightly at 4:30 in the morning here. We're getting close. Getting close. It is April 2nd right now. We only have 8 more days until our first year is complete, so let's hope we can get this done in time to make for at least a nice cap-off to a year of progress. So first of all here, the design I'm doing is taking into account the large size of this. Now I know a lot of these hot springs are not usually quite this large. Sometimes you'll get like a 3x2 and small little puddles that maybe are like 5 across at the very most. This guy here is quite sizable. And the inner footprint of this, at least the water that I would need for the design I'm using here, is at least a 7x7 area. But not to worry, there is going to be a little bit more water conscientious version when I do a full build tutorial video for it.
Let's just get this in place here. So these edges of the shore, I call it a shore, but the edges of this pond are going to be our outer walls, right? So let's get on with this whole shindig. So going to have to be very careful placing everything. Going to need, and collecting these is going to be rather tricky because hot water. Okay, so here we've got our rounded 7x7 interior. Now, this is going to be the most crucial part of getting the bit in the center there that we're working with. So, we're going to build ourselves a 3x3 structure in the middle and hope that not a single misclick happens, because I don't want to lose any of these water source blocks. We cannot, without going into creative anyway, we cannot replace any of these hot boiling water source blocks. So precision is absolutely key, as well as safety. We don't want to jump in there. It's gonna hurt a lot. We're probably going to want a safety exit once I get this all built, in case we ever fall into the water. So before we get too in-depth in actually building things up, let's remove all of the sludgy gravel that's surrounding this area, just to make sure that we don't have any gravity-affected unstable blocks, as well as to collect a lot of this. We might use it for decoration down in the bottom area. Honestly, this is kind of like this nice rusty color. I will probably be able to find quite a few uses for this, especially when we get to working on our workshop. So let's clear it up, and I'll see you in just a moment. And as if no time at all has passed, here we are. That took probably about 20 minutes. We cleared out all the sludge there, collected a whole bunch of it into one of the crates in the basement, and now, well, let's not pack it in quite yet. We'll fill it all in after we've done construction, which we're going to need a little bridge. As much as I really like the hot spring bacteria, we are going to have to, we're gonna have to get rid of it. I think I touched it. Let's get this inner ring dug out first of all. And we're just going to fill this with a bit more basalt. And try not to tiptoe over the water. Now, this is the most crucial part. If I miss a block placement and end up putting one up top, it's going to destroy a water source, and that's the last thing we need. However, when it comes to destroying water sources, we are, however, going to cover up these blocks here. So when they fall down on us as we're digging around underneath, it won't matter all that much, because there won't be any water coming in. Okay, here goes. Packed dirt into this outer ring, just to act as a barrier and to get rid of the source blocks, so that when we remove them and we get out what's underneath it, this water is going to flow down. And this one in the corner here will actually flow both directions diagonally, so it's going to funnel anything that tries to come up to our little central building here. I'm going to funnel it all down into an area from which there will not be escape. I think up above, that's almost all we need to do. So let's get ourselves down here. So we've got our ground floor here. We're going to have to raise the land up. Whether I just try to light up underneath. We are going to have to fill in pretty well most of everything underground there, except for our escape hatch. So that's going to be a lot of dirt. That was several stacks of sludgy gravel that I've taken out, and I don't think I have enough dirt to even fill just this in. So as we smooth down a lot of the hills, we're going to be relying on that to build up our dirt. Our supplies are getting low. So these walls will come up by a couple more blocks, just so things can't just climb right out the second they touch the hot water. But from here, we are going to need this block So we need floor, and then 2 more spots. Hey, and that perfectly brings us down onto stone. So we should be able to dig this out safely. If we dig them out top to bottom anyway. We've got ourselves a little chamber here. So, fill in that ring there. Excellent. Now, which way do we want our door to be facing? Let's just start with a direction. Okay. And we're just gonna dig out everything around in here. There we go. So I am going to have an escape route coming out of each of the 4 main directions, because I realize once we get this whole central tower piece in place, we won't be able to go from one corner to another where we'd fall down in the water. So we're gonna have to have an escape route no matter which side we happen to fall down, because we all know it's bound to happen at least once.
Sometimes you just want a warm bath.
And you don't realize it will be your last.
Scrub-a-dub-dub, never leaving the tub. Okay, so here's the earth. It is very round. We're gonna dig out the floor here and replace it with something else. These little indented bits here, this kind of ring around the central block, is the only spot we actually want to dig out for mechanical purposes. And that's just going to be to put some trunks there for storage, because this is a very compact space. But we're going to dig out a bit more of it, just simply, honestly, aesthetics. We're going to dig down a little more here. Just fill this in with a good old little bit of basalt. Yeah. And we're down to working on our last stack of basalt rocks, so 3 stacks was an overly conservative estimate, and I'm going to need more. Just wring a little bit of the old sludgy gravel around. Yeah. And then for the moment, till we get everything in place, I'll just have this packed dirt here, just so it's easier to walk around. Okay, and let's dig out ourselves a little path to ring around the edge here. So that way, no matter which of the 4 exits we come out of, we can just roam around this little path until we get to whichever one singular exit tunnel we are going to build out of here. And in all likelihood, we will build that exit tunnel into the basement of another building. I am out of space. Uh-oh. Let's just use some of these, make some more paths. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna need a lot of path blocks. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. Alright, which way did I go to come in? There's my little laddery bit. Alright, let's get our medium soil in our hands here. Have a little snacky poo. Alright. So this is not actually going to be the entry floor. So let's get this built up a little bit here. Let's just see if we have enough basalt to get the whole thing ringed up to the ground level. Oh, the outside, sure. But not there. Alright. We're gonna need more basalt. So this is going to be ground level. Which means it'll probably have a little bit of a hill going up to it. Except for in these parts here where that's probably going to come pretty flush with the land. So let's just see. What do we have here? Yep. It's pretty well flat right there. But I don't want to just cover it all up, because it's going to become a dark and dangerous place down there. So before I absent-mindedly build too much, we are definitely going to want to get this kind of filled in which I don't believe we have enough dirt to be able to actually do. But boy, howdy, are we going to try. And we are going to want to leave a little bit of space around here just so we can pretty up these outer walls, so we're not coming out of here and then met with an underground tunnel that is just dirt on the side. We're going to want this to look kind of industrial. Yeah, so all these still single high bits of dirt are going to get removed. But the rest of this, we're going to have to raise the terrain. Oh, I would use low fertility, but medium is far more abundant in this region, so I have tons of it. And now, I believe we are officially out of dirt until we do a little bit more digging. So, I say it's high time we start planning out some of the road pathing, and maybe start cutting down a couple hills. Oh, we got sheep over there. Oh yes, I have also installed the zoom mod, which I'm now realizing the key for it is actually the same as toggle bulk for the more piles mod, I think it is. So I might have to change the keybind, because otherwise we're getting that spamming of toggle bulk false and true. So, for pathing, we'll probably give this at least a block of buffer space here. And just pop ourselves a little bit of path right there. And I'd say some 2 wide paths for a lot of the smaller ones should be more than sufficient. For any main ones, like whatever the main stretch from the castle down to where the docks will be, that one will probably be 3, maybe 4 wide, just to accommodate for carts and things like that, which I could chisel some custom ones, but there is a chance. When we hit 1.20, I think we're getting more transport options. So at the very least, we'll be able to have rideable mounts, which they've already shown a little preview of, which I hope if I was looking at that correctly and determining the right kind of animal, we may be able to ride moose. If that's the case, we're catching us some moose. But for these ones, at the very least, we are going to keep them as 2 wide paths. Probably some of the very small ones might get down to 1. That'll be when we're getting to like side streets and things like that. Who knows? Maybe that'll be less of this type of cobble. So, do we want to wrap a road around this, or just have the road come along here? I think this might just be one of our roads, and it's going to meander on probably that way or so. So let's just cats. They be rumbling. So let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's cut down this little hilltop here. Yeah, this iron shovel isn't gonna live as long as I had hoped, but it's done a better job than I thought, so I might be converted to a full-time shovel user yet. Definitely speeds up digging. That much is very, very clear. We're just plowing through this like it ain't nothing, like a hot knife through butter. Well, now I want to eat butter. It's thawing. It's thawing. It's above 0 degrees. Wait a minute. It's above 0 degrees. What am I wearing these for? Let's get ourselves okay for spring. We don't need no fur coat. We don't need no knee-high boots. Oh. Oh boy. I gotta change what I'm wearing here. I'm missing half my clothes. I look like the most peasant that ever peasanted. I need my shoes. This is an outfit for a man who makes like a copper a week. Where's my pants? Miss Cluck, that's what they're calling you now. Miss Cluck, where's my pants? I haven't worn these clothes all winter. Where are they? Are they covered in mothballs? I don't need that apron. I wouldn't mind a blacksmith's apron if I come across it. I will, I'm noticing. You've left me more egg. Thank you. I will take thine egg. Alright. Pop this egg down in there. We got 11 eggs so far. We're not doing too bad having just a kitchen chicken. Now where are my clothes? Ah, right. I had switched over to the peasant shirt because it still had a little bit of condition to it, so it gave me a slight warmth bonus in comparison to just the clockmaker shirt that was already down at 0. Where is my wrist guard? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He thought he could escape from my influence. But no. We're going to go on a bit of an adventure. He's looking for his clothes. We'll find him his clothes, all right. Oh my, he'll need a ladder over there, that much is clear. I can read his thoughts. Though I still can't see why kids like the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Okay, honestly, where are his pants? Probably over here. In the dirt dugout. Somewhere. Oh. There we go. Put on the little wrist guard, funny man, and your shoes. Oh, what about your tunic? No, keep that one off for now. So let's move this path over this way. Oh boy. Oh, you silly man and your machinations. Whatever are you building?
Uh-oh. Well, let's not dwell on that. Let's just finish off the paths here. So, for the roads, I think I'd want it to maybe curve around. And we're gonna come... maybe along here. Give a little bit of a wider gap there so we don't hit the chickens, and we leave a little bit more room for expansion here. We'll just kind of make a soft bend around toward the front of the house. Yeah. Let's take that out from there and we'll meet up somewhere in the middle. Maybe not right at the door. Maybe we'll do this like yeah, like a little entry. Yeah. And I'm just putting this in real rough for the time being. We're definitely going to smooth this out a little bit, maybe fill in this gully or do something here, but this is starting to look nice. We got a little bit of a path. Yeah. And here's the main question that will definitely determine how difficult this terraforming endeavor is going to be. How much do I want to work with the land? That will be a main question. It's kind of follow, to an extent anyway, the shape of the land, roughly, kind of, maybe. We'll see. Well, there goes my iron shovel. We're reduced to hand now. Okay, so in getting this path partially put in here, we've got 1/4 of the land around the boiler room design here all in place. Now, there is still this elevation change going down into this little divot toward the pond. That is, everything is subject to change. But this is the level that everything's going to come up to. So I'll see how much I can fill this back in with what bit of dirt I've gotten from kind of carving this path along, but at least we have, from the boiler room, one solid path that we can run across at increased speed between it and the house. We just have to make a few path slabs or stairs and such, and we'll smooth that out a little bit. What do you think you're doing over there, huh? No, back towards your feed. Back towards your kitchen. Thank you for the eggs. We're going to take advantage of the fact that it's still calm. And what am I doing? I've got a path now. I have a sneaking suspicion. It has been more than 2 days since we've been down there collecting basalt. But we're going back down because we need more basalt. Where's the hole? There's the hole. And yes, our torches are all burnt out. Oh boy, let's hope it's still calm by the time we leave. So I've only got the one torch left. I don't like that you spawn down here when it's calm. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen, alright? And we're just going to collect ourselves a little bit more basalt. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say that nearly a stack is good enough for the time being. Don't want to take too many chances. Last thing I'd want is some heavy temporal rift activity going on while I'm down there and then get punched into the lava. So, we're going to build up the rest of this and replace these two. Oh, the mask is despawned. Okay, well.
Goodbye, Rotwalker mask.
There we are. And this is the ground floor. Okay, so we'll have a door right here. And the main thing we're going to use is trapdoors. So this is because of the pathfinding changes. And so we're going to have these trapdoors right here because even though the pathfinding has changed so that mobs will not willingly walk into boiling water unless they're fleeing in panic, they're still gonna see this as a viable walking path, and then they'll just boop right down there into boiling water. I'm not gonna demonstrate it because, well, it's dangerous, and I could hurt myself, and I don't want to hurt myself. Oh man, it feels so nice to be seeing myself in a t-shirt and not all bundled up. Makes me feel warm. Like it's a nice, comfortable night. Ah. Well, let's keep building weapons of destruction here. So we're going to line this whole thing with trapdoors, both sides. Which means I'm going to have to make more. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I need 7 more of these. Country roads, take me home to the place that I've grown with my own hands. I melted the stones. That's right. Geology is a lie.
There we go. There we go. All the trapdoors are in place as they should be. These poor guys won't know what hit them. Until they do. But anyway, let's build up the walls a little bit here. We'll have our door here, and windows probably going to the same height. So that way, through the windows, if we are in the center, let me just put the ladder here. So if we're just kind of in the center here, all 4 directions, drifters are going to try to get to us in the midst of a storm. There is still more of these, the walls and everything to build there. But one of the things that we're going to do down below to make it safer is a block I've never used before. Wooden path. So what this will do, in combination with the trapdoor being right there, is I have to crouch to get into that spot. So as I'm standing here, there is not enough room for anything to spawn, because we don't have a full block where our head is, and we don't have a full block where our feet are. So that means we are safe and sound right here. And once I get the chiseled blocks in place that are going to be our little carving slots, pretty much the same design as the first and second versions of the boiler room, just with 2 voxels on the top. You'll see. You'll see when we get to it. But it's going to have us sitting nice and safe in a very spawn-proofed chamber. But for the moment, let's get out of being down there. Now, I think it's time. Hello, Miss Cluck. I think we're going to want to do a little thing. Where is my clear quartz? Miss Cluck, where have you put the quartz? I know it's in one of these chests. There we are. Yes, I don't think we have nearly enough. 5 pieces. 5 pieces of clear quartz. Well, that's not nearly enough. We're going to need 16. This beautiful day, we're going to have to go find some quartz. I got some marked out there. I know I went down there and got some, but there's bound to be plenty more that I've left behind. And here comes the rain again. Gone soon will be the days entirely of when we can run across our frozen landscape. And now we're left with sparse bits of ice. And only the vague remnants of our wintry land bridge. Although, can you really call it a land bridge when it's made of ice? Would that be ice road? Were we ice road trucking this whole time? He's bounding down, loaded up and inside a rift. A goat. Oh, spring is here. The goats are out. Well, that makes it easy. All right. Let's see if we can get ourselves into a nice little air pocket. Let's actually just cut these in half into slabs. That will probably, if I can actually get out of here, that would be fantastic. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Let's just finish making the rest of this into glass. Just to see how much we have. 14. I think we could probably get away with making these into slabs. There we go. Let's head on back home. You know what? 11 degrees. It's warm enough. Go for a nice good old swim. We haven't done that in a little while. What is that I see? Is that a moose? We got a moose on our property? A moose. Hey. Where's your antlers, buddy? And there he goes. Living his best life. And now we're gonna go off and live our best life once this boiler room is completed. No more sleeping through temporal storms for us, no sir. All these oak trees have, they've grown. Yeah, a lot of them have grown. Okay, we're gonna need to cut down some of those trees soon. But, we're gonna get our little carving holes ready for the boiler. Like the actual boiler carving chamber. So we're just gonna pop this up a little bit and give ourselves a bit of an elevated platform to use this on. Don't mind the anti-gravity, that's perfectly fine, that's by design. Start with these two for the time being. We're gonna grab ourselves our hand planer. There's one little thing we're going to change about that top design. It used to be very simple, very standard. A 2 voxel thick, little bit of wall there, which we're then going to just extend the entire block. Now that is so down below, we're going to have less than 2 blocks of space. We're going to deal with the flooring here as well, but you'll see. You'll see. We're going to make it a nice safe spot inside, so the drifty boys can't get us while we're fighting off the temporal storms. There we go. If you've seen the other boiler rooms, you already know this design. Okay. So let's take these 2 boys over there then. Let's just pop these down into the old pit in the bottom. Basically, here we're just gonna put the chests. Now, because we've got the wall here and it's in this block area right here, we have 2 voxels down there, which means this is not quite 2 blocks tall of a space. Even once we get a chest sitting under there, we'll be okay. Because this little carving slot here covers this area. This entire block here counts as occupied. This here also counts as occupied. Therefore, the only spawnable space is right here, which, well, we've got a path there which blocks the floor, and a trapdoor which blocks where our head goes. So nothing inside of this 3x3 area should be spawnable. So once we've got ourselves walled in, we are going to be safe and sound. That's very close. It's kind of threatening. So I'm going to go grab the pantograph and get this all copied up. You know what, let's try something here. Paste shape and materials. Oh. And it pulled from my inventory. Okay. Now there's one thing I'm gonna have to do here is just curve down these sides. Well, that was easy. All right. There we go. We are now in our enclosed little chamber. Excellent. One thing I didn't think of is that all the rest of the work for this place has to be done outside. So, north. We're going to have to figure out where we're coming up with this. This can be a temporary exit. We are going to want to go probably a little further out once we get where a building is going to be. And we're going to use a little bit of aged wood here. I like that. It's facing the wrong way though. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing down below. Now once the floodgates open, floodgates being these blocks here, drifters are going to float down here, and then the water will push them up against the glass. The only problem is, if they're right up against the glass, they can just reach in and smack us. So if we get a double-headed in there and we're not wearing armor, we're as good as gone. However, should we put up a little barrier, they suddenly cannot hurt us except for crawlers. Yeah, crawlers are still going to be the problem, but then we just go up the ladder and wait for that rare instance to go away. But with this design here, we should be well and good. Nice and safe. It don't look like much right now, but let me tell you, this is going to be our favorite little bunker during temporal storms. Oh boy. Let's have ourselves a little snack, just to show how safe we feel in here. Now I will want to put some trunks down here just for storage, so that way we can have extra knives and a place to store the gears, flax, temporal gears, anything like that. And I've got a couple different ideas for what the top of this could look like. I'm torn between two ideas. One, an obelisk. Nice tall spire with a bit of a pointed peak. Or making it like the namestay that it is, a boiler room. Make a big old boiler tank that I go inside of. I like the sound of it. I like how that would look. Only thing is, this is probably going to be out in the middle of the street. So I don't know how well it'll fit. So let me know which idea you like better. An obelisk for a nice, well, landmark we can see from afar that might look good in kind of a park setting, or at least a town square. Or a boiler that might be a weird feature attraction from ancient times that might be the reason town square was put around it. It might be the reason the water boils. I'm cool with either option. The obelisk is easier to make, but the boiler does sound cool. And I think I can start removing this dirt and get the water flowing down, just to double check that our chisel work is holding. Let's pop on down below and see what's up. Looks dry to me in here. Seems like a safe enough spot in my book. Alright. Here we go. And we just gotta cap this off here so we don't get ourselves hurt. She may not be pretty, but she works. I think our main concern at this point is going to be making sure that nothing is spawning down there, because that could ruin our plans. Let's take down a little bit of this dirt, get ourselves some material. Gotta just fill in that space a little bit. There we go. Now the nice thing is this ceiling I'm going to have a 2 voxel thick. So I'm kind of going to do... Oh, no. That'll be the danger, but hey, if we're already boiling in the water, we gotta get out. The nice thing about having the ceilings here, we're gonna put a 2 voxel little kind of cover on it, and then cover this in wood path. But yeah, I will want this brought down. I've got to make the top accessible pretty well from all sides. At the very least, there's a way up. So there shouldn't be any sides where drifters have no chance of getting up here. I think, apart from the potential for them to get stuck down in these other tunnels, we have reached minimum viable product. I hear a chicken. We gotta find Miss Cluck a friend. We got more moose. This is great. We're blessed. Blessed by the meese. That looks like a rooster. Hello, good Sir Rooster. How would you like to be ran halfway across the continent? I'm just gonna casually walk on after you like the thing from It Follows. Okay, maybe I'll run after you because you are a quick lad. I need to make sure I stay at the proper angle so you don't fall in a hole. Where are you going? Do not go in the ocean. Don't go in the ocean. No. No. Oh, no. Rooster. Where you go? There we go. Run. There we go. I'll let you two enjoy your time in here. And we're never gonna sleep in late again, apparently, now that we've got a kitchen rooster. Oh boy. We'll get some of them out there. That will require a little bit of precision to get them in. I might have to just build some guardrails just to scare them in. Yeah. Let's check on... Now, I really like the suggested name of Cutlet for the little guy down in here. How are you doing, Cutlet? Ah, you can come on upstairs, boy. You're allowed in the adult room now. Oh, this is great. So with pigs, there's only a 25% chance that they're going to be a boar and a 75% chance it's a sow. So the fact that we got ourselves a boar, oh, it's a good day. Now let's see if my trough will be enough to entice him up. All right, buddy. Oh, he is pathfinding up to it. It's a lazy little meander, but he's doing it. Come on up, friend. Get on in here. There we go. This is good. This is good. Things are progressing. Well, I'm going to do a little bit of running around and get tending to a few of the things that need to get done that, well, really, they're just kind of rudimentary chores. And we'll see. In the meantime, over the course of the last bits of April, as we round out the end of our first year, let's see if we can get ourselves a temporal storm. If we're lucky, we might be able to test out the boiler room already.
Lots of terraforming. Takes a lot of time.
We'll turn around if a temporal storm comes our way, but we're waiting for crops to grow. Doing a whole lot of just kind of running around and just some basic chores. Let's do a little bit to prep ourselves for the start of year one, to get into a bit more of a mechanical position. I'm gonna head off through the forest, if I can make it up this mountainside here. That pine forest over in our sandstone area, where we had a lot of resin trees. Let's head off over that way and get some of those trees cut down. Take our fresh axe and get ourselves a little bit of a resin farm going. It's nice sailing with the sun in the sky and a warm breeze on our back. No more bundling up until next winter. So I hope nothing violent comes our way, like wolves or bears or anything, because I didn't bring any weapons with me. Just an axe and a shovel. I suppose the axe is a good weapon, but if they're wolves, I don't want to get that close. Got an inventory full of pine, and I forgot to bring a chest to put on my back, so time to head back home. Get this all stored away. Got ourselves a tidy little bit of 9 resin too while we were at it, so not too terrible. A temporal storm is approaching. Oh, happy day. It's not heavy, but it'll do. Okay, let's get this pine out of our inventory here. Let's just pop it all in there. Now, in preparation for this temporal storm, let's make ourselves an iron knife. We can keep that in the boiler room, just to use for carving up drifters. Now, while we're waiting for that to heat up, I should go over the fact that it is a light temporal storm incoming means we might not get too many drifters. We'll possibly not even get a double-headed, but hopefully the fact that it's light and the fact that we still have some gaps underground in our little escape tunnel for if we do fall into the hot water ourselves, hopefully that won't limit our spawns too much, and we should maybe, if we're exceedingly lucky, get our first temporal gear. Oh, I wish we do. Oh, I hope. But let's focus on the present for now instead of dreaming of future spoils of war. Alright. Get a couple of our extra tools put back in the farmhouse. And before long, we'll be knee-deep in temporal misery. Let's just do a little once-over, make sure every angle of this has an approach. Yep, we're doing okay. Now, once we get this area a bit more filled up with buildings, and potentially my very over-the-top idea to have a sewer system potentially running underneath the entire city, I like to dream big, even if it's to the detriment of my own sanity. But once we have a lot more of those structures in place, it will probably be something that's going to reduce how many drifters will get to our boiler room. So it's definitely best if you're building this yourself, build it somewhere with a good buffer of space away from things. This is going to be fairly close to the castle, and with the underground tunnels and such that will eventually, it's a long ways away, be under here, it might just cause this to be a little less effective than it would otherwise be. But in any case, I'll see you all on the stormy side. Oh boy, here it comes. The boys in the bright white sports car, waving their arms in the air. Who do they think they are? And why's there rust on their car?
A light temporal storm is imminent.
It's the first storm I will have not slept through in this entire playthrough so far. Haha. It only took a year in game. Hey. Alright, let's get into safety. Perfect. Come along, friends. It's a light storm, so we probably won't get too much, but hopefully at least something. Oh, they're already coming. Excellent, we can already start carving up some boys here. Our first temporal gear. It's already paying dividends. Come along, boys. The water's fine. Come on in, friendos. Oh, jeez. Oh, he's trying. He's swimming. There he be. So sometimes we might have to come up the ladder just to attract the ones on the surface, so they're a little bit closer diagonally to us, and then they'll just pop their way down and, well, let themselves become par cooked. The fences are keeping the standing ones away, and the ones that are crawlers are probably just not going to fall down until after they have been boiled. But yeah, this is working exactly as intended. A second temporal gear. Oh, yeah. Hello, anyone else around? Would like to come to my spa? Relax your muscles with hot water? Yes. You'll be so relaxed you'll never move again.
Beautiful splish splash.
Ooh, what are you? You are living a while. Are you a double-headed? It's hard to tell with all the particles and obfuscation in the way, but that could very well be. With how long it's living, that's probably a doubleheader. Hey, there's our boy. Alright, we got rusty gear, some flax, and a Jonas part. You know what? We've already gotten 2 temporal gears. I'll take the Jonas part. That's okay. Any more, boys? Come to the yard. Yes. Yes.
Come to me. Boil within the brine. Any other takers think you can best me? You can't even touch me. I've created the perfect defensive bunker. Fools. My brazen display shall not be my undoing. Except for my own foolishness, of course.
This counts as a greenhouse as well, I'm realizing, because of the glass ceiling. Now down here, it is a little difficult to see through the quartz glass. I've done that on purpose, just to give it kind of a fogged up effect from the steam and everything. You could just use clear glass in here and it would be a little bit easier to see through. Of course, there's always that distortion from the temporal storm, but you can change that with settings as well. Well, not bad for a light temporal storm. So even though it was light, we managed to get ourselves a fairly decent haul, actually. So 2 temporal gears, the first 2 we've ever gotten in the entire playthrough so far. 4 flax fibers, it's nothing crazy, but let's just turn that into a piece of twine, why not? 5 rusty gears, and an inverted refraction cylinder Jonas part. Not too shabby. Pretty good way to end off the year. We've only got one more day, just the last day of April before we hit exactly 1 year in this world. Let's use one of these temporal gears to finally set our spawn in the house. Now, whenever we meet an untimely end, we'll show up at our front door. Now, we just need more of these. For every 2 that we have, which I suppose if I didn't set my spawn, we could have fixed one of our translocators. But that's okay. Now that we have a boiler room all up and running, all we're going to need is some heavier temporal storms, and we're going to be in business. What's going on over there? Ooh, the bear's killing something. Probably the moose. And normally I'd go to intervene, but you don't get between a moose and its anger. A bear I could take. An angry moose? No way, I'm not as durable as a Ford Bronco. So, we've had a fairly productive year, haven't we? We got ourselves, first, the dirt dugout way over yonder. It started out as our little shelter after a very unpleasant first night. And then eventually we made a little plot of farmland and started building our farmhouse, which is starting to come to fruition. It's looking really nice. Still have to furnish the entire second floor apart from the fireplace. But all in all, I think it's coming along pretty nice. Got our bees in place. We've got a stable for Cutlet, our boar, which is, oh, so glad he's a boar. It's going to make it a lot easier, because when we get all those other piglets, chances are most of them will be sows, so we can get our first generation going pretty nicely. And then our pork production will be in full swing. We've also got our little hen house over here, which right now is empty and devoid of life, but once we get Mr. and Mrs. Cluck over there, I just need to bake some fences so they don't run off into the wild. But then, we'll have ourselves some chickens going on that won't be interrupted every 5 minutes by me making food when my tummy is screaming. We also got our boiler room over yonder made, which is, well, pretty effective even during a light temporal storm, so with heavier ones, ooh, the profits will multiply. We've gotten a whole lot of exploration done, many markers put on our map, resources found. Nice little resin area. It's starting to come along. I'm just going to need to go there with more storage so I can cut down more trees and hopefully discover more resin trees hidden amongst the pines. We may not have all of our roads in yet, but we're working on them. We've got one road starting, going to, well, meandering path from the home to the boiler room and over to somewhere in the area where the front gatehouse
of the castle will eventually be. But as I sit here on this calm night, reflecting on all we've done in this past year, I just want to say thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you've enjoyed this entire year's journey so far. You're looking forward to many more. I know I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for a lot of these roads to get in, more buildings to be made. Oh, this place is going to start coming together now that we're established. A special shout out to all of our channel members. Y'all are the greatest. The cats love you. I love you. And now as year 0 comes to a close, I will see you all at the start of year 1 in the next episode of Eisenholm.
Bye-bye. Have a wonderful time.
You know, back in the day, my outro was always, I gotta go. And I don't remember why that started or what happened. I just remember I always had to go. I don't think it was a poop joke. But I wouldn't put it past myself.
Let's do the safe thing and put some pointy sticks next to a fire source beside our bed. What could go wrong? Don't you talk back to me.
How are you all doing? 6 out of 9. Nice.
Hey. Hey. You stay away from my onions. I'll get you. I've got a knife.
Every day. Every day it's like this. I love these cats.
Ah. How many episodes will this floor stay dirt? And how many more will the ceiling also be dirt?
Dangle my feet, dangle my feet. My feet like to dangle 'cause they're dangly feet.
I'm gonna turn you into an animal trap. Get some little pigs. Okay, baskets, you're coming with me. I need your reeds.
Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
I wish I could name you. Yes, it's not morning. Stop cock-a-doodle-doodling at night. Do you not understand the difference between the sun going to bed and the sun waking up? Do you just see the sun's pillows and blankets and think, ah, my time has come?